Good evening to the people who will be watching this in posterity. I hope you are doing well. We're just going live with my buddy Rumin8te, who was the one of the few good faith progressive liberals, whatever, during the Twitter files, and he wanted to, basically go over that before he closed off because he missed the Destiny debate. So I just want to give him an opportunity to give me any of his final shots before we wrap that up. Then tonight we'll be doing a panel on the Crucible about whether or not femoids should be able to work, which I'm probably going to be fighting some conservatives on this one. We'll see how it goes, but like basically, I'm all for females, like, if they feel like it, taking priority on the home front when you're having kiddos and shit. But there's at least like a solid like 5 years during courting where women could be working and could develop skills and be useful tools for society. And then there's also, once you raise kids, assuming that like you have like 2 or 3 kids and it takes about 20 years or change in order to get them out of the house. And on top of that, they'll be going to school and all that kind of stuff. I think there's plenty of times that women can be economically helpful during those interceding decades as well. And there's of course plenty of working class people where this question is just a fucking joke because in our economy, you either work or you fucking starve. So, it's cute. If we want to say should we structure society so families can be more flexible so they can raise children without having to work 2 jobs full time, then yeah, of course. Answers of course. Ave Imperator, indeed. Worship, love the God Emperor with your whole heart, your whole mind, and your whole soul. And love thy neighbor as yourself, except for Xenos. That's how I do it. That's how Daddy did it. That's how Grandpa did it. That's how the Imperium does it. Big fan. So welcome aboard to the half dozen of you. And happy to be live back on Twitch, by the way. So YouTube chat is my favorite chat, but I do watch Twitch chat as well. I have like an integrated restream or whatever. So appreciate the couple of Twitch chatters that are streaming in right now. We missed you last night because we had Destiny on a Globes versus Nationalist panel that devolved for some reason into Brexit and Hunter Biden. So definitely not the topic that we started with, I'll tell you that. And it was basically Destiny and Rob Noor going after each other's throats for the better part of like 2 to 3 hours at the end of the show there. So, you either love that content or hate that content. It's kind of up to you. But Semper Fidelis, Semper Gumby, true. So Semper Fidelis, always loyal. Semper Gumby, always flexible. So I appreciate y'all being here. We're just waiting for Mr. Rumin8te to get here. You say, Remy LeBeau, you say great panel. Like, I'm happy to be that there's some people out there who are appreciating the shit posting and the fighting and all that kind of stuff. Kind of feels like some classic Twitch Reverie Roundtable hippy dippy memes. I'm happy to be helping the world create that kind of content, but I also think that panels can be quite brutal. They can be quite brutal on the brain cells. So went to bed early. How did it go? So I would say for me, I was looking for like a extrapolated out, philosophical, like I wanted the nationalists to come in because of course, like I always game plan these things in my head. So I'm like, I want the nationalists to come in and I want them to say globalism is destroying our culture and our languages and our traditions. And yeah, we get all these material benefits, but it's not good enough to cohere our society. Here's why I think cohering our society is important. And then I wanted the globes to be like, well, I'm a hedonist and I don't give a fuck. I just want to, bang strange women from strange countries and eat, taco trucks and all that kind of shit. So tradition is cringe. And then I wanted them to scream at each other for like 2 or 3 hours based off of those two fundamental principles. And instead we ended up screaming at each other over fucking Brexit and whether or not Brexit was the will of the people and whether or not it was actually properly implemented by the governments or if the globes had conspired to sabotage Brexit. That was like the first hour. And then the second hour was, we were trying to get into what should America's interests in Ukraine and, Taiwan be. And then that launched into, well, the reason why we're tied up in Ukraine is because of American corruption and because the Globes slash Hunter Biden slash Joe Biden have tied up all their assets into these international markets, and all it is corruption by a different name. So it was pretty bananas, not gonna lie. So we're just waiting on Rumin8te while he fucking finishes jerking off or taking a shower or whatever the fuck. And I'm gonna DM the arena chat real quick. Heads up, I'm talking to someone first. So I'll show up 5 minutes prior for tech check, but my shit is generally good to go. All right. Taco trucks taste better than Toyotas, indeed. A lot of the panel was the borders between pragmatism and idealism. There will always be pragmatic limits on our ideology and ideological limits on our pragmatism. True. But I wanted to like flesh that out philosophically rather than getting wrapped up in like hyper specific examples of bullshit. But I guess that's what I get for putting Rob Noor and fucking Destiny into the same room. Also, we had a Graper RJ. He did DM me and basically said, "Hey, sorry, I didn't get the times until later, and basically I had family shit, so I wasn't able to get it done." Which I appreciate the DM, so we'll probably have him on later. But then, according to Samantha, she DM'd a bunch of Gripers trying to get them on, and as soon as they saw that Destiny was going to be on the show, they all backed out. So that's kind of sad. I was hoping Groiper Nation, as a bunch of young shitposty traditionalist tradcasts trying to get their message out into the world, I was hoping for an aggressive showing from the Groipers and the tradcasts and the whatever, but so far the Wilson clan with their Orthodox Christian nationalism, so far they've been dominating just because they've been more available. So hoping to get some tradcasts and some, Groipers and Chris Nats in here. And by the way, like not just because like they're, excellent villains, it's because I feel like for the left or whatever, a lot of their memes are just like, oh, these guys are just Nazis anyways. They're just, they're just hiding their power level, blah, blah, blah. But I think when you talk to articulate Christian nationalists, they do have more pragmatic beliefs than, Jews bad, trans bad, black people bad. Like, I do think they have more to say than that. So, here's Rumin8te. Let's make sure everything's working. Hey, brother, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let's pop us out.
Sure.
Let me fix up my stream. Turn that off. Turn this
I'm actually going to rely on you for the VOD. I was trying to figure out how to record this from my end, and then I just gave up.
Okay, fair. Well, it's sad that we weren't able to connect simultaneously on the Destiny panel, but I would like to say I did talk to Destiny about the Twitter files for the better part of 2 hours, and I didn't call anybody the C word, so, that was, I guess, a positive.
So. That is a positive. I'm proud of you. So you didn't curse at all, or it was just the C word?
No, we didn't curse at all, but that's because, like...
What? I don't believe it. See, now you're lying. We're already starting off on the wrong foot.
Well, it was actually really bad content. That was the problem, so...
So you're going to have to make up your F-word quota in this conversation is what you're saying.
Well, okay, so F-word, see, I tweeted something out earlier this week, which was kind of controversial with, like, I said, like, the N-word with the A was really flexible. It's almost as flexible as the F-word. And I think some people, some very sensitive tenderqueers believe that I was referring to the F-slur, the word that ends in agate. And I was not referring to that. I was referring to fuck, which I think is a very versatile word.
Absolutely. It's the most dexterous word in the English language, right? And you're kind of like an artist with it, I think.
Right. So if you wanted to get upset with me because I thought that white people and people in general should be able to say the N-word with an A, that's perfectly fine to be upset with me on. But if you were upset that I was insinuating that the word, F-A-G-G-O-T was a very versatile word that I love to use, that's like the improper thing to get mad at me for. I have actually tried to eliminate
see, people are just not being charitable with you, Connor. That's
right.
What it is.
Right.
I don't want to say that this is the only reason, but I feel like if you were more of a Star Wars fan than what you are, then maybe people would react with some degree of charity. You know what I mean? Like,
let's get this out of the way because
here we go.
I do have roughly 50 minutes before I have to dip out for another show. So we're probably going to get into too many things, and we're not going to be able to finish all our memes. But this is, it's been looming for quite some time. are you actually a Star Wars fan, meaning that you uncritically like the Star Wars series, or do you
I
critically
so
like it,
okay.
or did you grow up on it? What's your Star Wars headcanon? Because that's been frustrating me obviously for some time.
Yeah, so I love the back and forth about the God Emperor and the true God Emperor and the GOAT, Sheev Palpatine, aka Darth Sidious. I will
Uh-huh.
say I am a very critical Star Wars fan. I
Mm-hmm.
love it. It's a sincere appreciation for the IP.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a shit show in terms of its quality. Like you've got, The Empire Strikes Back, and you've got Andor is a great example from the Disney canon, and then you had some like real diamonds in the rough in Legends. But most of it's mediocre or dog shit, if I'm just
Okay.
being perfectly candid. But that's also because compared to something like 40K, which I only
Mm-hmm.
have a cursory understanding of, it's not nearly as well regulated in terms of its continuity or quality. My understanding is 40K, like they ruthlessly police it. There are very few discrepancies in the lore. Is that right?
They not really, but that's only because they've instituted that policy most recently. So I would say probably from 1987, which is when the franchise was first created, to 2000, early 2000s or whatever. There were and still are lingering contradictions and different stories and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 2000s, yeah. So that, like somebody says in the chat, they cleaned up a lot of the lore in the last couple of decades. Yeah, it seems like they took like a really intensive look at the lore, and they were like, okay, what are we going to include? What are we going to leave up as a mystery? What are we going to say is not true anymore, et cetera, et cetera. And so they've begun like a very long, arduous process of like kind of pruning all the random tangents. And so there's
Right.
still like random things like Harlequins, which are just like elves that like to dress up in jester Joker outfits. Like killing a bunch of custodies, which are like the god space or the god emperor space marines that are better than space marines. And there's like weird shit like that where like an author just isn't familiar with every part of the lore, so then he writes in
Right.
something that doesn't make sense. But 95% of the time, there is like a power level continuity where there's two
Mm-hmm.
things going on. If it's a space marine story or an imperial story, they're going to be overpowered because it's their story. So they're going to kick ass and take names, and people who should be killed aren't necessarily going to be killed. But also, a lot of people die on the imperial side anyway, so it kind of feels balanced out. Whereas in the lore itself, it's like it seems like in the lore, the Imperium, every time it goes into battle, it loses 95% of its resources because the enemies that it faces are so overpowered and strong and crazy that if
Well,
the Imperium of Man was not insane, then they would just be wiped off the map.
my understanding is like compared to something like Star Wars. So are you familiar with the message board space battles or anything
I,
like
I
that?
I'm not, but I've tracked enough of the infighting of the Star Wars community, and I've been
You're familiar, probably have
disappointed.
heard that name before, right? So
Yeah.
it's interesting to contrast like 40K and Star Wars because they're often like hotly contested between the two fandoms because could the Imperium take the Empire in a fight, or if one could invade the other, how would it go between
Mhm.
the high end stats of the Imperium, but their relative disarray and the unreliability of the warp compared to the relatively milder stats of the Empire, but it has much more reliable hyperspace travel and stuff like this. So it's really interesting to talk about. That's why I like going back and forth with you.
Well,
Um,
the
but
yeah, yeah. So that's like the consistent thing though. Like I posted a meme where it's like, it's a Deadpool riding on the Zamboni, and in the movie he's like, "I'm gonna kill you in about
mhm,
30 minutes," and then
right when I
and then
finally get there,
yeah,
yeah. Uh,
and then the fucking it's like the 40K when the 40K universe tries to invade Star Wars, and it's like, I'm gonna kill you in between 7 and 4, like 800 years, and
that's
like, and
right.
that's what it is. It's like
But when
there's
I get
no
there, I'm gonna
predictive.
fuck your shit
I'm gonna
up.
fuck your
Yeah,
shit up,
yeah,
absolutely, because like
that's
the
funny.
the Emperor of Mankind, like it's so normal for a psyker to shoot lightning out of his hands and kill dozens of people in one fell swoop. That is what normal psychers do in the
Right.
Imperium of Man. They're just like walking around town. They wake up some latent psychic ability. A demon chitters in their ear a little bit, and then they just like nuke the entire city thinking that they're saving the world, but it was actually a demon tricking them to do something fucked up. That's like a Tuesday in the Imperium
Right.
of Man.
For an average psyker, right.
Whereas that's like Sheev Palpatine. He's all of the Sith in body. He's trained for 500 years. He might be the combination of all Sith before him into a single combined soul of a
Yeah, Gestalt consciousness, yeah,
yeah.
possibly.
So yeah, but that's like one person, that one Space Marine chapter that is down to down 90% strength. That is one guy that Space Marine chapter has to kill, and that's like a Tuesday. So yeah, so that's
Do you
part of the
think
reason
they'll
why I love
ever,
40K.
before we change the topics, do you ever think they'll do anything like live action wise? Because I know there are video games and I know there are books and I don't know if they're graphic novels. I know there's obviously the RPG and the miniatures, but do you think they'll ever do like full feature films or television series?
They're working on it. So actually, a majority of the popularity on my channel, which is funny because like politics nerds come out for this stuff, and then I see them dipping out when we're talking about 40K. But 90% of my channel viewership is 40K. So basically, they started. There were a lot of really good fan films. For a bit, there was like this really big golden era of fans making 3D animations of 40K. But
Mm-hmm.
GW is hyper protective of their IP. So they put the kibosh on that, and then they started a animation studio channel TV series. And so that's Warhammer TV, and I do reviews and breakdowns of that.
Oh, so
Um,
that's official. That's not fan film. That's like
no,
licensed canon.
yeah, that's 100%,
Yeah.
and it's actually unfortunate because some of the fan stuff was stronger than the official stuff.
That's so
But
often the case. You'll always find like fan fiction or fan projects that are like of higher quality than the actual licensed work. And then it makes you wonder, why don't they ever hire fans to do it? Because I don't know about you, but as a Star Wars fan, what you find is half the authors who write for Star Wars are actually not really fans of it. Like obviously they're familiar with it, such a juggernaut of an IP, but they're not like strident fans. They don't actually enjoy the consumption of it.
yeah, which is incredibly frustrating. The good news is that they've been writing for longer than they've been doing anything else. So they
Hmm.
actually have a stable of pretty consistent writers, with some of them being exceptional. Like I would say on par skill level with some of the most famous fantasy and science fiction writers in
Wow.
general. Like Dan Abnett is one of my favorite writers, and I would put his skill level of creating characters that you care about, keeping intertwining plots moving throughout a overarching narrative, and then killing people in ways like killing people that you love and hate, and bringing redemption to the people you hate in ways that feel narratively satisfying but still logical for the universe, and still like really tragic and twisted and ironic.
Hmm.
Is it's on par with like George R.R. Martin at his peak during the Ice and Fire series.
See,
So
that's why I'm
yeah.
surprised though that we haven't seen more of it in terms of like live action or big or small screen, because it seems like it's a franchise that is rife for that sort of like it seems to me like on paper it would make the developers a shit ton of money, so there's a financial incentive to do it, right? It seems like there are millions. I know 40K is not as popular or as accessible as say Star Wars, but it's got millions of, perhaps even billions, I don't know, of fans around the globe. So I'm just
Mhm.
surprised at the delay.
It's coming. So Henry Cavill, the actor from James Bond and Superman and all that kind of stuff. He
Yeah,
is a huge 40K fan, and
of
he's been
course he is.
given an executive producing role for a live action series.
Oh
So
shit.
he's gonna star, executive produce, all that kind of stuff. And it's my understanding, because like The Witcher was such a shit show, where basically like he 100% stood by like the original work. He loved it. He loved the universe. He was a huge fan.
Right.
He was giving people dialogue while they were shooting. He's like, hey, like this line from this part of the book would actually work really well here, even though it's a combined story, blah blah blah. So if he's as I think he's technically more passionate about 40K than he is The Witcher.
Hmm.
So if they don't neuter him, if and Amazon is supposed to be producing it as well. So if they get Amazon's money, they keep Amazon producers and executives away from torching the IP. They let Henry pursue his passion, and then if they hire competent writers, it could be some of the greatest fiction ever to come to the screen. But we've also seen, I think 40K fans are really reticent though to get their hopes up, because
Sure.
we've seen so many other IPs take huge hits for stupid reasons.
Yeah,
So
it
Marvel
seems
quality
like
dropping off and Star Wars quality always being super mid in the past couple of decades, has actually been like really scary for people who want to bring this to life.
yeah, it's one of those things that unfortunately I think that's where you could almost have a you could almost turn this into a critique of capitalism almost in like the pursuit of a dollar. You'll pimp out a franchise or whore out a franchise ad infinitum and it reduces the quality. So I was actually optimistic when Disney initially purchased the Star Wars IP because I really enjoyed what they'd done that so far with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I think the MCU is pretty damn successful, even in terms of quality, when you consider the disparate source material and the number of people involved. So I was optimistic, but then they
I still
didn't.
like the new Thor movie. Like a lot of people shit on it. I thought it was like campy and fun and weird.
I
And
think Christian Bale did a hell of a job, and I think that the stuff like the jealous ex with Mjolnir and stuff like, or
yeah,
the axe, like it made me laugh. I mean,
yeah,
but my favorite is the Winter Soldier. It's my favorite Marvel movie. What's
yeah,
yours?
yeah. Well, so I would say, actually, in the entire original series, I know. So what I'm hoping is that like Marvel will kind of die in popularity in another 5 years, where it won't be so controversial to hate the series, but also so controversial to like the series. Where like if you
Mhm.
like the series, you're like, oh, you soy boy redditor consumer, like go chug a bunch of fucking vegan protein, you fucking f slur. Like
That's
I want
actually what I'm doing right now. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
to. No, but
Vegan protein, the best kind.
no, but like, so I'm hoping in like 5 years it'll slow down, because I actually think that I would really like to revisit the original series, Iron Man through Infinity War and I guess Endgame or whatever, whichever one's last. I would like to revisit that whole arc, because I think what that arc actually really does well, with a sense of continuity, with a sense of character development, with a sense of like interacting storylines and all that kind of stuff, is actually take like human moral values and then combine them with power in order to tell compelling stories. So,
Mhm.
for instance, like Iron Man, like for me, he's human intelligence, like raw human intelligence, then combined with power and responsibility. If you look at Steve Rogers in Captain America, he is like principle, like having principles and a code of ethics and a code of honor, combined with power. And then how do you hold on to your principles when the world around you is just absolutely falling apart? And so on and so forth. Like Thor is like nobility and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So
so you're saying like each main character almost identifies a particular archetype of like moral character, and then they have a skill set that's associated perhaps with it.
and then it's
I
combined with the trials and tribulations of actually wielding that attribute in the real, like not the real world, but in the world that is
I
flawed
gotcha.
and corrupt and collapsing, and challenges the way you perceive yourself, and challenges the way that you perceive your family, and challenges the way you perceive your institutions. So I think all of that is actually pretty well done in a way that can be like thought provoking if you smoke a doob and then think about it for a little bit too long, but then also entertaining enough for kids and teenagers and all that kind of stuff.
100%.
So I think that I think it's one, I think it's pretty good. Two, I think it combines a lot of different kinds of art that is really interesting, like martial arts and firearms and science fiction and fantasy and like
Yeah,
all that kind of
the
stuff.
tonal shifts, that's part of the reason why I like the Winter Soldier as much as I do, because
Mm.
you take it out of the comic book context. It's actually a fairly compelling modern day political thriller like 3 Days of the Condor and All the President's Men, or like the Born Identity stuff. Like
Wait, does
you
that
take
open with the oil tanker?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, where Rogers is just brutal. It's the very embodiment of the good is not nice trope. Like
Yeah.
he would absolutely, take any of these men alive if they surrendered, but because they don't, he's going up behind them and breaking their necks and throwing them off like, like it's so brutal. And that was, I think, one of the reasons that Rogers is so popular in this otherwise very cynical time. Like he shouldn't work. The
Hmm.
age of like the Luke Skywalker humble farm boy, that has passed. We really like our anti-heroes now, and
You're
yet somehow they make him work.
You're okay. So you're hitting on something that actually was an incredible perspective transformation for me. Sorry to the people who thought this was going to be Twitter files. We're now talking about the MCU.
It will be for the next half hour. We've got 6 more minutes. Yeah.
Basically, like the reason why I like Steve Rogers so much is because in the first movie, I fucking hated him. I hated him so much. Like in Captain
What?
America, yeah, in Captain America, the original one, I was like, oh, who's this fucking like beyond belief Boy Scout, goody two shoes virgin,
You,
soy
Mr.
boy
Conservative
cuck?
Patriot, hated Steve Rogers?
Yeah,
You have to turn in your right-wing patriot card right now. You're ex-military, man. You're
yeah.
ex-law enforcement. What is wrong with you?
See, but then this is where the Steve Rogers narrative became so compelling. Is he had to take his goody two shoes Boy Scout persona, and then he had to reconcile that with losing everything, like losing his best friend, losing the love of his life, losing himself in time, losing basically his institutions, like I forget what
Finding
they're
out
called.
he'd basically been
But
serving Hydra the entire time.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he thought that he was doing good, but he was actually like creating the authoritarian superstructure that almost took over the world that he and then in turn had to destroy. And then he had to be a man, not necessarily without a country, but he had to be a man without like an institution backing him. Which I think like that's like a huge personal question of like, who are you without your institutions? Who are like as a warrior, who are you without your logistics or your fellow warriors or whatever? Like, do your principles. And this is the funny thing about like reality. In reality, a lot of people see, including me, by the way, you see your institutions doing evil shit and then you make excuses for it because it's the institution and you've seen the other good things it does. You don't necessarily turn around and challenge the institution in order to try to live up to the principles that were like it was originally founded with. So seeing all of that actually made me completely fall in love with the character again. So for instance, like in the original Avengers, where like Thor, he's a fucking demigod or a god by any fucking stretch of the imagination. He's biologically immortal. He can fly. He can shoot lightning out of his ass. He's super strong. He can smash like, 6 foot wide trees with his bare fucking hands and destroy things. And
And he
fucking,
looks like Chris Hemsworth. He's got every goddamn advantage on under the sun, you
but
know?
But what does Steve Rogers say when what is it, like Black Widow is like, be careful, Cap, that guy is technically a god or something like that.
There's
And
only
he's like,
one God, ma'am, and he doesn't dress like that. Yeah.
was
Yeah.
like, dude, that was like, it was so cool for me because I've always tried to envision like how Christians or theists or whatever would reconcile themselves to like a crazy world with like, aliens and villains and super weapons and like all this kind of shit. And the funny thing is you see somebody like very blasé where he's just like, yeah, fuck that guy. He's not the real god. Like he might be an immortal demigod who can, shoot lightning out of his fucking hands, but fuck that guy.
Well, and it's also
a
funny
hilarious thing to hear from a fucking
how that's kind of echoed in the weirdest way, and I never thought about this until you just said it, but kind of like at the very beginning of that movie when Rogers kind of pokes a hole in the idea that, Thor's a god, but he's a lowercase g god. And then we really see the iteration of that, or the ultimate manifestation of that at the end, when Loki goes nose to nose with the Hulk and he throws his divinity in the Hulk's face. I'm a god, you dull creature. And it's like, it doesn't matter. And he just yanks him off his feet and just beats the shit out of him, right? It's like you having the title of God is irrelevant in this universe, depending on who you're up against.
And that's the other thing. So then it kind of it brings into questions like so this is what I love about the MCU. It can be as deep or as shallow as you want it to be. So if you want it to be shallow, you see robots smashing a giant gamma irradiated monster who only appears when he's angry and he still keeps his pants. You can just be like, okay, this is a silly slapstick, violent, whatever, like entertainment. But if you think about it if you think about it for more than a second, there's actually tragic consequences of this series all over the place. Like Stark having to reconcile the fact that he's like probably played a hands in hundreds of thousands of deaths that he never considered before.
Yes.
Bruce Banner, despite needing the Hulk and the world needing the Hulk in order to defend itself against monstrosities, sometimes he kills a few dozen civilians when he turns into the Hulk. And like that was the Kenya thing. Like it's all implied, it's all off screen, so you can watch it with like a 9-year-old kid. But if you actually see why like Mark Ruffalo is all like fucking PTSD, it's because he fucking murdered like a few dozen security personnel and a few dozen civilians in a fit of rage he couldn't control. Now, technically,
you mean the Hulk, not Mark Ruffalo, right?
Well,
you're not like you're not spreading.
Well, maybe Mark Ruffalo. We'll see. We'll check out
YouTube streamer accuses Mark Ruffalo of murdering security.
So, hey, listen, whatever grabs attention, right?
The latest Counterpoints drama, right there.
So no, but that's what I'm saying is like, and then also Thor dealing with immortality. So he falls in love with a mortal, which I'm assuming for like gods could be like, some gods might be like, that's almost like a form of bestiality. You fell in love with a mortal. It's not even
such a lesser creature. Yeah.
Like why are you even
like a ladybug?
But then and then that's the thing. It's like, okay, you fell in love with a lesser creature, but the reason why you fall in love with a lesser creature is because mortality for mortals and not lower G gods is so fickle and fleeting and vulnerable and short. And so you can fall in love with like the beauty of the smallness of the moment and people finding like meaning and purpose and all that kind of stuff despite mortality. But then you also see it like, this is part of the reason why Thor again went from one of my least favorite characters to my most favorite, is he still has to reconcile with all of the mortal trappings despite being a lower G god. So when he's young, he can just be, fuck you, I'm a god, I'm immortal, most things can't kill me, I'm powerful, you can kick my ass, but I'm gonna come back and kick your ass twice as hard. He can get away with that when he's a young gun, but then when his father dies, his sister comes back, his mother's murdered, he faces races that can kill him with weapons that are designed to kill gods, and on top of that, he loses mortals that he grows to value as much as his own life. As far as I know, like they still talk about like Valhalla and like passing on to this new plane or whatever.
Yeah.
But as far as these lower G gods know, they don't know what's on the other side either. They just see these gods drift away in like little, like golden
like
dust
when Odin
shit.
disperses. Yeah.
So like it could be positive, but it also like you don't know how much of your soul you retain, whether or not you reincarnate, whether or not the universe rebirths or anything like that. So you see an immortal, quote unquote, lower G god grapple with all of the mortal trappings of our lives, but in like an infinitely broader scale. And so,
and then also having to deal with the consequences of their mortal lives for them. So like, again, spoilers for the most recent Thor movie, but how he loses Natalie Portman's character. It's not to an enemy. It's to something he can't fight. It's the consequences of her own existence. The last thing I'll just say as a sidebar, because again, I could talk about this, and we need to have another conversation about the MCU and pop culture, because I didn't realize you were this much of a pop culture geek like I am. I love like talking narratives and character arcs and, kind of critiquing these things. The last thing I'll say as to why I love The Winter Soldier, it's one of the few movies that have competent bad guys, like comic book villains. Hydra is on their friggin' A game in that movie. Like, they always go for the kill whenever possible. The only time they don't is because, like, there's a media helicopter above them. So the one guy has Cap dead to rights, could shoot him right in the head right then and there. And he's like, he can't do that because, MSNBC, CNN, Fox, they're watching us right now. We can't shoot Captain America. And you can just see it. It's like, oh, but I got him right here. He's done. And so I just love I love the competence of a good villain in these movies.
So my last note, I guess, and then we can try to do Twitter files for 30 minutes. So that bad guy, what I also love too is like there's like side things in the MCU that could be their own things. So for instance, like that terrorist who had, like, it was in the beginning of the Africa scene where
Rumlow, Crossbones,
he has like the fucking death mask and he's got like the punching shit and all that kind of stuff. And then he chooses to commit suicide in order to try to kill Cap, and the only reason why he didn't succeed was because fucking Wanda was there. And like, you got to think about that for a second. Like, we live in a day and age in which suicide bombing is one of the most fucking horrific things you can do, and yet we have like a fanatical zealot who works for not like a crypto fascist like oh, I'm hiding my power level so I can like tweet about the Jews on Twitter. We're talking about like we're in every institution of government. We're actually trying to
Right.
take over. We're trying to panic the world so we can seize global control. We legitimately believe like an ordered non-liberty is the better thing for humanity. We actually believe that like great men should come to power and everybody else should bend the knee and all that kind of shit. And this guy believes in it so fanatically. One of two things happen. He's either such a fanatic fascist that he believes that taking out Cap is a good step for his institution, or he has become so twisted by his physical pain and his like his institution being desolated and his rage and like him trying to destroy the machines but not succeeding and all that kind of stuff. He doesn't give a fuck if he dies horribly as long as he takes out somebody who personally
Out of
fucking
sheer spite.
fucked him.
Yep.
And like that speaks to like, I get it's a fucking cartoon, not a cartoon, but like it's a show for teenagers, and there's always that like little bit of save where like Wanda's there to save him or whatever. But if you stop and you think about that shit for a second, like that could fuck you up, and it could have a lot of implications for the real world.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's why I love that shit. Whereas DCU watching Batman just fucking murder people for like 30 minutes, I was like, bro, like if you earned this, I would have loved it. But you didn't earn it. You just showed me Batman and he started murdering people. So
Yeah, DC's got a long way to go to try to, and honestly, I think they should probably just go off in a different direction than trying to replicate the MCU
reset.
because that ship has sailed. But as
Maybe
far
if
as
they
the
reset.
Twitter files are
Yeah.
concerned, so I watched some of your conversation with Destiny. I didn't get a chance to get through all of it because
I was about to say it was bad content. It was very slow, but it was
No,
slow
no, no,
because
no.
we had a good conversation.
No, I'm a geek for that shit. That is my wheelhouse. I don't do like the drama stuff. Like even that with the initial conversation with you and Wicked
Was
Supreme
rough.
and Cherry and Aaron and everybody, I contributed the least amount to it other than trying to get the conversation back onto the Twitter files because it's just not my jam. I like to keep any sort of personal dispute I have with a person online or offline in private and not litigate it to the world, which makes me a very shitty content creator in terms of that sort of thing. But so no, you're in my wheelhouse. I just haven't had the time because I've been doing my own stuff on the channel.
Sure.
But my understanding is it was a really good conversation. Did you guys achieve any sort of consensus, or was it just kind of a clarification of position?
So what we landed on basically. What, you need a hug or something?
I'm good, thank you.
No, hold on one sec. What's up?
Yeah, you're fine.
Going to bed?
Mm.
All right.
I gotta play for 5 more minutes.
All right. I love you. Have fun. All right. So,
Your son was like, I want to contribute to the Twitter files. I have so much to say on this right now.
nah.
Yeah.
He's hopefully we can keep him away from this autistic political shit, but probably not because he's very similar to me. But where we landed, so I felt like in the first conversation, what was really frustrating to me was I was like, hey, Destiny, we agree on like 75% of our descriptive claims. We're just extrapolating out this last like 10%, 25%. And he like rejected that multiple times. He's like, I don't believe what you believe, blah, 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 blah. But this was kind of us coming at the descriptive claims from like each other's end, where he's saying this is justified. These people aren't acting with malice. This is just kind of the way that it works. They're acting in good faith based off of what I can see and based off of the communications that you're showing me. These are not like evidence of malice. And I was like, okay, these aren't evidence of malice, but if you like, I never expect to find a text message that's like, hey, I hate Trump, and we're going to bury the Hunter Biden story so that Trump
Peter Strzok sent those messages.
Yeah,
so they might be out there. You know?
Okay,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. So like, people kind of meme and they're like, well, Connor, all you do and all Rob Noor does say, isn't it funny? And yeah, I am saying, isn't it funny? But isn't it funny that Elvis Chan was a subordinate to Peter Strzok, and then Jim Baker, who's the executive who was pushing for the story to get, kind of like slowed down or modified or marked as misinformation or whatever the fuck, he was Peter Strzok's peer. They worked together on Russian disinformation. So you can say like, oh, this is just like, this is every day. But for me, it's like, why is a FBI field agent who was subordinate to Peter Strzok, who hated Trump? And why is the former general counsel of the FBI deciding how and when Americans consume news information? That's my
Let me say
frustration.
this, because I don't know if Destiny ever copped to this or said this, but I can tell you from my end, I don't mind your skepticism. I really don't, because this idea that we can't question things or have hypotheses or make even inferences, on things, is just not. I mean, we all do it. We all read into the intent of other actors in our personal lives and political. We everybody does it all the time. Now, I do think you have an obligation as a debater to be careful about how you phrase it publicly, like,
Mm.
which I think you have. I think you've copped to the fact you can't prove this. I think you've owned it. You can't prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you were in court, you'd lose. You'd probably never make the case in the first place. It's just your inference based on your background and based on suspicious connections or questionable connections that you see in this story. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say, but that's where for me, I would be saying based off of the available evidence, I would be submitting subpoenas. And then that's where I get offended that like people are like, "Oh, it's a nothing burger." It's like, "Well, to me it's not a nothing burger. These people are they have obvious conflicts of interest in reference to this story. I want to see if this is incompetence or if this is nefarious." And I would chase that lead down to the fucking earth.
So do you think you would have gotten the kind of pushback that you got if you'd said, "Look, this seems like it could be a bit sketch." So seems like it could be sketchy, sussy,
Oh,
suspicious, whatever,
sure.
and therefore it deserves further investigation given the potential implications. If you'd
Yeah.
phrased it like that, do you think you would have gotten as much pushback as you
of
did?
of course I wouldn't have gotten as much pushback, but that's where we started. So you got to figure in the conversation, mind waves. The next day he was a part of the conversation. He only threw an elbow or two, so he wasn't like a huge contributor, but he
Right.
called me like a flat earther on Twitter the following day. What was it? Supreme said that even if I was vindicated, he wouldn't care because I didn't have enough compelling evidence at the time. So he just like pretty much absolutely dismissed everything I had to say, even if my inferences end up being validated. You shouldn't trust me
Well,
at
you
all.
understand where, well, to be fair, you understand where he's coming from there. The idea that he was under the impression, and I think we all were, that you were making an argument. And if it turns out later that
Hmm.
your conclusions were valid, but your premises and the facts you got to get there weren't substantiated at the time, it's almost like how broken clock is right twice a day. I think it's fair to
Sure.
say, hey, look, you may very well be right in the end, Connor, if this were investigated further, but that doesn't vindicate the argument that you made at the time. You would accept that,
Sure.
right? That's fair to
No,
say.
okay, listen, I do accept that, but at the same time, like I don't accept that they were. And by the way, I'm not saying that you're saying this.
Right.
I'm just saying like this was the conversation. The conversation was, hey guys, I think based off of the available evidence, I think the FBI buried or modified the Hunter Biden story in order to not fuck over Joe Biden. And then I was basically called like an idiot and a conspiracy theorist for like a couple hours. You know what
among
I'm saying?
among other things. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You were
So
beaten around like a pinata.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
and like obviously I got heated. I didn't argue well. I didn't have any evidence to substantiate my points, like all that kind of stuff. But to be honest, I didn't think because in like maybe I'm just so much more blackpilled on institutions than everybody else is. I didn't think that we were going to get the evidence that we ended up getting. Like I never thought that we were going to get Twitter internal communiques or we were going to get like Jim Baker trying to go over the emails that were going out to reporters about the Twitter files. I never thought any of that stuff would be disclosed. I just thought that it would be a conspiracy theory. It would die down in a couple of months. Nobody would give a shit and the entire country would move on. So the fact that we even got half of what we got is still impressive to me.
Well, let me ask you. So, taking what you say at face value about things that look potentially suspicious or sketchy or whatnot. How you can reasonably read an inference into this that's kind of sinister, even if you can't prove it or even substantiate it all that well. What do you think of people? Let me give you an analogy. What do you think of people who do the same with the so-called Russiagate investigations? Like, if somebody says, Connor, I think that Donald Trump absolutely colluded with Russia. I can't prove it, but we know that members of the Trump campaign and the Trump administration had very inappropriate relationships with state actors, including Rudy Giuliani. There were multiple indictments. Multiple times Trump publicly invited Russia to interfere. Hey, Russia, if you're watching, hack Hillary's emails now.
I saw that interview. It was a shit post, but it was a retarded shit post. Like, I actually watched that entire interview. Like, I watched it live, actually. So he was, you know, kind of like memeing, riffing with the cameras and all that kind of stuff. And then he was like, kind of like, hey, Russia, you know, like Hillary lost a bunch of emails. So if you have them, go ahead and
do you
make them
think he
public.
was being insincere? You
No,
don't think Donald?
No, I think if like Russia did a hack and they released all the emails and it ended up being damning for Hillary Clinton, he would welcome it with open arms. Absolutely.
So fair enough. And I do too. But if somebody said that, to say, okay, I take what you say about the Twitter files at face value, but I raise you the Trump situation, would you say, okay, yeah, fair enough, it's reasonable to infer?
I would literally say warrants an investigation. That's exactly what I would say. And by the way, like, that was one of the funny things about that debate, is I have been pretty much like anti-Trump since 2015. And
right.
The thing that I was anti-Trump on was the McCain. Like you can hate John McCain. I don't give a shit if you hate John McCain. But John McCain was a fighter pilot. He served in Vietnam. He got shot down.
He denigrated his service.
Yeah, he got shot down. He had his fingers broken in like a North Vietnamese jail. He had an opportunity to use his status as a senator's son in order to escape. He didn't want that to be used for propagandistic purposes, so he stayed. And he also as far as I remember, I think from his memoir, he was saying he was worried that if he left, the conditions for the other prisoners of war would worsen because there wouldn't be any public attention on their conditions. So he was basically worried that other human beings would, like, he's already getting his fucking fingers broken. What's going to happen to these guys that nobody gives a shit about as soon as he leaves? So he stayed. And then for that to be shit on, where it's like, oh, well, I like soldiers and airmen who weren't even captured. And it's like, bitch, like, didn't you fucking dodge the draft?
You got a deferment because of a bone spur or something like that.
Listen,
yeah.
didn't at least like George W. Bush, didn't he at least serve in the Air National Guard a couple of weekends? You know, like, fuck you, you fucking pussy. So anyways, so Donald Trump.
I know you're not a Trump stan, and so that's why I figured it would be an easy concession to make. But
yeah.
But what's interesting is the people, the vast majority of conservatives I encounter online or offline who take the Twitter files at face value, read the worst possible interpretation of it, would never apply that same sort of, and I don't mean this as an insult, but conspiratorial thinking towards like Trump's relationship with Russia. They would say, no, there's no proof that he colluded, therefore you can't assume that he did. But it's like, well, I feel like it's fairly reasonable based on what we do know. Again, the multiple indictments, multiple inappropriate relationships with Trump's own personal record of corruption, you know, blah, 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 all these things. I think it's fair to assume that, but there's a double standard. You reject that double standard, right? You would think it's fair.
I don't have that double standard at all. As a matter of fact, so like Hunter Biden peddling influence and doing cocaine and banging whores and all that kind of shit. Like, I don't pretend for a fucking second that the daughters and sons of senators and congressmen, probably like half of them are really hardworking doctors, lawyers, lobbyists, you know, just average Americans. The other half of them are probably like fail-son degenerate pieces of shit who fucking traffic in the clout and money of their parents in order to get away with whatever the fuck they can.
They use nepotism. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like, knowing people like that in my personal and professional life, you know, like Hunter Biden isn't doing anything different than the rest of the fail sons of sitting senators and congressmen. He just got caught. And then not only did he get caught, but there's corroborative evidence that he was like peddling influence, doing drugs, banging whores, inappropriate like things when it comes to money, using his dad's name in order to gain clout and influence and all that kind of shit. And for me to have people be like, well, Trump's worse. It's like, okay, I can say that Trump's worse and still say, if you fuck up publicly this bad as a public figure related to a powerful public figure, you should be investigated.
I think the frustration is, Connor, that Hunter Biden has been investigated multiple times. He's been investigated by Senate Republicans before the 2020 election. They couldn't find any evidence of a crime for him or Joe Biden. He's been investigated by the FBI under Obama. It continued under Trump. And as a matter of fact, that investigation under a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney has been allowed to continue under Biden. So Hunter Biden's been investigated like 3 times, and now that you have Congress investigating him again, that's 4 times. How many times has Jared Kushner been investigated for a $2 billion deal that he inked with the Saudis, even though he has no relevant real estate experience, even though he was the primary contact with the Saudis under the Trump administration? And unlike Hunter Biden, he was a government official. Jared Kushner should be scrutinized 10 times as much as Hunter Biden, and the evidence of Jared Kushner's crimes are much more important. Why aren't people talking about that?
Well, okay, so I'll tell you why, and this is why I think there's been 4 investigations. This is why I think the FBI thought that they could bury the story and nobody would give a shit. This is why I think it's because everyone does it. I think that's why. I think that like all there's probably no laws against the private members of sitting elected officials' families making dickloads of money off of internal information that they're not supposed to have, and it's probably an open fucking secret that these people leverage their fucking information for personal fucking profit and gain. And by the way, like before you say like nah or whatever, which I'm not saying you're going to, but like Dianne Feinstein, like it's just open. It's just like an open record that she has been invited to like half a dozen IPOs, like initial public offerings for stock companies that basically she's in charge of regulating. And because she's or her husband's a private citizen, he's allowed to buy whatever fucking stocks he wants. And he went, I think wait, it's not Feinstein. It's,
you're thinking Pelosi.
Pelosi. So, yeah. Pelosi. So they've been invited to all these, IPOs. And basically, as a direct result of the IPOs, I think they went from like an individual family worth of $3 million to like 200. You know what I'm saying? Like how? So for me, like you're pointing it out, and you're like, okay, you got Hunter Biden being a piece of shit, but this isn't illegal. It's like, for me, I think all these motherfuckers are doing it. I think that's why there's no indictments. That's why I think there's no follow-up. That's why I think they're not banging their hands on the table saying, this is corrupt and this is evil. You are using your clout and influence in order to make tens of millions of dollars to the benefit of your personal family. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit and you should be barred from office. The reason why they're not doing that is because they're doing that with their fucking kids.
Right. Well, I think they are doing that. They're just doing it when it's the opposition. I just think it's interesting that the one guy who has been investigated 4 times and is now going to be investigated again was never a member of the United States government. And the amount of money he made, or potentially off his nepotism and corruption, is a fraction of what Jared Kushner's raking in. And he was a member of the United States government under the Trump administration. So it's just the asymmetry is frustrating. But and I know we've only got about 10 minutes, but the only thing I wanted to do here, and we may have time later or another day to go into deeper details, and I don't know if you resolved any of this with Destiny, so it may very well be that I'm just kind of...
Dude, we can run this back. Like, I figured you and me fucking vibe. Crowdsource Politics is in chat. I have a feeling that you and him would probably vibe too.
He's a good dude. Yeah. Cypher. Yeah, he's a good.
Yeah.
He's solid
so
dude.
I mean, we could run this back, 1, because we didn't get to talk as much as we wanted to talk about, and then 2, we should probably do like a pop culture nerd day. So yeah.
Yeah. No. So 100%. Well, then why don't we do this? Because I really do want to give it the attention it deserves. Would you mind if we revisit that?
We can run it now and we can run it later. I don't care. Just keep it in a notepad somewhere.
Yeah, I do. I've got it in a notepad, as a matter of fact, because I want to see. The other thing is, I don't know about you. Maybe you've done this on the Twitter file story so many times, but it's so easy to like lose track of like details and dates, and I get really sick and tired of doing that because like I'll catch myself like, well, the FBI had the laptop for 6 months. Actually, no, they had it for X number of years. Like, and it's me. And actually, this shit isn't just clerical. It's really important in establishing timelines and kind of illuminating all this stuff.
I have a pretty solid understanding of the timeline at this point because I was grilled on it super fucking hard.
Gotcha. When you say run it back, so again, like you have an obligation in 10 minutes, don't you?
Yeah, but I can still, if you wanted to say, hey, this is the part of the timeline that kind of fucking gets my noggin jogging, what do you think about that? Like, I don't care.
Well, let me say this then, because it'll also give you time to think about it and kind of respond here. So a couple of things. So you getting to the premise of the Hunter Biden laptop story, which I know we've talked about this before, but actually, no, I'll go with the more relevant stuff. So the thing about, you mentioned Elvis Chan earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You do know that Elvis Chan did testify under oath that he had no idea that the laptop was in the possession of the FBI. Do you buy that or you don't buy that?
No, I think it's entirely possible, but then this is where information siloing and it getting segmented and of being um the intention of being what do you call it, like non-biased, ends up being worse. So there was a whistleblower in the FBI talks to a Republican. I'll have the article. It's a part of my response or whatever. But basically, let me give you the most charitable narrative I possibly can. Okay, this is my most
Sure.
charitable narrative. So my most charitable narrative is it's October of the previous year, before the election, and the FBI receives a laptop, and basically they do
December.
they do preliminary
Yeah.
digital forensics on it, and they see that it's been tampered with after the files have been loaded. So they, according to like people who are trying to like verify the authenticity of the laptop, like they say like, hey, there's a bunch of fingerprints in here. Like it could have been the shop owner, it could be people who like hacked it. We don't know, we don't get it, we don't understand who's who, what's what. We don't know what's real and what's not, and we can corroborate XYZ information, but we can't corroborate ABC. Okay.
Well, see, so hang on, I want to stop you right there because
Yeah.
that's really important. See, I don't if you've got the source about whatever preliminary investigation the FBI did with the laptop, I'd love to have it because in the months that I've been looking at this, I found no relevant information about what the FBI has or hasn't done with the laptop because what you just said, as far as I know, that was from independent forensic analysis done by the Washington Post. The Washington Post hired 2 forensic analysts, and they determined from a copy of a hard drive they received from a Republican operative that there were additions or modifications to that copy of the hard drive after it was surrendered by Hunter Biden. So as far as I know, that wasn't done by the FBI. That was done by the press investigating it with forensic analysts.
Well,
That,
and
hey,
for me, that's almost worse, because this gets to my next charitable moment. Okay.
okay.
So let's say the FBI receives it, they take a look at it, they're like, we can't make fucking heads or tails of it, all right? Then this is from like an FBI whistleblower. You can just Google like FBI whistleblower Hunter Biden investigation or something like that. And a senator who's a Republican, of course he's biased. Of course he could say this just for shits and gigs, right? But he basically says that an FBI whistleblower called him directly and said, hey, we were told to bury the FBI Hunter Biden investigation and to not prioritize it because we would not be responsible for another kerfuffle like 2016. Where, if you remember, I forget if it's like James Comey or Mueller or whatever, whoever fucking announced that they were going to reopen the investigation into Hillary's fucking emails like 2 months before the election or some shit, right?
So 2 weeks.
Yeah, so the FBI was like, we're 1 year out, we're less than a year out. We are having no fucking impact on this shit. So we're doing that. That's not a pro for Trump, and that's technically not a pro for Biden. That's them saying, we don't want to fuck with this shit until we know it's not going to blow up on us. Now, to me, that technically favors like Biden a little bit, but I still think like a sober, reasonable, politically minded middle manager at the FBI could make that decision while actually having no preference over Trump or Biden, right? So with that second charitable thing done, so the FBI says, well, we're the only ones with a copy of the laptop. There was a January hack of Burisma, so it's entirely possible that between Trump focusing on Hunter as a point of corruption publicly, in the January hack of Burisma, there will be a Russian disinformation campaign leading up to the election that is based off of credible information completely unrelated to the laptop. Okay? And they could disseminate that information to Elvis Chan without Elvis Chan having any knowledge that the fucking laptop exists or it's in the FBI's possession. Okay? Then Elvis Chan running with the ball, just saying like, hey, Burisma got hacked. Trump talked a lot of shit about Hunter. We're going to, war game and talk to all the social media companies and all this kind of shit, get them ready for a Russian disinfo campaign. It's almost like a weather-related event. It's like a hurricane. Before an election, somebody's going to try to do an information campaign in October, right?
October surprise, yeah.
Right. So they think it's going to be Hunter. They war game it. It ends up being Hunter. And then with Elvis Chan not being malevolent, but trying to follow through on his job, and with, the FBI kind of burying it, but not burying it because they like Trump, just because they didn't want to cause a political shitstorm before the election. All of that was done without malice. Okay, let's just presume that charitably. My fucking beef with all of this is by siloing information, burying an investigation that should have been investigated anyways, by trying to be non-biased, they ended up showing bias. And then on top of that, they have Jim Baker, who's a former FBI general counsel at Twitter, who is the person pushing for the FBI fucking story to be discredited. That's my fucking problem. If this was like a private organization and they had siloed off their information and all that kind of shit, whatever, who gives a fuck? But they literally have a former employee counseling the fucking Twitter in order to fucking basically make the story seem like bullshit.
But how would he know? I don't think Baker wasn't in the FBI's employ when Hunter Biden's laptop was seized, right?
I don't know the timeline for that. I would have to know the timeline for that. But here's the other thing about that shit, though. Fucking, he was one of the few people with a top secret clearance, and I do have to go literally in 60 seconds.
Sure.
And we can run this back. I don't give a shit. So I'm not trying to like spread disinfo and then run.
That's exactly what he's doing, Chad. Yeah. I fell for his trap. He suckered me into an MCU chat. No, go ahead.
So Jim Baker has, because he's one of the few people with top secret fucking clearance at the FBI, he has a one-on-one meeting with the FBI like 2 weeks before the story drops. No civilian fucking Twitter employee is present. To me, I don't give a fuck if you're honest. That's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So like, you got to clear up the conflict of interest. You have to make the meetings transparent. You have to stop fucking doing it. Like, we need to fucking get off the pot or shit in it in regards to what we're going to do when it comes to criminal investigations of our politicians. So that's where I'm at.
Well, let's set some time aside in the next. I'd like to do it like within the next like 7 days, next week or so.
Sure.
And really hash this out, and then eventually we're gonna have a pop culture conversation. But I do want to address all this stuff.
Fair. All right, sounds good.
All right, buddy.
I'm gonna jump into the other call. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, buddy. Talk to you later.
Soon. And for those of y'all who don't know, that is Rumin8te. We are going to jump into the other call now. StreamYard. Counterpoints. Give me a second, chat.
Oh, there's Counterpoints now, so I'll just... What's
Rock
up?
How
you doing? Running audio here or Discord?
Just here. No Discord.
All right, beautiful.
Yeah, I'll just explain what to expect real quick. I'm going to put you all in the background on mute for like 10 minutes while we run an introduction. Then I'll come on by myself, just announce what the topic is and stuff. Then I got another little 30-second video. Then we'll come on and we'll all be there. Brief like minute introduction where you all are where people could find you. Then I'll read the topic. We'll do a 1 to 2 minute introduction on your thoughts on the topic. And then right before we jump into general debates, I'm going to announce that the Crucible's got some shows coming up, and then we'll just get into it. The only rules are abide by YouTube's terms of service. That means don't use the C word referring to a virus that we had to call it the pandemic. Talk about lockdowns. Don't really try not to say the term vaccine, jab, or something like that. I know it's stupid, but I didn't make it up. And then other than that, like racial slurs, homophobic slurs, stuff like that, they don't like that stuff on YouTube. So even if there's misogyny in your heart or bigotry in your heart, try your best to hold it until after the show. Other than that, the last hour of the show is going to be
also,
audience.
Please don't read the Unabomber manifesto.
Right, which we had up last week.
I'm going to have to write a new intro then.
Yeah, Kevin's shuffling his books around as we speak.
Kevin's like, okay, does the Oklahoma City bomber count? Or like, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But the last hour will be super chats we'll read. And the audience might be mean to you. They're mean to me. That's okay. And then we're also going to take call-ins. So that we're trying to get the audience to participate. So, but yeah, other than that, have fun. We purposely tried to invite people that have thick skin. So it's okay to like go at each other as long as it's within terms of service. And I think everyone here trusts that even if people are arguing and calling them names and stuff, you're not going to go home and cry or anything. Or if you are, you would have cried anyway. So who the hell cares? So. All right. Nice. I'm going to put you all in the background. Thank you.
I cry every day.
Really, thank you all. I really appreciate all of you being here. I really do. So see you all in a minute.
chat. I think you might still be able to hear me. So, gonna go back and thank the folks who gave us donos already. $5. I enjoy hearing you talk about a god themed being tied to thunder and try not to call him a low tier god. True, it was on the tip of my tongue. It just didn't quite get there. The Phoenix 215 asked Rumin8te if the Republicans are still the greatest threat to American democracy. We'll get into that next time for sure. Just remind me to ask him that next time. Appreciate your guys' donos. Obviously, I got bills to pay and shit, and next month is going to be a tight month. So any assistance is appreciated if you want to do super chats or donos or whatever. But I appreciate you. Got roughly 30 people in YouTube chat, 20 people over on Twitch. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. All right. Love you guys. Gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'll just go full cam while we're waiting for them to come back. I'll be listening to the synth rock and roll content. You guys don't have to. But how you doing tonight, chat? We're having a pretty good night so far. I like Rumin8te. CSP, Rumin8te, and I should have dry pop culture news segments together. I think we would have a certain niche. I think our select autisms blend very well together. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good to have I obviously love fighting. I love screaming. Kevin Logan and I do not like each other as far as I remember. But you know, I like having people that I can like vibe with and understand, and they understand me, and they're not constantly trying to, you know, be like, "Oh, you're a pussy or an idiot or a dumbass or a conspiracy theorist," and all that kind of shit. Like, I love that kind of shit. Like, I love fighting, but I also love, you know, talking to motherfuckers who like are actually trying to understand what I'm saying, and like I'm trying to understand what they're saying, and we're trying to like go through each other's thought processes and see if there's things that we can shore up. That's always good shit. And if you can have somebody in your corner like that, that can be like really, really, really valuable. So I'm a dumbass based. Like just like Alex Jones says is so Socrates said, if there's one thing that I know, it's that I know nothing. And then Alex Jones said, listen, Joe, I'm kind of a retard. And that's the great minds of our world, you know, coming together on the fact that everybody's kind of a fucking idiot. So assume that you're dumb, but then also be highly inquisitive and try to learn things all the time. So yeah. Yeah. Tase246. Don't know if that's my Tase. That could be a different Tase. Interesting to have a second Tase in the chat. Kevin Logan is not the nicest person in the world. You are absolutely correct. So yeah. So lots of drama in the ether. I can feel it. You know that You know that vibe where like you know, all the kindling, all the fuel underneath a forest is building up for years and years and years, and then it catches on fire. I have a feeling that Twitch poll and YouTube poll is about to catch on fire again. Butter says never heard of him. I can't wait to lolcow him. Hey, fucking go for it. If you want to jump over to his chat and like, obviously no brigading, doxing, whatever, but you know, I'm pretty sure you could get banned from that place almost instantaneously. I do like the MCU. I do like thinking deeply about shit that is built for teenagers and younger folk. I mean, that's what I do with 40K anyways, is I overthink about fucking little plastic men. What drama is happening now? So there's no specific drama happening right now, but oh damn, Christian, that's fucking brutal. No, so what drama is floating out there? So right now, I would say, not trying to like reveal too much, but it feels like Vosh. I'm releasing content soon. It feels like Vosh has been in a corner for so long. He of course can like do like React Andy shit and like debate like fucking 2 viewer fucking schizos until the stars burn out. But I feel like that's not good for his channel, and eventually he's gonna have to come out of hiding. So I think that Vosh and Xander Hall and Demon Mama, they can only play into their corners for so long. Shoe on head. I'm, you know, not trying to put her shit out there. There's nothing personal there, but she has like a backup Twitter account that she follows me and I follow her. She doesn't respond to me. She just fucking ghosts me. But basically there, she's like shit posting super fucking hard. So I think that what's going on is somebody paid her $50,000 a month in order to shut the fuck up. But I think she's itching to get back into the bullshit. So I think that she'll be back pretty soon too. So that's obviously more fuel for the fire. When it comes to Destiny, so Destiny, what? He had the Mr. Girl's article has to drop in the next couple of months. It has to drop in the next month or two, or else this motherfucker's just wasting all of our time. So that's going to come out. Destiny doesn't have any prime orbiters to milk right now. Kyla's not a lol cow. She's a fucking strong performer. She has her own brand. She has her own content, all that kind of stuff. So I don't see that bridge burning anytime soon. I think she'll be like a steady, strong orbiter for a long time because she can put up with his bullshit. You know, even if I want to backstab Destiny, which I'm not going to, I'm going to make like content about that. That's actually going to be my next video essay. I'm going to write an essay about like the dynamics of why people backstab him. And then I'm sure he's going to find a couple more schizos to be friends with. So Destiny is going to LA with Zerka on No Jumper. See, that'll be good memes, but I don't expect like any serious drama to come out of that. So Vosh tore out his teeth and sacrificed an all-right sense of humor that was more popular years ago. Oof. Destiny's doing fine. It was worse than when the Orbiters were around. Phoenix, you say that shit, but like, he came onto the panel last night just because his chat was shit talking him for not doing any new politics stuff. So no, I think he's gonna get back into the drama and politics art. If you mean monetarily or attention wise, I think he'll be an interesting person until the day he dies. But like, I think the arcs are revving back up. You're gonna backstab for Destiny eventually. Everyone does. It's like unconscious. Yeah. So we'll give it 6 months. See if he backstabs me. I backstab him. I'm not trying. Like, I'm not going to. I will address it publicly and directly. Destiny is backstab because people in this space sucks ass. I also think there's a part of his personality that brings it out in people. I also think he kind of courts those kinds of people too. Zerka is currently talking to Destiny. Wince, Zerka got banned off of Twitch. Well, makes sense. All right, it's game time.
fantastic topic and panelists lined up for you. The question is, or more like the statement is, women should raise family and not try to sustain careers. So we'll have to ask ourselves and see what's answered by the end of the show. Are you better off having a woman that will procreate and raise children with you, or a female CEO? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back with our guest.
Theodore Roosevelt once said, "The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best, if he wins, knows the thrills of high achievement, and if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly."
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're excited to have this panel going tonight. I think it's going to be a great one. Without further ado, I say we jump right in. We're going to give everyone about a minute to introduce themselves. So let's start up on the top left. Rachel, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little about you.
Hey, everybody. It's Rachel Wilson, aka the Crucible's wife. I am a frequent debater here on the Crucible. I also have a book I wrote called Occultism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. You can Amazon. And this is kind of my jam, talking about like the role of women and feminism and propaganda therein and that sort of thing. I'm interested to hear what everybody's got to say tonight, but most of you guys watching know me, so let's do it.
All right. Thanks so much for being here, Rachel. Next, we have a friend was unable to make it last week, but generously agreed to come back today. Looking forward to hearing from him and not screaming at him the whole time like when I'm on panels with him. Thanks so much for being here, Kevin Logan.
Yes, hello there. I'm Kevin Logan. The SJW your parents warned you about. Definitely. Yeah, leftist from the UK. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube and all the rest of it. I have not written a book called Occult Feminism, but I am interested in that book. Definitely.
All right. Thanks so much. Next, we'll go to the top right. Oh, I was unaware that he had obtained lordship, but friend, a resident whiskey connoisseur, was helping me out with some purchases. An all-time great guy, Phil KOE. Thanks so much for being here.
Why, thank you, Rob Noir, for having me right here and the Crucible Network right here at the arena. It is a pleasure to join all of you this evening. And folks, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me, Phil KOE, at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is K as in King. O as in, oh my God, you can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. E as in, I'm extremely happy to know. You can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, where we're going through we're going through the Irish Whiskey Tournament right now. We always have the poem of the week. Let me know if there's some poem you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, you can find all of that at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I am really looking forward to getting into this topic with all of you beautiful people. Rob, thank you, and all of you Aftershock, thank you for having me on. And folks, ladies, gentlemen, everyone within the sound of my voice, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Thank you, Phil. Always more exciting than anyone deserves. So we really appreciate it. Next, in the center left, a veteran, if you will, of panel discussions and discussions online. Always enjoy talking to her. Thank you so much for being here, Stardust.
Thank you. I'm Stardust. Thank you, Lord Phil KOE, for blowing my fucking ears out.
Literally.
Yeah, maybe turn your gain down a little bit. You can find
Turn my gain up? Okay.
Turn it down. Turn it down. I'm Stardust. You can find me on youtube.com/StardustStreams or twitch.tv/Stardust. Or for all of my links.fromstardust.net. I cover politics, interpersonal drama, social issues, popular culture, all of the above. And if you like to watch really strange people on the internet, like a man who wanted to be a dog, I guess, and dressed like a dog, I guess, come check out my channel. It was really strange. I don't know why I watched that, but we watched it the other day. So
All right. Thanks so much for being here, Stardust. Next, in the center, as he usually is, my friend Counterpoints. I was up until the wee hours of the morning last night. He also has a panel show that was great. I was happy to be part of yesterday. Thank you so much for being here, Counterpoints.
My very sincere pleasure. Happy to be here. I am. Oh shit.
Oh, it was brilliant too.
Oh, sorry about that.
There you
Pro
go.
streamer over here. So, yeah, so very happy to be here. Thank you for having me, Rob. And basically, my main content, unfortunately, 95% of my channel views are Warhammer 40,000 lore breakdowns based off of the animated TV series that are coming out. So, if you're into Warhammer 40,000, you want a little bit of lore, you want a little bit of, mixing the real world and science fiction into a potent, interesting 20-minute segment, then go ahead and check that stuff out. And then if you want to check out my political content, my debates, my panel shows, all that kind of stuff, go to Counterpoints Coliseum. That's where I post all of my stream VODs. And then we're also doing a little bit of essays here and there. But very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right. And last but not least, on the bottom right there, resident lefty here at the Crucible. You all know him. Throw tomato cans because a regular tomato's not good enough for him when he speaks. But someone I enjoy interacting with, always brings a lot of entertainment to the panels. Thank you so much for being here, Synth.
How's it going, Rob? Yeah, I'm Synth. My name is spelled the way it's on the screen. I've got a YouTube channel under the same name. Cool flag, by the way, Kevin. Really cool flag. I'm here to bravely defend the rights of women to not do stuff they don't want to do.
Your mic sucks, Cindy.
Yeah, your mic, it's cracking a little and it's a little low.
It does?
Yeah, see if you can fix that.
I'm seeing connection issues on other people's ends, so I'm guessing it's on
sound
my end.
you sound like you're talking to us through a microwave.
Yeah, yeah. Like the first ever Call of Duty chat room. Like it's kind of how you're sounding. So.
All right, new topic.
Except through a microwave.
Sound like we'll start with it now. So what we're gonna do is we'll give a minute first I want to adjust people so they make more sense. I think Rachel's firmly on the right. Kevin would probably be furthest on the left. Let's do that. So we're gonna get right into the topic. Everyone has a minute to 2 minutes to kind of give their opening thoughts on the topic, and then we'll get everyone into it. Reminder to the audience: you see a link pinned up there for dono.chat. You could also put super chats into YouTube. The final hour of this show will be audience participation. We want to hear what the audience has to say, so feel free to get those super chats in to ask questions. We will get to them all. Also, you will see the mods in the YouTube chat. We'll be putting a link to the Crucible's Discord. You can get on there, and they will get into the voice channel there. They'll get you into the live stream, so you'll be able to do call-ins. We'll take audience call-ins in the final hour of the show. So the topic is very simple. You all can take it whichever direction you want. The topic is women should raise families, not focus on careers. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? We're going to start in the order we have now. Let's go to the top left with Synth. You have about a minute. Go ahead.
Sure. Is my audio any better now, or is it just the same?
Nope,
is it
just
as bad?
shit
Just
leftist
as bad?
audio as usual.
Shit.
Yeah.
Leftist audio, yeah.
Communist
Kind of
propaganda.
sounds like when you're not in all the way.
Say again?
Kind of sounds like you're not
It kind
plugged
of
in all
sounds
the
like
way.
when your mic's not quite plugged in all the way.
Is
Yeah.
this helping at all? Is there any audio difference? No.
Well, here's what we'll do. We'll go to
Live
Stardust.
audio
We'll come to you last. You can monkey around. So Stardust,
Yeah, let's-
why don't you go ahead? Minute opening statement in the topic.
Okay. Glad to see we have typical leftist audio, really shitty, and really typical right-wing audio as well. Way too loud. Nobody wants to hear you. I
resemble
going to
that
start
remark.
off by saying I don't think anyone would disagree that raising a family and having kids is important, but women have always been in the workplace for centuries and have had the ability to both partake in families and in their work. The only difference now is that women now occupy different jobs in industries that they were not typically in or allowed to be in. In my opinion, there are going to be hiccups with that. There are going to be obstacles when women are entering these industries that they were typically barred from before. But I think we should aim for a society where women and men can successfully work and as well balance their families. If women want the choice to stay at home and make raising their families their entire focus, that's fine. That's their choice. But I think that they should have the ability to pursue their passions outside in addition if they want as well.
Okay. Next, let's go to Lord Phil KOE. Go ahead. You have a minute.
Well, thank you. This is an instance where should somebody do something? That's always kind of a tricky question because 9 times out of 10, whenever you're giving somebody a should, it's usually just your own personal opinion. But there is a reality here of when you do have a child. Now, having a child is not the fate or destiny of every woman. But when you do have a child, this is something that has not been getting through to enough parents in our modern era. It really isn't about you anymore. It's really not. And your priority, the first priority has to be the child. And so, the idea that, yes, you can juggle raising a family and having career. I've seen it many, many times. But if the career is taking precedence over the child, you don't have your priorities straight, just straight up. And there's going to be some people, you're going to hear a really interesting invocation of fairness a lot throughout tonight. Well, this isn't fair. That's not fair. This shouldn't. Well, first of all, life isn't fair. And second of all, when you do have a kid, it's really not about you anymore. And you got to have your priorities straight. And so, like I always say, fairness is a word that we invented so that idiots and children can participate in debates. There is no fair. You can't fill up a bucket of fair. So when you hear that tonight, keep that in mind. But no, people should be free to pursue their careers, pursue their families and all, but your children need to be the first priority always. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
All right. Thanks so much. Next, let's go over to Kevin Logan. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes. I firstly reject the paradigm that's being set up in the topic question. I don't think that these two things are mutually exclusive or need to be treated as such. There are ways in which individual family setups and societies can accommodate both child rearing and allowing people to pursue careers or interests or whatever. And then secondly, historically speaking, I think that Stardust alluded to this, historically speaking, very few women have ever had the comfortable setup to be able to be stay-at-home mothers exclusively. Women have worked and will continue to work throughout human history. It would be ridiculous to say that 45 to 50% of the population need to not participate in the workplace because of child rearing. That's ridiculous. And yeah, like I say, there are ways, and actually I'd push back a little bit on what Phil said about the idea that fairness isn't 100% achievable, so therefore why should we give a fuck? That's a really ridiculous notion which would get us absolutely nowhere. There are things that we can do as a society to accommodate both of these things. They're not enemies, they can be friends.
All right, thanks so much. Let's go, Synth. Can we see if your mic's working yet? We'll go back to you. Got a minute? Go ahead. I don't hear anything.
We can't hear you.
That's
Synth.
even worse.
Now, in fairness, this is the best Synth has ever sounded. So
I was about to say.
let it go. Now, we don't hear any sound at all now, Synth. So keep working on that. We'll go
No
to
good, Connie.
Counterpoints. Go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah, so I do think that child rearing and the next generation is probably the most important thing that we do societally. I don't like the Reagan conservatarian, whatever, do whatever you want, and we're just going to slash the social safety net, so fuck families and all that kind of shit. I do think that like wages should be living wages, that you should be able to support your wife, particularly when she's pregnant, particularly when she's raising the children before they're of school age. And then when it comes to them being of school age, that's actually kind of the thing where I want to push back on conservatives, because a lot of conservative women are catching a lot of shit over the past couple of years. And the trend that I've noticed is that unless they're barefoot and pregnant and in the household, instead of talking about politics online, then they're basically viewed as failing in their role. I think that's fucked up. The reason why is because there's a few years where you can date before having children, figure yourself out as a person, build relationships, build rapport, begin your career and your skill sets and all that kind of stuff. And then even if you're pregnant and barefoot for like, a decade while you're raising a few kids, there's still decades of life left. And you should at least be socially productive, if not economically productive. So I do think that it's stupid of conservatives to expect women to just get pregnant one time and then to just stay at home dusting and cooking for the rest of their lives. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Synth, can you say something? We'll see if you're working here now.
It's not going to be working.
Holy shit. You're
Oh,
loud
wait,
as
you can hear me?
shit now. We can hear
Oh,
the
shit.
fan 2 rooms
Oh,
away
shit.
even.
Oh God! All right, let's
Much
figure.
better. You have right.
How about that? Is that not
audio
blasting
right
your
now.
ears?
It's
So
a
not
little
blasphemy.
blasty. It's a little blasty.
How about like that? How about that?
Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So it's my turn to
Yes,
say stuff,
please.
right? All right. All right. Yeah. I think that I primarily just agree with Logan and I guess Counterpoints as well for that matter. I think I didn't hear what Stardust says. I think I was out of the room for that. But yeah, it's up to people what they want to do with their own lives. If you want people to have the best lives possible, we should hold to a principle that's John Stuart Mill called it the harm principle, which is just don't regulate what people want to do on an individual level unless they're impacting someone else. Let people mostly do what they want to do. That's the core of my position is just let people do whichever one they want. If a man wants to stay at home or go do work somewhere, then I think whichever one he finds more preferable is going to be the one that's better on average. The same is true for any other gender.
So great to hear that opening statement. Finally hear from Sid. I do think the fact that you refused to listen to the only woman that had spoken so far belies your statement there. But anyways, what it is. Last but not least,
Exposed.
Rachel, go ahead. You got a minute or so for the opening statement.
I feel like Counterpoints has been listening to me just a smidge. I'll just say that. Very good, Connor. I liked it. So the first thing we got to do is frame this correctly. We're not talking about legally preventing women from leaving the house. We're not talking about forced birth or anything like that. We're talking about social influence and how we kind of reward or discourage behaviors based on kind of what's acceptable in society and the role of things like propaganda to influence people in different directions socially, right? That's what we're kind of talking about here, because this wasn't a question until about 100 years ago when women got the vote and feminism became kind of the default worldview in the country, and the media and the academic institutions and the corporations all pushed this idea. They pushed the idea of women joining the workforce en masse for a couple of reasons. Yes, there are some religious and ideological reasons that I talk a lot about in my book. There's also financial and political motivations for this. It doubled the tax base for the government to push a large number of women into the workforce in a very short amount of time. Did not happen until after 1913 for a reason, if you guys know what happened to with income tax and the Federal Reserve. Then we also have corporations love this. They get a lot cheaper, much more labor. They get the women out of the home and into an office building working, and they've got a much larger labor pool, and it kind of drives down. For instance, we went from having an economy where you could have a single income and support a family. Prior to now, it was that way for a long, long, long time. After 1970, when women started joining the workforce in large, even after having children, we saw wages go down and stagnate, and they've kind of been there ever since. I'm 42 years old, and wages have not hardly moved from high school, which is pretty. But I think that to incentivize or disincentivize behavior, we have to think about a couple things. Number one is women most. I know I'm not like I'm very atypical for a woman in a lot of ways, but most women have a biological imperative to be mothers and reproduce. It's what they pursue. This throughout 95% of history, it's what they've done. And even after birth control, most women become mothers, right? And then we have to think about the fact that, like Connor said, women have different phases of life. It's not like you can never work or you must always stay home. I'm primarily concerned with motherhood as an institution. Cynthia, your keyboard's really loud. Because we're seeing the birth rates drop like rocks right now, and we are 7 years from now in 2030. Over half of women of childbearing single and childless because they're career focused. That's what we're looking at within 7 years from now, and I think that could be catastrophic for humanity. So
okay,
that's my opinion.
Thank you for that, Rachel. Your connection's coming in and out a little. Just to let you know, I don't know if there's anything that you could do with that, but it doesn't sound like just your mic. It might be your connection. Before we get into the general debate, just a couple things I wanted to say. Remember, see the link that's pinned at the top. Donate to dono.chat. Get your super chats in that will be read at the end of the show, or get your super chats in on YouTube. We will make sure the panelists get a chance to respond to all that. Also, wanted to announce that Monday, Andrew is going to be doing an 8-hour our super show again this Monday, like last Monday. Last Monday was phenomenal. We got to see the creation of Shop debating in his epic debate with Paj and a bunch of other great stuff. So tune in to the Crucible Monday for Andrew Wilson's super show. That's going to be 8 hours. Also, the Crucible is now putting members only content up. Some of that content's already there, and there is going to be more coming. So remember, subscribe to the Crucible on YouTube and get access to that exclusive content. And with that, we'll go to general debate. Go ahead.
Rebel.
Phil,
All
can I
of
ask
you
you
are
a question
wrong.
really quick?
I'm completely correct. What was your question?
I want to ask you a question really quick. I heard you and one other person on the panel, Rachel, mention unless I didn't hear somebody else saying it as well, mentioned that kids should be the kind of the primary concern here. Do you think that your prescriptions for women staying at home would only apply to fertile women, or do you also think they apply to infertile women?
Well, I did say that having children is not the fate of every woman. Some will, some won't. But when you do have a kid, it's really not about you anymore. It's really what's best for the kid. So there's plenty of, and also for the case of single parents, many single parents that do have to accept a not as good or prestigious or well-paying job because it works with their schedule around their child. That is somebody that has their priorities straight. Okay, but like if you're like basically letting nannies and like your grandma and aunts raise the kid because you're out, like you don't have your priorities straight at that point, to be frank.
So for like your prescriptions about women staying at home would only really apply to women with kids, you're saying, right?
Yeah, I will jump in.
I'll go for it. I guess yeah, women who have kids can have jobs, but their priority always has to be their children. Like I don't see, those two don't.
You seem like you come from a very comfortable place where you think that's an option for mothers.
Well, that's what I said. Like with single moms, they sometimes do have to make really big concessions. And in life, whether we like it or not, in life, everything is a compromise. So you're going to have to find some sort of compromise where you can still keep the kid as the top priority.
Well, exactly, yeah. But look, I mean, the point I would make is that we as societies could create, say, social safety nets whereby parents can actually look after their kids. In America, I'm led to believe that maternity and paternity leave in the early years is pathetic to non-existent in most places. That's, I mean, just a massive own goal on every level for the future and for the present. There are things that we can do to mitigate the false paradigm here of either work or kids. I don't see how we can't make it so that kids are the priority and that you don't have to worry about being put into financial penury because you've had a kid, you know?
Well, I mean, if you're waiting until you can afford to have kids or the state's going to make it affordable to have kids, that's a great way to just never have kids because you're never going to be able to afford kids. You just have them and dive right in because, yeah, like Connor, you've got a couple of kids. Could you afford them when you had them? Were they affordable at the time you had them? No, you couldn't afford the first one. And like a dumb, you had more of them.
They're still not affordable.
Okay, but you can make.
So I'm sorry, if you're waiting for the state to make it affordable to have kids, that's just a really shit solution.
It doesn't have to be. But
this isn't even about making it affordable to have kids,
Okay,
right?
calm down, Rush Limbaugh.
We all know.
Get you nowhere, madam.
We all know that nobody is ever ready for kids, right? They just have them. They end up having them, right? Nobody is ever really ready. But things like social safety nets can help, especially when it comes to paternity leave, when it comes to maternity leave, right? These are things that can help and recenter our values around raising kids.
Well, I think this is where like the right is not going to be like stereotypical, like probably in this panel where we're like, no, Reaganism, fuck the poor, like get back to work, go stand behind the clerk while go stand behind the 7-Eleven while the baby's falling out of your fucking uterus. Like you're not going to get that shit from me. So basically, like what I think really should be done is like an optimization. Because when you look at from the right-wing concern is that we're going to lose a shitload of economic productivity. People are going to dive into perverse incentives. If you make the welfare programs or the social assistance programs too generous, yeah, you could incentivize behavior that you want, but you're going to incentivize a whole bunch of behavior that you don't want, of people abusing the system, taking advantage of the system, all that kind of shit. So it really comes down to that fine balance. And then also, like, if I was to try to take issue with what some of you guys said, it's basically the like I heard it from Phil, and I heard it from Kevin, and I heard it from Sent, of like let people make their choices. But what I think Rachel and I are going to agree on is that there are like social implications for this, where if you're not having enough kids, then you have to rely on immigration for tax bases. If you're relying on immigration for tax bases, there's going to be multicultural conflicts. If there's multicultural conflicts and there's not a tax like system set up intelligently, then you're going to create these perverse incentives because you're not being intelligent about your policy, and before you know it, you're going to totally fuck up society.
Counterpoints, you've hit on a point there that I think a lot of people could agree with if you analyse it properly, and I think belies a point that Rachel was making when she pointed out that wages have been stagnant since the 70s, etc., etc. And that word is Reaganomics. Reaganomics is ultimately the downfall in so many ways in the situation. America was an enormously prosperous nation
so silly.
when it had
that is so silly.
When it had a sensible taxation policy. When it had a sensible way of approaching things, where not everything was just financialized to the point of nothing else mattering.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, a lot of you are stuck in this right-left paradigm. You're turning it into like, oh, we should have Rush Limbaugh Reagan economics, and we should have like far socialist economics. It's not really. I don't fall into that right-left trap of thinking
do want
that
socialist
the
economics,
Republicans and the
but at
Democrats.
no point have I argued for that in this conversation. At no point have I mentioned anything to do with socialism in this
Well,
conversation.
for you to say that Reaganomics
We could just feel
is
it.
part of the problem is ridiculous.
We're going off of vibes.
It's ridiculous. It's completely beside the point. It doesn't matter if you have a red elephant
economics is
guy in
beside the
office
point.
or a blue donkey person in office. I'm telling you that the problem began prior to Reaganomics. I'm not saying I like Reaganomics.
No, that's not true.
I'm saying you're sidestepping the whole issue. So we don't want to create a system where, we'll send all the women to work so that they can be mothers. And what we'll do is just have this big
Who's talking about
safety net, all these programs, and we'll put the
who's
kids in
saying
daycare, and we'll pay for
anyone
the
anywhere?
Listen, hold on a second. You can't.
Ross Perot was in
This is-
92.
what?
I'm not sending people to work.
What?
You don't work, you're going to come work for me. Yeah, when you said who's talking about Senate, well, in 92, Ross Perot was talking about that shit.
Well, you're being shitty
I'm
towards unemployed people is a
saying
slightly
this is
different
the
matter.
side-
No
I'm
one's
saying
saying
by
that we should
pushing-
force women to work. No, that's not
By
the point.
pushing all the
Having the
women-
option.
Just
Go ahead, Rachel.
There-
Finish your-
I am saying that you are creating a problem that you don't need to create by trying to incentivize moms to work. Not incentivize. We should have the type of society and economy where the men are the breadwinners and they focus on work and product. Why? When men suited to it, they're more inclined to those sort of things. Men care about stuff and things and, technology. Women
Men
care about
about
people,
stuff and things.
emotions.
What does that mean?
Trying to, as a mother of five, I'm telling you, when you guys say we should have the mothers work care and we'll pay for pros and all that, you're talking about women that have one, maybe two kids. There's no way you could actually create a system where we can have large families and then send all others off to work. It's ridiculous. You're thinking in a current paradigm of the last 20, 30, 40 years. You need to think bigger.
I want to piggyback off that.
Outside of how to
can somebody on the left get a chance to respond really quick?
Let's
either the lefties.
Respond, then we'll go to Phil. That sounds reasonable.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. With wage stagnation, if you want to take it's absolutely the case that we can link that back to Reaganomics. I do want to correct one thing. This isn't a real correction. It's just that the thing that Logan said is that wages have stagnated, right? It's actually the case that just the bottom 90% of society's wages have stagnated. The top 10% have grown far, far richer, right? The wage stagnation did begin under Reagan. Previously, wages tracked relatively well with things like productivity or metrics of productivity. And the split in sort of wage stagnation does come in the mid 80s when Reagan was in office in the U.S. So if you want to take a look at wage stagnation, it's going to be absolutely the case that Reagan is Reagan's responsible for that.
If I may, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, that's so kind of you. What I was going to say is, because I was thinking about this earlier today in the grain mill, because you have that time, you got the earbuds in, and you're kind of blocking out the noises, thinking, okay, if you're going to distill this to its most base, to its most raw core, to the very essence of it, and you were going to sum up what is the duty of a father in 1 to 3 words, what I would say is to protect and provide. That's no, that was 4. But protect and provide, and even then, protection is something you can provide. So to distill it to one word would be provide. And then for a mother, if you're going to distill it to one word at some point in your discussion of what are the duties that a mother has their child, the word care is going to come out of your mouth at some point. And that is like, I'm sorry, that's just...
Is that the level of discussion we're at? We're reducing these things
well,
down to
well,
one
if you're going to
fucking
go
word.
to its most... when you realize that that's the base, that's literally the core of the earth of both duties, then you can work back out from there.
According to you, there are lots of situations in which that wouldn't be the case. And allowing people the opportunity to have what you might consider an unconventional family.
Well, there can be certainly many of them, but when you break it down, like even in a relationship where, like, say, a woman's earning more, just having your husband around can be seen as an extra level of security. So in that moment, you're providing protection. And so, like, so when you're talking about, yes, a man has to provide for his family, a woman mother has to care for her children, and that is the most primary duty. If you're bringing it down to its most, and even if you were to go to like let's say a homosexual relationship, like let's use that as an example, for a gay couple or a lesbian couple. If there's an instance where a kid gets beat up by a bully in the schoolyard, there's going to be one parent that wants to immediately embrace the child, and there's going to be one parent that immediately wants to go cracking skulls. Now, which parent that is actually isn't going to be apparent to you, but that's just whether we like it. Like those two things are that yin and yang is needed in the raising of
like
regardless of who's.
I mean,
I feel like there are plenty of
providing care and providing, sustenance.
I think you'd
or whatever.
be surprised at
be
which.
A mix. You don't have to separate it to the sexes or whatever.
I think you'd be surprised at which parent is doing which, Phil. Like there are plenty of cases where mom would go cracking skulls if she could, right? So
and big old Arnold Schwarzenegger arms like, come here, I will hold your child. Yes.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
there are many times I'll totally grant that, but if the kid's not getting that in their life, in that yin and yang structure, and yes, there can be the mother that provides and the father that cares. I'll totally grant that if that's what makes you happy in this life. Then yes, totally go for it.
Exactly.
But,
it's the fact
that
what
I'm saying is,
work and that we have to allow opportunities
but
for that to
at
work.
the end of the day, a mother...
Rather
a child needs a mother's care. And if you can't provide it, like I said in my opening statement, your priorities still aren't straight. It can be unfortunate. You cannot like it. You could say, but your priorities have to be the kid first.
Exactly, yeah. But the thing is, trying to apply a one-size-fits-all, man goes to work, woman stays at home situation doesn't work.
I just said there are exceptions to that, and there are times where when you're asking what is optimal for the children over the last 10,000 years, this is shown to be pretty good.
I think what we know is optimal for children is a 2-parent household, right? We know that a 2-parent household is optimal for children.
Well,
but,
2 or more,
well, we don't have the data on 2 or more, right? But we do have the data on 2. We could. We do have the
just
data
ask
on
God's own Utah.
Okay, we do have the data on 2-parent households tend to deliver better results across the board, right? But that doesn't say anything about what role the mother plays or what role the father plays. And I would say that we can still have a 2-parent household. We should have the ability to have a 2-parent household where where both parties can go out and work and still have enough time to raise their families and give time to their families, and that we have policies in place that allow men and women to have paternity and maternity leave.
Now, I want to add one more thing because there was a thing talking about why should the genders or why should the sexes have these certain roles, whether we like it or not. Here in the United States, I can't speak for the UK, but here in the United States, every single 51 of the state's Department of Health and Human Services absolutely agrees with me with the notion that a man's duty is to provide. Because just ask any man that's gone through child courts and have to pay child support, like it or not, the law says a man's duty is to provide for his children. Like it or not, we can argue and we can yell till the cows come home, but this is the way it is from Maine to Spain with a choo-choo train.
Can I just say, actually, I'm not that I'm necessarily an expert, but having listened to people who are, all 50 states agree actually that it's the person who has the non-primary role of child rearing that has to then pay alimony. So there are perfectly reasonable instances where the man would have 51% care of the child and the woman would have to pay for the raising of that child. So that's just a second. And secondly, just to push back on the idea that this is natural
Spend
and
some
normal.
time in family court and then see if you still have that to say.
The nuclear family has not been around for tens of thousands.
No, you don't even know what my opinion is, and you're not helping my side, so I'm a little frustrated. Listen, nobody even addressed the fact that this whole the man can stay home, the mom can go to work, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, say it in a silly voice. That makes sense.
This is in your fantasy world where people only have 1 or 2 kids. When you're a mother and you have 3, 4, 5 kids,
most people have 1 or 2 kids.
That's a problem. The birth rate is well below replacement in almost every country on Earth. Do you know that?
No, that's not true.
People need to get out there and start fucking. I'm sorry.
Can I really quickly? I want to correct something. I'm going crazy because it's a stats issue, right? No, it is not the case that the replacement rate is. It's not the case that the birth rate's below replacement in every single country. What you're alluding to, Rachel, is that the birth rates are going down in every single country. They're above replacement in a lot of countries. I believe it's most of them. They're still above replacement. Replacement is just like it's just going to be 2.0.
It just passed. It just.
No, it's 2.01 in countries where it's 2.01 in countries where rates of death are very low.
We got to get back to 2.5, the classic 2.5 kids.
No, all the first world countries are like at 1.43, 1.6.
Yes,
1.7.
they are lower. Yes, other countries are higher. I agree. The first world countries are very low birth rates.
Get to fucking already. Come on.
Look, this is a statistic I know quite well. There's only some places in India and East Africa that are still actually above replacement. Almost every other place is
did you lie to us? You know that you knew this. You knew the thing you were saying wasn't true when you said it.
Well, to be fair to her, she said most countries. She didn't say all. Right?
No, she said every single country.
I did not.
No, she was talking about every first world country.
She might have been talking about it, but she wasn't. Okay.
What I said.
Rachel,
what I said was almost all the countries are at or below replacement.
Sam, I bet you were the guy that reminded the teacher of the homework in class.
She just said it again. She just said it again. All of them.
No, she said almost.
They're not even almost. They're not even almost below replacement, right? They are above replacement. There are plenty of countries that are above replacement, well above replacement, as in 2.5. It's very high.
Okay, you guys.
I could bring up the stats. I could go find them for you.
Yeah, your autism is showing.
Population collapse. We're looking at population collapse.
That was the joke Connor wanted to. Don't worry, Connor. I'll get in trouble.
I don't want to do a joke. I want to address this.
Shut the fuck up, for fuck's sake. We are looking at imminent population collapse in most of the world, and for the people who think that we can just import immigrants to solve this problem, the countries you're used to getting all your immigrants from, they are also below replacement. We're talking about Mexico, South America, lots of places in Asia, Europe, all below replacement for the most part. There are a couple of small exceptions, and that's it. We are looking at a population problem, and you cannot perpetuate the species having 1 to 1.5 children. So you guys with your fantasy land of we can just have a social safety net and send all the women to work, just on its face from that.
Nobody is saying send.
By the way,
Stop fucking
who's
lying
gonna
about
nurse
it.
the baby?
Ross
Have you guys ever tried pumping milk while you're working and having dad feed the baby?
Let's go to Counterpoints.
Wait.
one
We
cared
need
about Ross
maternity, right?
Okay, no,
We need-
just real quick. Stardust, we'll go to you next. Let's go to Counterpoints.
Yeah, I was about to say to push past this. Like, listen, I appreciate that autism. Listen, it's Saturday.
6.8. It's 6.8. Come on.
9 p.m. We all have autism. I get it. But what I want to point out is that this is the root of the problem. So I don't want to argue about whether or not it's 2.15 or 2.5 or something like that.
It's 6.8, dummy. It's wildly high. For the birth rate in several countries on Earth, it's 6.8 in Niger, it's 6 in Somalia, it's 5.8 in the Congo. She just lied. Your right-wing side is just lying, Counterpoints. It's wildly higher than 2. 6.8 is 6.8 is over 3 times the replacement rate.
Counterpoints, leave. You got 20 seconds to respond to his claim that you're lying, then we have to go to Counterpoints.
Okay, so, no, hold on. I just want everybody to take a fucking chill pill, okay? What you're talking about is sub-Saharan Africa. Places that are not as developed.
Parts of
Hold on,
East
Rachel,
Africa.
please let me finish.
I said
so,
that.
I love and respect women, but please let me finish. So basically, what we're talking about is we're talking about sub-Saharan Africa. We're talking about places that are industrializing. We're talking about places that are getting access to, condoms and all that kind of bullshit. So you're also seeing a trending down in those birth rates. So it only goes to show that probably in a century or two, they're probably going to be around 2. Most places are centering around 2.
UN says
No, you are dead wrong. Most countries are 2.1 or above. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making shit up. You're both just lying about stats. As of this year, 106 countries are 2.1 or above. You are dead wrong. Look it up. You're both lying.
How many of those countries have nukes?
The worldwide population.
Just curious, because that's the one that actually matters. That's the because it's the nuke-bearing
How many countries have nukes? Are you insane?
Out of those 106, how many of them have nukes?
Guys,
There are like 5 countries with nukes.
guys.
Wait. Let's give Counterpoints a chance to finish his thought. You kind of got sidetracked there, so please, Counterpoints.
Yeah, so basically, please, I'm trying to move us past this point, and if you look at demographic rates and if you look at all that stuff since industrialization for the past 200 years, you're lying if you don't see people dropping from basically a 10 per fucking child rate down to fucking 2.
Are you? Yeah, I would be lying if I said a thing I didn't say. Congrats, Counterpoints. I didn't say that. I explicitly said the birth rates in every single country are going down. Not that they're under 2.
This isn't the point.
You're insane. Your part of a point was projecting something into my mouth and then pretending I was lying about it.
Okay, let me know.
How many of those countries have a
I don't want
McDonald's?
anybody else to talk. Sin, just go ahead and talk for the next 5 minutes and let me know when you get it all out of your system so I can finish the point.
Spit it out.
Right.
How many of those
Spit it out.
countries have a
Don't interrupt me.
McDonald's?
Don't project an opinion onto me unless it's going to be correct. That's all I'm asking you for is don't
Can
straw
I-
man me.
This is a really weird,
No,
disproportionate
let me
level of
finish.
outrage.
Get at it.
Can
Okay.
I-
All right. Let me
Shut the
step
fuck up.
in.
I want to finish a goddamn point. Holy shit.
Let me say this real quick. The
Rebel!
point that Counterpoint is trying to make is, regardless of what the specific stat says, the greater point that Rachel was making is there is a trend downward in first world countries and across the world in birth rates. And so Counterpoint is saying, who gives a fuck what the exact number is? We're talking about that trend. That's what Counterpoint is trying to say.
Is
So go
it
ahead,
good? Okay, so here's the question that lefties could take the ball and run away with it if they wanted to. Most countries, as they're developing, carbon consumption goes up, which is correlated with fucking global warming and environmental catastrophes and, deforestation and all that kind of shit. So, is degrowth, where the populations are decreasing, but the human population is not at threat, is that a good thing or a bad thing? That's my fucking point. So, Synth, feel free to be fucking autistic at this point.
Then your point is completely fucking tangential, and you were both lying about the numbers. You both lied about the numbers, and now you want to pretend that it just doesn't matter what the numbers are. If the average birth rate, before you correct the record, if you want to, hold on. Degrowth is a bad thing. It's completely irrelevant.
Has it been a good tactic in your
Holy
life to call
shit.
people liars when they make
If
minor
you lie,
slips in
minor
their
mistakes,
language?
they aren't even admitting to have made a mistake. They're
And they say,
pretending
Rob,
she doesn't even admit it.
birth rates, it's being birth decline. Do you think that that's a good strategy in
It's
your
insane.
life? To call
It's
people
insane.
liars when you
She's
could
currently
clearly
saying
correct
she didn't make a
people.
mistake.
Rachel,
That's a
maybe
lie.
turn your gain up a
I
little
did
bit.
not make a mistake. I said
I do
in
need to turn my
most
gain
of the
up.
world except, and I said East Africa and India. I said that, and then you went, oh
You
my
said
gosh,
it after I
there's a
corrected
bunch of
you.
East Africa.
And then you
I'm like,
pretended
yeah.
your original claim wasn't wrong.
No,
No,
wait,
I said
Sin.
in most.
Sin.
All of you, look,
Sin.
Stardust,
Sin.
Phil, Counterpoints, and Rachel, go back and re-listen.
Sin, please. I'm more on your side here, but even I am acknowledging that Rachel said almost, right? She didn't say all.
Yes.
She said almost.
She's wrong on the almost claim. I'm saying most countries are above replacement
Oh my
for the
God.
40th time. You're not correct that almost all. Most of them aren't. Almost all of them aren't.
Regardless of that, we see a trend downwards, right? As Counterpoint said, as we see the industrialization,
A trend downward from 6.8 is not a birth rate
Shut the
slide.
fuck up! I'm gonna talk
people
now.
are so
Sin. I'm
insane.
gonna talk. Sin, I'm gonna talk. Sin,
Go ahead,
it's my
spit it out.
turn.
Spit it out.
It's my turn
Spit
to
it
talk.
out.
I've been waiting patiently.
Sin.
Mute
Bad
Sin.
tongue.
Go ahead.
Mute him.
They're muted. Go ahead, Stardust.
Okay. All right. What I was saying is that as countries get wealthy, yes, as countries get wealthy, we see the replacement rate going down. We see people having less children, right? That is true. You agree with that? Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch!
Then why are you repeating it?
Well,
You add nothing to the
I'm
discussion by repeating points other people have already said over and over again.
Point here, Sid.
Make your own, don't repeat.
You're such a fucking dumb fucking bitch, okay? Sorry.
Let's get 30 seconds, wrap up your point here. I'm sorry.
This is fun.
Okay. As we can all agree on that one point, right? And I think that it would be useful for us to say, like, okay, we're gonna continue to see countries around the world continue to become more wealthy. We're probably going to see these countries that become wealthy start to have less children, right? As we've seen that trend go happen, right? Is there a way that we can incentivize people to have more children without having to force women to completely give up their passions on the side, give up their work if they really feel like they're driven in their careers, right? Is there a way we can incentivize people and have a healthy economy and have people continuing to produce more children?
Rachel, go ahead.
You stupid fucking bitch, Sid!
Nothing you said added anything. You just rambled and added nothing to the discussion whatsoever, and you let somebody get away with blatantly lying. You've added nothing.
Like a screaming monkey. You're a screaming monkey.
You're a dumb fuck. You have no idea what you're talking about. You've never added anything of substance to any discussion. An orange hoodie. Oh, God forbid I wear an orange hoodie. Who cares? You've never in your life added anything to a discussion. No, holy shit. This is insane. This is insane.
As much as I like listening to centrist or lefties call each other names, it's starting to wear a little thin in this particular section. So, Rachel, would you like to respond? It looked like you wanted to say something.
Yes. So my whole point about bringing up the trending downward of birth rates over the last century is that for all of you who want these giant social safety nets, we have multiple studies. We have articles that I could put in the chat if Synth wants to derail the entire panel with them. But they're saying, look, we're not going to have enough population growth to sustain these safety nets, which is why you're seeing people pushing for stuff like euthanasia in Canada and Japan, because there's too much of an aging population, not enough youth and innovation to support these social safety nets. So no, you can't just create giant social safety nets and solve this problem with them.
Can I ask the question? Do you honestly
make family affordable on a single income? That's
do you honestly think that people? Do you honestly think people pushing for euthanasia are doing it because they want to kill old people?
No, they're doing it because we have an unsustainable situation where the elderly cannot, the massive growing population of elderly people, there's not enough young people to take care of them.
No, but that's, do you think people who push for euthanasia are so fucking insane?
To do with what women should do. Let's try to stay on track.
Are so insane.
Why would you bring it up, Rachel?
Yeah, it's a really weird point to throw in there. Like people.
No, I'm telling you that you guys think it's fine.
Euthanasia have nothing to do with. Let's get rid of old children per family. That's disgusting.
No,
I mean, that's what I think.
Try to listen.
Okay.
Why are 100% of people who support euthanasia don't want population decrease, but 100% of the people who want a population decrease do support euthanasia.
Okay, but like the people
Thank you, Phil. Thanks for the addition.
People pushing for euthanasia are like principal.
Well, that's better than anything you've babbled out of your mouth for the last 30 minutes.
Rachel, finish her point.
People don't let me talk.
I'm sorry, Rachel.
You talk a lot, Rachel. You talk a fucking lot.
You've been trying to monopolize the whole time.
Wait a minute.
Don't
She
be throwing
doesn't
that
talk
at
So
that
true,
much.
Phil. Yeah, so true.
20 fucking seconds to talk, you absolute
hear.
retards. Okay,
Let's
try
hear.
to pay attention and focus, Kevin.
Spit
You're
it out,
not going
please.
to have social safety nets if you don't have enough babies. You're going to end up with so many
True.
old people that there's not enough young people to take care of them, and that means people have to resort to
See, I'll
this
get
sort
out there
of
and
thing.
start fucking.
So what I'm saying is we need more than 1 or 2 babies per family. We need to create
Okay,
conditions
but
that
back to
allow
the-
for people to have larger families. That's my point.
Okay, but no, but again, you've just basically reiterated the point about with your weird euthanasia shit. No one is pushing for, or very few people are pushing for euthanasia on the basis that there are too many old people and not enough of a tax base to take care of them. The people who
It's
push for that
happening
are
in
like
Japan
principled,
right
decent human beings
now.
who want to push for
kinda
a
why.
different medical outcome, okay?
That's why. There was
might
just a
be
big
kinda why
article
they're
in the New
pushing
York
it,
Times
right?
about how Japan is talking about
Maybe a
a
little.
voluntary euthanasia program for the elderly because they don't have enough resources to take care of their
Okay, yeah,
giant
a
aging
voluntary,
population
okay.
because their birth rate's been so low.
This is just like
So I'm
illiteracy on
telling you,
tax policy. Like you have no idea what you're talking about.
consequence.
How do you think that Norway funds their social wealth programs?
By killing old people and burning
By
them for
having the
fuel.
American
True.
military
They
subsidize the
take
fact that they don't
they
have to
take
spend
the
as much money on a
big coal
military.
factory. They
Nice
shove
try,
the
Kevin.
shove the poor. They
It's
just shove the
NATO.
poor and the old
It's
people into the
NATO.
big coal mines. That's right,
NATO.
Rachel.
That's
No,
how.
the way that they
You know,
the way they fund
I,
them
for
is through
one,
social
don't
wealth
bring
funds.
back
You
child
fucking
labor.
idiot, Phil and Rachel.
Yeah,
you
because
you
they
are
don't
so
have to
dead
spend
wrong.
money on a
Phil,
military,
you're not
moron.
lying. You're just
American
stupid.
government
It's not because they're not funding.
going.
It's not because they don't fund their
Jesus,
military.
God
It's not because they don't fund their military. The U.S. doesn't have to fund their military as much as we do anyways. The whole point, the reason they're able to fund these welfare programs is not from taxes from their tax base. It's from a fucking social wealth fund. You are so dead wrong, it's unreal. You don't know anything about what you're talking about. You're totally bullshitting on every single statistical matter you brought up so far. You are dead wrong on the way they fund their programs. These large social democracies have social wealth funds. Those social wealth funds do not pull from the tax bases of within these countries. They are stock
Called
investments.
NATO, dummy. That's why.
It's not NATO. A social wealth fund is not NATO, Phil.
All right, Sid, you talked uninterrupted. Phil,
They don't
I
have to
will-
spend their
I
money
will-
on a military. It's from NATO. That's how they can afford all that shit, dummy.
Holy
Sorry.
shit, unreal.
Wait a second. I want to know, does Synth think that we need to, where do you think the birth rate needs to be, or do you think it doesn't matter at all?
Probably about 2, but I think globally the average is well above 2. Trending down towards 2 does not seem like a bad thing to me.
Can I just ask? Were you saying that
But you don't have
Norway
anything to
wasn't a
support
part of
it.
NATO?
You just don't think it seems
I don't
like
have
a
anything
bad
to
thing.
support it. You made up some stats, and then your dumb fuck conservative friends tried to back you up on this one. It's not even close to true that we're trending below 2 globally. The average birth
don't
rate
even know that,
globally
guys.
is well above.
Calm down.
You don't know anything, right? It's well
Can I
above
introduce
2.
a-
Lay off the hormones and the Adderall, buddy.
Phil,
Little
holy
friend
shit.
will you
there.
say-
Lay off the
Phil.
hormones
Can
and
I-
Adderall
can-
and try
can
to
I
calm
just-
down.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Stardust, go.
Yeah,
Unreal.
I would like to
Synth
introduce.
ruins every panel. Synth ruins every panel.
You
with
add
his
nothing to
speed
any
screaming,
panel.
And that's
Synth,
what
can
he
you
does.
turn
He
your
just comes
gain
in and
down?
speed screams.
No.
Yeah, Synth, you have right-wing audio right now. Can you turn your gain down?
Phil, can I just? Phil,
Look,
can I just
you gotta
clarify the
compete.
point,
I know
right?
the Nordic countries have limited
Care about the
participation, but they're
ideas.
still in
He
NATO.
doesn't
Yes, I
care
know,
about the
Kevin.
ideas, and
Yeah,
he doesn't
okay.
care about thinking
Can
it
I
through. He just
introduce
wants
a
to scream.
third factor into this? Right, is automation and like robotics and stuff, right?
Let's go.
Yeah. Now, with automation being brought in, with robotics being brought in, is the decline in birth rate that big of a deal with that being brought in?
Of course it is.
Interesting.
Wait, yeah,
There's a
fucking
ton
of course it
things that
is.
are never going to be automated.
Real
Oh
quick,
my
I
God.
just want to point out, since this is where I've been trying to get for like
Oh my
15
God.
fucking minutes, but you're so autistic, you just spurg out every 30 fucking seconds.
It's a stupid place to get the conversation because that's wrong.
It's
of course
not
it matters.
stupid, you
of course
dumb
it
bitch!
matters,
And
even if
all you've been
it's.
trying
Of
is
course
been
it matters, even if you have
bullshit, so
fucking
sorry.
robots. Humanity
The place
dying
you've
out
been
matters
trying to
regardless if
do
there are
dog
robots
shit
or not.
since, so sorry.
You're
It's-
not even okay. One of
The place you
you're
tried
doing-
synth is dog shit,
you're-
so
you're
apparently
doing-
Connor will try his way.
You're doing a great
Holy
job
shit.
of calling everybody else on the panel stupid, but you're doing a fucking horrible job.
Totally
of
disagree.
Listening to what other people are saying. So the question.
Oh,
that
I love it. He's
asked-
making the left look like shit, so I want him to keep talking.
The question that I asked was degrowth or the shrinking of the population a good thing or a bad thing? And the reason why I was asking it is because typically
Yes.
what right-wingers say is that the population is shrinking. As a result, we're going to have all these problems with funding social welfare programs, and it's going to be a fucking beef long term. Look at XYZ problem. We're using immigration as an economic stopgap. And then typically what leftists say, because I've already been in the scene for a long time, is, hey, industrialization and automation and AI technology is right around the corner, so the lack of productivity that is going to occur because of population decrease is going to solve these problems. And then on top of that, if you look at both of those factors within the context of global warming, regardless of whether or not you fucking believe in it, if you do believe in global warming and environmental catastrophes, then it seems like a reduction in carbon consumption and a reduction in the fucking human population with AI and robotics making up for lost human productivity is actually a pretty good place to be.
What's the point of the AI? Right? What's the point of tech? What's the point of robotics? Counterpoints.
To make human life easier.
And if there are less human lives, that's fucking pointless, isn't it? Of course I'm angry. The point you just said was so fucking stupid. It's unreal. Of course the obvious response from
Why
Rachel
are you
is
having
there
a
is literally
toddler
no
fit?
point.
Why?
There's literally no point.
3-year-old would have a toddler's
Oh my
fit.
god.
Like that's
Phil,
what you're acting like
Phil,
right now.
you
It's a
are
3-year-old
so
fit.
stupid. It's unreal. There should be a minimum IQ required to get on this goddamn panel. You wouldn't be here,
And
right?
you wouldn't be here, dude. Like what the fuck?
I just told you. Yeah, no, you really banger roast, Phil.
I fucking hit you. I hit it at you first, man. Sorry.
I fucking hate meta conversations.
No,
But
you
I point this
didn't.
shit out. So,
Can I answer
Counterpoints?
Counterpoints?
No, because
Point.
I need to point out how
You're next.
fucking stupid this is. You asked me what the purpose of AI was. I said it was to improve human life, and you said that was like one of the stupidest fucking things you've ever heard. Well, how is that stupid?
The reason that's stupid, Counterpoints,
it's
is
outrageous
if you're saying the birth rates going down don't matter because we'll have AI, the only point of AI is to make human lives better, and there are less human lives if the birth rate goes down. Do you understand?
Okay.
Since
So
I
do you
think
want it
you've-
to go up
I
or
Oh,
think
you're
you've-
against labor-saving devices, just like
No.
the Romans with their
No.
slaves. Oh my
We're
god.
almost
Leave
making
counter go.
points. We're almost making points here. That
I
would
wouldn't
be
count on it.
if I thought that quantity was a quality in and of itself. That the existence of human life is positive.
Oh my god.
Which I think that non-existence is neutral. I think that souls that aren't born into human
irrelevant.
life is neither good nor bad. No, actually, it's very pertinent to exactly what you just said.
Can I just answer Counterpoint?
Sure,
Hopefully
because
this is
Sin,
a bit
I
of
feel like you're getting
bit of
angry at nothing,
conversation.
and it's very
So wild.
I
It's
agree,
Counter.
that I agree that the technological advancements can and should be for the betterment of humanity. But I think, as we saw with previous industrial revolutions, if it's not targeted and it's not used and developed properly for the betterment of mankind, it's just going to make rich people richer and poor people will get poorer. And that's unfortunately what we've seen so far.
Which is an interesting argument because then we could get into like what is the ideal human life? What's the balance between male and female responsibility? If automation doesn't actually
Do you think human life is
the
good or
general
bad?
population?
Good.
Yeah. So if you think that these technologies will not be used to benefit the general population, then how do you make it so you're going to survive no matter what?
You know, I kind of need to inject here because we're talking about automation, and it's like, well, if things become automated, then that's going to cause we need less people, which that is actually not true. The reason I know is because
Oh my god.
shut the fuck up, Synth. You don't know anything. You have
Here
no
comes
real
some-
world
here comes some
experience.
dumb shit from
But
Phil. Here comes some dumb shit from Phil.
actually, I'm a 5th generation farmer, and over that
really?
time, the trend of the amount of population that's involved in agriculture has shrank to the point where about 3% of the world's population is actually involved in agriculture. Yet you'll see we've had a huge population boom because of this. These labor-saving devices that allowed one person to work thousands of acres rather than hundreds of families working those same thousands of acres. And because of this new production of scale, we were able to feed billions. And so the idea that automation is going to immediately lead to a decrease in population, even within our own 20th century, doesn't bear that out.
No,
So
I
people
think
who say that that's absolutely
Phil, I think you've missed the point,
is
mate.
just horseshit.
I think you've missed the point.
Is it racist?
No, I mean, that's kind of
Is
the
it
whole point. We
racist
were
if
talking
I-
about automation
if I
and
tweet
its
out that
value.
I'm in a panel
And
with
I
a
just
bunch
wanted
of
to
monkeys?
dunk
Is
Synth's
that
point
racist
into
of me
nothing
to
'cause it was
do?
fun.
What's
Oh, I'm sorry, Stardust.
It was just tangential, Phil.
Is it racist if I tweet out that I'm in a panel with a bunch of monkeys? Is that racist?
I don't.
We're all
Right, so it's okay.
Anyway,
Rocket.
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to interject for a second here. First, I just want to say thank you to Benderman, Risky Dave, Early Life Check, and others for putting in those super chats. We'll get to them at the end. Get those super chats in if you want to ask questions of our panelists or just yell at them for spurging out. Also, want to thank Friendly Ghost for becoming a member. Remember, there is members-only content being put up on the Crucible. There's going to be more of that being added as the weeks go by, so remember to subscribe to the Crucible here on YouTube. And finally, remember, Monday is that big super show coming up with Andrew Wilson on the Crucible, so tune into that Monday. It's going to be an 8-hour show. It'll be great. The question I have is, there seemed to be an agreement early that there was things that were positive that everyone seemed to agree with, such as 2-parent households. So I was wondering, instead of talking about that there could be exceptions to the rules and birth rates and things of that nature, let's just ask and focus on this one single issue. Do we think, as we're seeing a trend for less 2-parent households, that has something to do with culturally encouraging women to enter the workforce as opposed to raising families?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't see how you could say otherwise.
I would argue that women have always been a part of the workforce, just in less straightforward or paid ways, if that makes sense. Like the gilded bird
this is also
cages,
probably one of the highest
pretty
instances of single mothers in history.
pretty
I don't know if
recent
that
thing,
I don't know what the stats are on this, but this has to be one of them.
I think
I know all the
I will say that single motherhood, I don't know that it is directly related to women being in the workforce, right? Historically, women have always been working. They have just worked in industries that were typically reserved only for women, and men did not enter those industries, and women do not enter men's industries, right? So women have always been working, and even if you look in globally, agriculture, like I think it's something like 70% of the world's agriculture has female workers in it, right? In India, up until recently, it would be that women would take care of the family, but also they would go out to the farms with their husbands, and the labor that those women would do on the farms would be counted under the men's labor. So this idea that women are entering the workforce and that's leading to single motherhood, I don't think that that's particularly accurate. I think that there is another issue going on that's probably contributing to the single motherhood issue. But I don't know that it is accurate to say that now there are issues. Don't get me wrong. There are issues of women entering predominantly male workforces, and there are issues of the sexes obviously now mixing together in these workforces. There are going to be obstacles, right? But I don't know that that is necessarily the reason for single motherhood.
Rachel,
So
did you want to respond?
Yeah, I know some stats on this. So prior to 1960, it was somewhere around 6% or less of school-age children who had mothers that worked full-time. That was pretty stagnant number prior to that, like since they started keeping track. By 2013, that number was up to 58%. So now the vast majority of school-age children have mothers that work full-time. And if you think about this, and I can think about this because I've been in this position myself, if you have kids and you have to bring them to daycare, who do you think's watching them at daycare? Just different women besides their mother. So you're still having women take care of the children. It's just that you're getting low, like $10, $11 an hour wagey women who are usually like immigrants or undereducated, taking care of the kids all day so mommy can go dedicate her time and energy to some corporation or something like that, right? There's another thing that we should talk about, which is the fact that if you look at what women did in the workforce 100 years ago compared to now, they are almost exactly the same. It's just the only difference is the farm labor Stardust was talking about has been switched out very hilariously by HR work. So there's still just cooks, teachers, daycare workers, nurses, bookkeepers, secretaries, things of that nature. They do the same shit they did 100 years ago. So I don't think they're not entering the workforce who follow their dreams, right? They're doing it because
virtually no one chases their dreams. This isn't like fucking boyhood dream nonsense where I'm going to be the winning quarterback in the Super Bowl. Virtually everyone goes to a job they don't particularly like. But I'm not
talking about dreams. I'm talking about
Jesus.
Holy shit, Rachel, have you not talked enough? Can somebody else speak?
I was just going to say, as to Rachel's point, it just basically backs up the point I was making about it being more formalised now than it previously was. Also, in terms of the idea of it being the same jobs, the same social pressures apply. The same socialisation of children basically applies as it did a long time ago as well. So
all of you
the
guys,
idea that women would have different outcomes is
based on that.
silly.
Okay,
based on what Kevin just said, I want to ask each of you your opinion. Did women fight for the right to work because they wanted the chance to go and work and have careers? Or is it that women have to work because they don't have any other choice and they must work? Which is it? Because it can't really be both.
Well, no,
there are more than one woman. There's more than one woman in the world.
It can be both, and there are other options as well that you didn't even mention.
Yeah,
there are lots of people who were stuck in domestic situations that wanted the opportunity to work. There are some people who financially have to work.
We're all given life. We're not given the amenities to support this life. So if you have no way to support that life,
this might be surprising.
You guys were all talking about women women
of
working
woman that
as though it was
exists.
this thing women should be privileged to do. Weren't you all saying, I believe women should be able to do what they want, and we need to create conditions because we want to work.
So if I
they want to have it all. They want to have
Oh my
babies
God.
and work.
If
Do
I
you
could,
think
though,
that-
like-
do you
like-
really
if I
think
could,
that
if I
women
could,
want
if I
to have
could,
babies and work?
just I think here is the thing. I think that again, women have been working for centuries, right? We can acknowledge this. We can look
Yes.
back on this.
Yeah,
and
but that's not what we're talking about, you
but
guys.
wait a
I've
minute.
heard both
Wait.
of you say that,
I'm
but
not
we
finished.
didn't
I'm not
It isn't what we're
finished.
talking
I'm not
about.
finished. I'm
Let's
not
leave
finished.
Stardust
So I'm not saying that women are following their dreams by going and working, but I am saying that there are women that are fulfilled by having a career, by even if it's not the career that they chose, that they would have chosen in their dream, in their dream life. People are empowered by the ability to make money for themselves. They feel like there's another purpose there just beyond raising children, right? And we spend a third as women.
So the purpose is to make money?
As women, we spend a third of our lives past our reproductive years, right? So if we were only made to care for children that was our only purpose, why do we spend a third of our lives past reproductive years, right?
Grandbabies.
Women should
Euthanasia
have
for
the
Taking a dress for
okay,
children's
so
life.
women should have the
Because
ability.
grandmas are awesome.
Oh, sure, grandmas are awesome.
Epic.
Multi-family homes where grandmas can help raise the kids. That's great. But also there are women who feel like they want to contribute to their partnerships or want to for themselves have the empowerment to go out and work and make money for themselves if they would like to.
Exactly, yeah. We know there are added benefits other than just making money in terms of self-confidence, feelings of self-worth. There are social elements to being able to get out of the house rather than being specifically stuck indoors that women want to be able to participate in. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing, especially in a modern world, in the West, let's say, in the first world, where we have the financial opportunity to allow that. There's no necessity for us to force one way of being on anybody.
Now, one angle that I don't think anybody really considered, and it's something that when Rachel said something, it kind of made me think of it. It was a classic Bill Burr bit where he talked about, you ladies, before all this stuff, you didn't have to pay taxes, you had no job, you were off the fucking grid, you had it fucking made. Oh my God! Now, as Stardust, actually, hang on. As Stardust also, hang on, I do not yield. As Stardust did also allude to, though, for 10,000 years, for over 10,000 years, women were very much the linchpin of any family farm when you're talking about the labor that they put into the family farms that they were part of. So the idea that women just appeared at the workforce in 1913 is a bit of a misnomer as to what Stardust says. They've been putting in thousands of years of work on these family
but those
farms.
are different things. We're talking about working outside of the home.
Yes, that's why I brought up Bill Burr.
Wait a minute. Even in India, I can give you the example of India. I can give you the example of India again. Even in India, right? You would have the women who would go with their husbands to these farms where they would work, and the labor that the women contributed would be counted under her husband's work. It wouldn't be counted that she was working, even though she was the one who was helping and contributing on the farm. And this is still a global trend. Still globally, I believe it is 70% of agriculture workers are women.
Well, I was going to say also, Stardust, in pre-industrial places where you'd have small workshops, often in the house, where they'd make clothing or whatever, furniture. That would all be household. That would be counted as household income, and because only the man realistically, legally, could actually own wealth, all of that would be put down as the man's work, whereas the woman would be put down as
and by the way, prior to even the 19. I believe it was around the 1930s and prior, it wasn't just women who also worked, it was children who also worked. So you would have women and children in the house working, rolling tobacco, right? Doing things, children as young as 6, right?
They actually had in places you had
to talk about, which is that we're talking about women leaving the home and sending the kids somewhere else so that they can go work Usually, most of the time for a corporation, but it doesn't really matter.
Well,
you guys are talking about pre-industrial
okay, but
work
that's in
from
schools,
home within the
yeah.
community, and now we're talking
Well, what
about in
about
the
them being
modern
at a
age.
school?
I would
Most-
rather
most
have
women
children.
have-
I would rather have children not working and rolling tobacco, right? Like rolling tobacco and being in school and having women leaving their homes to go work than have that previous thing.
That's a false dichotomy. It's not either child labor or women go to work. That's not the dichotomy.
Sure,
Bring
it's
it
not.
back
You're
into
right.
what we're
There's.
talking about.
It's not.
What
either
should
or.
we be doing now? What should we be incentivizing now? And I'm saying I don't care what you do post
Baby
childhood
making.
years or pre-childhood years, but I do want mothers to be home with their children. It makes sense on a number of factors. It's far more efficient than any other system you guys are coming up with. It's more efficient than a giant welfare system.
What do you mean it's more
better
efficient?
than
What's the evidence for that it's more efficient than any other system?
because as I explained to you, how does
Well,
it
one
make
could say
sense
the
for-
outcomes, how, you know, the child outcomes, if you wanted to. I'm trying to help you, my God.
You're not
You're not
helping me,
helping,
though.
Phil.
Well, you're
I'm
not helping
you,
yourself
and you-
either,
I'm not
sorry.
But you're not helping me. So
Rachel,
Does it
Rachel's
make
doing a much
sense?
better job making your arguments than you are, Phil. Please stop making arguments for your side.
Cynthia,
Like,
you
you
haven't
add
made an
nothing.
argument all night, so just shut the fuck
Name
up.
a single argument I've been wrong on. Name a single one I've been wrong on. Name one.
listen,
All right.
listen.
Name one,
this
Phil.
is
Can
for
I
the
just say,
leftists.
after
one
this
I want to say
conversation,
Finish your
something.
point, please. Thank you.
I want to say something for the leftists. You guys are creating a permanent underclass when you advocate for a system where women like me, who are educated, intelligent, and grew up like relatively middle class, right? For me to go work a job where maybe I can make 30 bucks an hour, right? And then I send my kids to go be raised by women who are less privileged, educated, whatever than I am, who can only work in a daycare and maybe make 10 bucks an hour to watch my kids.
Well, how
That's
about-
not efficient.
How about
Why
we
would
actually
you
pay
want my
people
kids
properly?
being raised by low-wage daycare workers?
Well,
Why
how
would
about,
I not
how about
do
we get
that?
rid of the low wages and not just fuck over the entire system on the basis that you've got some
Because you
presumably
can't
religious
pay
Doesn't really
a daycare
answer a
person
question,
the
though.
same as you can pay a skilled person, silly. And why do I want to outsource my job? It's my job to raise my children. Why do I want some lady?
Okay, but what
who
about
just-
school? Okay, but you're talking about daycare. What about women who work when their kids are at school? That's
I
the
don't
thing
have
that
a
a lot of
problem
people
with that. I don't have a
Okay.
problem. Listen, if you
Cool.
want to do that. However, I think that in this day and age, to have your kids in a public school system at all is abuse. That's my take.
Ooh.
Public
Oh yeah,
schools
no,
are
no,
violent.
I see.
I realized at the
Public
start of this
schools are
conversation you're
violent.
fucking
They
crazy.
are
Yeah, I
usually
know.
the place
Yeah,
where
that bit
kids
was
first
There's
experience
nothing wrong with
violence.
homeschooling, Kevin. What are you talking about? There's plenty of nice kids that come from homeschooling. That's really weird. Like to say that you're
But have
crazy
you
to
ever
come from
taken a look at the
homeschooling.
stats on homeschooling? The outcomes for homeschooled children are much better in almost every area
I'm
you can think
sure
of.
they are.
I have a channel about this. I talk about it all the time. I have
I'll have to
experts
check that
on
out,
to talk
yeah.
about it.
Kevin,
Yeah, there's
you
nothing wrong
seem
with
to-
homeschooling your
You
kids.
seem to think it was kind of a crazy statement to say that like public schooling is a system of abuse. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, because it's fucking not. Like literally, it's where people go to learn things and develop skills and stuff. The idea that it's abuse is online with the. I mean,
Are you
again,
aware
I
of the
went
rate
with
of
the. I
Statistically
was aware of
speaking,
this
you're
person being
far more
trained.
likely to be sexually abused by a public school teacher than any other person that you know. More than a
Okay.
camp counselor, more than a priest, more than any, so if you're
Okay,
saying
but
it's
that's-
not
but
abuse,
that's- no,
quite
that's
there's
abuse.
quite a few kids that would like a word with you on that.
Okay, well, let's
There's
close down the Catholic Church.
the amount of bullying, the amount
No,
of
actually,
violence.
it's higher than priests. Actually, it's much higher than Catholic priests. Way
Well,
higher.
but let's shut all of the places down that do these things.
Okay, but yeah, that's number one then. So if you're saying there's no abuse there, sorry, you're just wrong.
No, I'm saying.
But I'm not going to flip out on you like synth and scream about it. because you admit
Holy
it. I just want to let you know you're wrong
At
now.
no
Holy
point did I
shit.
say there was no abuse at schools. I'm saying when
You just did, actually. You said because it's not.
I said
No.
When you
No.
said because it's
school
not.
system. No,
That's
I
when you
didn't.
did.
Phil. Stop
It's nuts.
fucking
All right.
lying.
Leave
I
Kevin
didn't-
No,
I
I'm
did
not
not.
Phil.
You're the one that's not being
The
honest about what you
school
just said. I'm
system
sorry.
is not.
Phil,
Court
what-
Stockerville will
what-
find that I did not
abuse.
perjure myself.
What Kevin just said, Phil, what Kevin just said was it's nuts. Like, it's fucking nuts. Not like there's no abuse that ever happens in schools. Nobody thinks that. Kevin doesn't think that. Nobody on the fucking panel thinks that. You cannot hear what
No,
other people are
let's
saying,
go back
and
and
you
see what
cannot
was said
form
and see that I'm
arguments.
right.
You
The
can
folks
literally,
go back and see that I'm right.
it'll be
You
one to
can
one
babble
exactly
all
what
you
you
want,
said
but
it
the
was.
folks can go
Holy
back and see
shit.
that I'm right.
Okay,
Phil,
okay.
you're at it. Okay, go ahead. Somebody else go ahead who's going to jump in.
Counter.
Well, can I just say, after this conversation, I'm not sure about the actual inherent wealth of human life anymore.
Me too.
I
That's
think
firmly-
non-existence might be better. Actually.
Let's see.
actually,
don't worry.
yeah.
The future will
Can I
belong to
just
people who have kids
reiterate,
who think that
Synth is
there
a
is.
monkey. Synth is a monkey wearing a hoodie, flinging shit at the wall, seeing what's gonna stick. That's all I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
say.
Stardust.
Synth, you are a monkey.
Here, here.
Have I said something? Have I said something that you think is incorrect so far in the discussion, or are you just like?
I think you just scream like a monkey. You scream and
Have
you
I
act
said,
like a monkey.
Yeah. Does it get too loud and you like can't understand it anymore? Does it stress you out too much, or did you hear a point I said that you think is
it's
wrong?
like being at a zoo, man. It is like being at a zoo.
That's cool. You keep saying that over and over again, right? The same roast over and over and over and over again, right? But like, I'm just asking you, have I said a single thing wrong so far?
Does anybody disagree with me that synth sounds like a monkey?
No. Just answer my question.
Okay. I would say it doesn't matter how smart you are if you
I
can't
don't want to
communicate.
jump in on the debate, but I'll say this. I believe, and the panelists can speak up, or the audience, the criticism isn't the accuracy of what you're saying. It is sort of stylistically, and you're not making arguments about the topic as much as you're making arguments about panelists, and I think that's what they're saying.
Like no, I made.
I'm not making arguments. Just saying, I think that's.
I 100% made direct arguments to what the panelists said. If a single person wants to say
how a monkey would do things.
Stardust, can you behave? Just be normal for like 30 seconds. That like this weird like.
That's kind of the pot calling the kettle black there, man.
Yeah, I would like Stardust to stop interrupting with like you look like a monkey or you're acting like a monkey over and over again. At least be original. At least be original. Just at least be original, right? Like if you want to just do like. Holy shit. So what I was saying is like the arguments that I gave were directly to the point. None of the other people have addressed Rachel's point yet at all, except for Kevin, right? Not a single other person on the fucking panel. What Stardust did was just tangentialize and ignore the argument. If that's what you want to do, you can do that.
Statistics about public schools, so I addressed Rachel directly. So there, you lied about me.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil, for adding your. Yeah, you're on Rachel's same side, and she says you're adding nothing to her team. She says you're adding nothing to her team. Holy shit.
Your mom is not going to give you the tendies any faster.
This is what it like. Like a 3-year-old.
So she plays pool with the planet.
Oh my god!
I did not call Synth's mom fat. I did not say that.
I'm gonna mute everyone.
Phil, I don't think you're in a position to call other people fat, Phil.
All right, we're muting. Okay, so let's try to bring it back. As much as sorry, I didn't mean to reboot you there, son. As much as I like the shit show, can we try to bring it back to some sort of semblance of the topic?
No, fuck you. Fuck you, Rob. No, we can't bring it back.
Save that for when we're debating, Kevin. Keep that energy. So,
Rebel.
Counterpoints.
All right, so what I wanted to say is, and I'm not trying to make this combative, I'm just trying to say it. Synth, I think the reason why you're not getting a lot of pushback on your arguments is because I don't think that you've made positive arguments. I think you've made rebuttals to other people's statements. That's why nobody can even remember a positive argument that you've made.
Do you want to hear what you do with a negative argument, right? With somebody rebutting something you said, you give a follow-up or you admit your point was wrong, dummy. Thanks, Counterpoints, for adding nothing. For adding fucking nothing.
Needlessly aggressive and kind of annoying.
This is how I'm
I don't care if you personally find me annoying, Counterpoints. Nobody's ever found you intelligent.
I just feel bad for the people in your life that have to endure
Holy
you.
shit. This is insufferable.
Yeah, I think 95%
Yeah, you are.
You find you annoying. So please.
Rachel, even you don't believe that. You said several times that Phil's adding nothing to your own side.
I'm still having fun.
Smart. Synth is very smart, but he cannot communicate without just like screaming and spurting. So you're never going to get anywhere. You're never going to win anyone over to your side. Your rhetoric sucks.
Synth, I agree with a lot of what you have to say.
Oh my god!
And I think we'd agree on a lot of shit. But shouting.
Now he's doing the broody emo bit.
Just refute an argument. Like you're not making arguments.
Listen, Kevin was
Holy shit, this is insufferable.
You're just saying that's stupid and that's bullshit. I'm making any arguments.
You haven't said counter arguments, Phil.
You haven't made any.
Kevin, sorry, please go ahead and finish your thoughts.
I was just going to say to Synth, I agree with a lot of what you have to say, and I think your arguments, statistically and all the rest of it, are very good. I don't think that just shouting and calling people dummy is necessarily the most helpful approach to this.
Yeah, the reason I'm calling people dummy, yeah, I agree, right? I'm saying dummy because I'm fucking annoyed, right? Like, I don't think it's because it's productive. I think it's really, really annoying to hear people not address your argument over and over and over again.
Don't take your emotions out on other people. That's not a very adult thing to do.
Phil, please shut the fuck up, please. Holy shit,
you're not grown up
please, just a
enough for
second.
this
Holy
panel.
shit, can I finish a
Try to
goddamn
happen.
sentence? This is why people have to yell at you, because you don't shut up. This is why people yell at you, Phil, in Counterpoints, because you don't shut the fuck up. You add nothing to discussions. You constantly interrupt. You did try. You tried.
Go ahead, 30 seconds, and then I'm going to speak. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah. So Phil and Counterpoints, right? If you want like to critique somebody's arguments, critique their arguments. If you don't, then what people are going to do is yell at you. If you constantly interrupt with like, you're loud or you're annoying, I don't care that you personally find me annoying. All of the studies that we've ever seen on rhetoric show that ridicule works. Conservatives are subhumans with low IQs. Why would I ever give you any kind of respect whatsoever?
It's the world's smallest island, but just for you.
The only person who's been interrupting and screaming has been Sin.
Stardust, please. Sin,
Sorry.
I gotta be honest, I don't mind the chippiness and shit like this. I think it's derailing the fucking panel. So if you can't contain yourself a little bit better, then I'm just gonna have to ask you to leave. So I welcome. I think you're
just stop talking about it.
I think that even when the most lefty people on the panel are like, Jesus, it's getting a little aggro, that maybe it's time to pull back a little. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'll say about it.
Okay,
not kicking you yet. I'm just giving that warning.
I'm worried about the people.
I don't mind Sin being aggro, but I'm going to be aggro back if he's being aggro, you know?
That's fine. Counterpoints. Go ahead.
Can I say?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Sin, I want to give you a very simple counter argument. I don't want to hear that you're stupid or you're wrong or whatever. I want you to listen to what I say, and then I want you to respond to what I'm saying. Since the fucking 19th century, with the advocation of like industrialization and with condoms and birth control and all that kind of shit, human population birth rates have been trending down. This is a descriptively accurate statement. Do you have any problems with my statement so far?
I said that. I've said that.
Okay, so you don't have any problems with what I've said so far?
No, and it's bad if we have a lower number of people and better if we have more.
Okay, do you think that there is a top cap to population for human population on the planet Earth?
If by top cap you mean they has a diminishing birth rate, then yes, and I think that's fine.
Okay, so my argument would be that I believe that because I do think global warming is a thing, and that carbon consumption is correlated with global warming and environmental catastrophes and deforestation and environmental impacts. I don't think we're the only species on the planet, and as such, we're charged to be stewards of the planet. So, what I would forward to Rachel, which she doesn't agree with because she actually had a counterpoint for this, is that I think that technology, automation, artificial intelligence, all of the technological developments of the next 50 to 100 years might be able to make up for the productivity that we're going to see due to decreased birth rates, and that it might actually be a good thing that there's less human beings on the planet consuming as much carbon. Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, there's a huge issue with that. The argument's both wrong empirically, and also, if it was the case, right, that that CO2 is actually correlated with like total populations and not with the actual amount of wealth in the country, then your point would be they would have more to stand on and still be wrong on virtue of the fact that Rachel thinks is good when there's more people, as most reasonable people do, as you would if you introspect on your principles, which is like you said yourself, that you think it's the case that you think that it's neutral when somebody doesn't exist at all. But if somebody does exist, you think it's good, which means that more people existing is good.
I don't necessarily think that. Well, yeah, it depends on a number of things, including geography. There's such a concept as carrying capacity, which is the maximum number of people that realistically can be accommodated in any geographic area based on resources and things, literally space in some very niche cases. And so the places that we're seeing have explosions in population are often very poor places with very little by way of agricultural land for these people to work, and already suffering starvation and privation in a number of ways. So actually, the idea that just having more people is better, it doesn't work out in reality, however nice it might seem on a philosophical level.
It does actually work out in reality as well. So in reality, what you see is this thing called an economy of... Yeah, there's a thing called an economy of scale, right? Rachel's nodding her head. There's an economy of scale. When you have more people who can do work, and you have more people who can do work on a common task. Yeah, which means you have more productivity per person.
Okay, but look, the people of Niger don't have enough fucking food to feed the people they already have. So the idea that adding more people to that situation is a net benefit isn't realistically true, is it?
I understand why it's counterintuitive, right? I understand the reason it's counterintuitive. But as you have more people working on even the same area of land, you can have more food produced per person. More population does not make these places less productive. It makes them more productive.
The trend in agriculture has been less people working over more acres and more labor-saving devices, like I alluded to earlier.
But
population explosion. So even if we have automation in other areas, that could just create more production to create even more people. So to keep that in mind, because technology is here to make our lives easier. Well, if life is easier, more people are going to be made.
There's a catch here that I would like to say before I lose my fucking mind. which is
Nice.
we've already seen, like, I think a 30% reduction in the fucking nutrients of the soil, and you have to have a very specific crop rotation and animal rotation in order to produce food and actually have the soil re-enrich itself. And it has to be very intentional. And
I've been on the same soil for 5 years, for 5 generations. I know very well what you're talking about, sir.
And while you can do it, when you do industrial scale, when you say, hey, all of this land is pasture land for cows or whatever, okay, in 50 years we have to, you know, translate it to pigs or turn it over to grain or turn it over to this or turn it over to that. In order to do that, it seems like at the industrial level that there will be people who will resist that because they will suck up the fucking Earth's resources until it's fucking dead. And unless you regulate that, it's
Phil,
going to be a fucking problem.
Well, no, that's the renter's market versus the owner's market, because in land renting, there is something called mining the soil, where a guy knows he's only got those land for 3 years, and so he's not going to put any nutrient packages in the fall, and instead just take whatever and take what they call the soil back. Kevin,
not to be too rude about it, but in America, having land for 5 generations, given the Dust Bowl that happened within the last 5 generations, is not necessarily a sign that you know how to farm. I'm just saying.
Like, that was the Homestead Act, and then we were able to keep it for 5 generations, and we actually have the highest organic material in the soil in our county. So actually, we do know a thing or two about farming, and we've had some of the highest yields many years running. So
the Dust Bowl.
There are a lot more factors to the Dust Bowl anyway, but we're getting off track again. Okay, so let's just say that we solve the economic end of this problem. And we create some kind of system where everybody's got UBI and social safety nets, right? Let's just say that we could do that. It still doesn't solve the problem that more children are born out of wedlock and are being raised in single family home or single parent homes than ever. And that when you have children living with adults who are not their biological parent, the instance of child abuse goes way up. The scale of the child abuse, meaning the severity, goes way up. And the fact that since we've had no-fault divorce, thanks a lot, Reagan, 70% of divorces are initiated by the woman. And in a broad survey that was done, the top, no, that's not good. The top reason
People having freedom is actually a pretty good idea.
What are you talking about? You think that women getting divorced and tearing their children's families apart is good? You think that creates stability?
No, I don't think
that's not good.
I don't think them sticking in relationships which are unhealthy for the children.
Before you start, they're not leaving abusive situations. The number one reason given is that they feel family is holding them back in their life.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's how freedom works. Actually.
And among those women, college-educated
women, not putting the kids first. Your priorities aren't straight, like I said at the beginning, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, but hang on. But why should
among
people be fucking
college-educated
trapped
couples,
in
you have a 90%
situation?
chance the woman is going to break up the marriage. You think that's good?
Well,
I have a question. I have a question. How is
lower
it?
life outcomes for the kids.
Can
There's
we,
like 8% lower probability of completing high school. Oh, go ahead, Sarda.
So I'm not saying that.
Every risk factor is higher.
Not saying that divorce is a good thing. You know, obviously, there are even things that I would say, there are instances where I would say, you know, you should stay and work on that marriage, right? There are a lot of instances where I would say, you know, this is not the end of it. This is not the end of it, but people choose to get divorced, right? I do think that there are a lot of divorces where people could choose to work on their marriages. But I think it may say something about the men as well, that 70% of divorces are being initiated by women. Sure, some of that is on the women, right? But there must be a problem as well with the men.
That would be valid.
It takes two to tango.
What does the woman do?
It always takes two to tango.
What does the woman do as soon as she gets a divorce? She gets a new man. That's what they
Does
do.
she?
They get
I
divorced.
don't know about that.
Rachel,
the
can
rate is super
I don't
I
know
go back to
about
the point you started off with?
Yeah.
Can I go back to the point you made in your
Why do you
intro
think-
about the idea of
if
you're not talking
leaving the
about
men, that would be one thing, but they
you're
just
not-
swap it for a different guy.
I
Can I
don't
just
know
say
if
you-
that's the if
I was
that's
just
the
answering
case.
her.
Okay, let's leave Kevin go.
Right.
Then we're going to go
in
to
your
Sid.
intro, Rachel, you mentioned that you weren't arguing in favour of forced birth or anything like that, which, by the way, you might not
Right.
personally, but some people definitely are, and I think that is a concern. But do you not
So?
think that your
That's a
point is
straw
rather
man. You
belied?
can't use that
No, hang on.
as-
Well, I'm going to get to that. Do you not think that point is slightly undermined by the fact that you have mentioned the idea of women getting the vote is a bad idea and women being able to initiate no full divorce is a bad idea? The idea that we should trust that you don't want to take away women's rights when you have seemingly shown that there
I
is.
don't think she said she was against the idea of women getting the vote. She just said there was an ABC of events that happened.
Let me just. Well, you want to know what I
don't
think?
know if I heard that.
I'll tell you what
I'll
I
let
think.
you clarify.
All right. No, I don't think women should vote. I
Oh,
think
dear.
democracy
There you go.
sucks in
Okay.
general, and no one should vote.
You try,
but I
Phil. You
certainly
tried to
don't
dig
think
her out of the
women
hole,
should
mate.
vote.
You tried.
I
You're
tried.
white-knighted like a
you know, hey, I threw her the
Leave her-
rope, but she
Leave
kicked
her
it away.
explain her- Let's leave her explain
At least
her
she's
position.
consistent.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's it.
I mean, if you want to know, so no, women shouldn't vote. Women
Can I
are
ask,
going
do
to.
you
They
vote?
didn't. Only for the purpose of doubling my husband's vote.
All right, so
Because
you're a
I don't have a
hypocrite.
choice about.
So you're a massive hypocrite.
No, I'm not a hypocrite at all. I
No,
was
you are,
born into a
'cause you said-
system that I don't approve of. So
Okay,
I'm
and you're
doubling
happy
my
to engage
husband's
in that
vote.
system. Okay, so you're a massive hypocrite.
I'm
That's cool.
doubling my husband's vote to cancel out all the feminist votes.
Okay,
math.
cool. Yeah.
See how that
Synth,
works?
you
Anyway,
wanted to get in. Go
so-
ahead, Synth.
Yeah. So in the case of I don't want to back up Rachel's point, right? But like Rachel is correct on things, and I want to make sure that's clear. The reason the women are getting divorced is not because of some like wrong thing the men are doing in most cases. Usually it's because they feel as though their partner has a lack of commitment to them. It's clearly not a good reason to break up with somebody in a way that's going to give your children much worse life outcomes. The other ones end up being things you could attribute to the man, like infidelity. Another one ends up being like they feel like their marriage was a mistake initially, with it was a young age. 45% of the time, that's the reason they cite. So a lot of divorces are not happening because of something wrong the man is doing, or even something wrong that like the woman has done. It's because of the fact that the marriage is really unfulfilling, and sticking in that feels really bad. And sometimes people don't do what's best for their kids, and what's best for their kids is to stay in that relationship. And it's unintuitive because it's the kind of thing that's like an encroachment on their freedoms. But it's true. It's like this is what actually ends up being the best for the kids on average. Once you're in a marriage, it's usually good to, like, if you have kids, to do your best, to go to couples therapy and not just divorce the partner. And a lot of people aren't willing to do that because they don't trust psychology.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what we're talking about here is the fact that for 100 years we've heard nothing but rights for women, rights for women, rights for women, but not responsibility of women. We put a lot of responsibility on men, not so much on the women. It's women have to be happy. You don't want her to be unhappy, do you? Oh, we could never have a woman be unhappy. Men aren't fucking happy. Men have to do all kinds of shit they don't want to do because it's their responsibility. But we don't apply that standard socially to women anymore.
Go ahead.
Can I add a quote from CTV?
Rocket.
No,
Go ahead,
please
add a
don't.
quote.
Happy wife, happy life, happy husband, or I'll fuck your cousin.
Nice.
Well, fine.
Always,
Nice.
I'm so glad CTV made his appearance.
Gonna
tonight.
fuck
He's
my
always
way up your
intelligent.
family
So if I could
tree.
just interject here quickly, I want to let the audience know in 15 to 20 minutes we'll start taking call-ins. So look for that link. Mods, make sure you're putting that link to the Crucible Discord. If you're already a member of the Crucible Discord, go into the voice chat channel there, and they will talk to you, vet you, and then give you a link to call in. But yeah, Phil, let's go to you real quick. Sort of this idea that we're talking about here with divorce and, it being the woman's right to go and do what she wants versus maybe it's not the best thing to do for the kids. This seemed to be something that you were focused on early. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, like I said in my opening statement, is the kid always has to be the first priority. Now, there are some relationships where the two of them not being together no more is probably the best priority for the kids. We can all think off the top of our heads at least one or two couples that we've known in our lifetime where that's the case. But for the most part, a two-parent household, mom and dad raising the kid together, guess what? Even if the two of you don't really like each other, again, when you have a kid, it's really not about you. You at least got to wait till graduation day of the last one, and then go have your life after that. But yeah, like in terms of divorce, it's not generally the best outcome for kids. And like Synth was touching on, that there's a lot of instances where it leads to a way lower just general joy and standard of living for the child. And so that's something that both parents really have to examine. And also, I was kind of chuckling to myself because everybody talks about family values. Ronald Reagan, he was the guy that signed into law no-fault divorce. And after that, it went up. Now, granted, don't get me wrong, no-fault divorce. Ronnie went through a divorce. He understood how sticky that shit can be. And so he said, probably just be best if no fault divorce is a thing, and we can just all go no givesies backsies after this. And so, like it or not, it would be great if every marriage stayed together. But is there anybody within the sound of my voice that's ever had a relationship not work out? If you can raise your hand to that question, then yeah, you can understand why people get divorced. It's not a good outcome for kids, but it is something that happens. But yeah, if you have kids, it's not about you anymore. It's not even about your happiness anymore. It's about what's best for the kid. And so, yeah, there are quite a few couples that need to just fucking grin and bear it and do what's best for what, sometimes it really just ain't about you.
Well,
and that's what I'll say.
Listen, it's when you make marriage easier to get out of than a freaking cell phone contract, people do not think very hard about who they're making babies with or who they're getting married to.
Oh, yeah.
The commitment is not even there. That's why actually now we're seeing the divorce rate go down, because people aren't even bothering to get married anymore. Everybody's just having baby daddies and baby mamas, and you've got multiple random adults coming in and out of the home that these children live in. And this is why we're seeing instances of abuse in children go up as we see marriage fall apart.
We're seeing reporting of these things is going up. Do you think they invented pedophilia in 1976?
I thought you might say
what are you talking about?
He doesn't know that I've actually had this argument 1,000 times. No, we don't have very good domestic abuse rates concerning between husband and wife and things like that. Those are very unreliable. We don't know how much goes unreported. However, we can see we have enough solid evidence of child abuse because of things like CPS in the state that have been around for many decades now. Many decades. We have some pretty reliable statistics that we can at least see a very strong trend. And we know...
So that's a thing that happens. The idea that this is some modern or new thing. The kids' parents are more likely to rape than a school fucking child than a school teacher is. Just statistically, your argument is so whack. You give a fuck about any of this. You've got a religiously inspired worldview that you want to force on other people. Stop pretending it's about these tangential issues.
I didn't. How am I forcing? How am I forcing?
You want to remove women's right to vote and be able to able to get divorced or whatever. You want to take away people's fucking rights.
If you care about outcomes, you're a leftist, right? You care about outcomes. You care about the utility of things. You care about the consequences.
Well, morality comes into it as well.
So if you want less child abuse and less severe child abuse, then you should be advocating for people to stay together and raise their children together. Because regardless of whether it's because of my religious worldview or not.
I think generally speaking, I would advise people to stay together.
Incentivize.
All right, but realistically, you want to get rid of this no-fault divorce, presumably, because you think it's evil, right? So you want to take away people's fucking rights.
Yeah, and I'll explain why. So prior to no-fault divorce, people still had rights. This is a stupid argument, and I can defeat it right now. Prior to no-fault divorce, people could still get divorced. Yeah, I'm going for it. Prior to no-fault divorce, people could get divorced. In fact, the church, my church, the Orthodox Church, I'm not going to sit here and defend Muslim extremists or ultra-Catholic people, because I'm not.
It's not just ultra-Catholic. But in the Orthodox Church, until very recently, you couldn't get divorced. Well, this isn't it's not just hardcore this or that. There are lots of places in the world that aren't just America,
Right, so I'm trying to explain to you that even the church, even the church always made exception. Guys, fucking focus! You all have ADD. What the fuck?
Okay. But it's a nanner.
The church always allowed for divorce. If you
it's
were
not
being
our fault,
abused,
Rachel. We're monkeys. We see banana.
Abandoned people.
True, and if they just allowed Henry VIII. If they just allowed Henry VIII to get his divorce, it would have saved a lot of fucking trouble. I'm just saying.
Wouldn't have even had the Church of England.
That's a very
exactly
UK joke. But I'm saying, if you don't need a divorce for things like abandonment, abuse, addiction, things of that nature, what do you need it for? Because you're getting out of toxic
relationships. No, getting out of toxic relationships, which teach children negative and potentially toxic ways of having relationships, which just compounds down future generations. Actually, there are certain situations. There are lots of
I
situations
I thought
in
being a
which
banana
staying
would
together.
help Synth calm down more.
The choice is
Thank
not.
you.
The choice is
feel like I
not
already
be in
made
a
the joke.
toxic relationship or get divorced. You can choose a third option, which is you be respectful and civil and you get along because you're adults.
Okay,
and
but
you
look, kids are going to
absolutely
pick
have
up.
the option to do that.
Kids are going to pick up on the fact that they're in a loveless husk of a marriage. That's not like kids are not fucking stupid. They're going
Well,
to
then
see
women
that this is
should-
not a
women
productive
should
or
be
worthwhile
more- listen.
environment.
Women should be more loving. They should be more accommodative. They
Yeah,
should.
it's definitely the
women should
women
be
that
in
are
the
the problem
marriage.
in this situation in all instances.
How do you know?
Clearly.
I think
How
it's
do you know that?
probably a
No, I'm being
combination of both,
sarcastic.
right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm being
I'm
sarcastic.
saying that if there's no fault divorce and either party can file, and we have 70% of women doing the filing, and among college educated women that number goes up to 90%, that's only explained by one thing.
Yeah, the fact that
That's
you're
only explained by
derisively
one
talking
factor.
about college education, would you also like to see women removed from college education as well?
No, I didn't say no choices for women, but I think that college is a very, very bad choice for the vast majority of women. I think maybe 5 to 10% of women need a college education. And here's some numbers for you.
I wonder
Are
why
you aware
women
that
aren't on board with this shit.
65%, they are actually.
Are they?
65.
Is that why they overwhelmingly vote against you every time? Yeah. When you vote in elections that you think are immoral for women to vote in. Cool.
65% of all college debt is now held by women in America. The average woman starts
get
her
rid
life
of
with
college debt.
$35,000 of debt.
Get rid
The
of
average
college
woman
debt.
starts.
Get rid
You
of
can't
college
do
debt.
that. What are you gonna?
What do you mean you can't
Okay,
do
okay.
that?
Yeah,
The vast
can
majority of
I
the world
bring
doesn't
another
have
There's
college
always
debt.
to just make everything free.
Can
No.
I bring another factor in here? Another
Unironically,
factor.
things that you
So,
need to survive, yes, they should be free. Actually,
I would
Yes.
like to bring another factor.
Well, I want to
into this.
address one thing Kevin said, because he said, well, why aren't women on board with you? Actually, they are. Are you aware of the fact that in 1917 and 1918, when they did straw polls in the United States, asking women if they wanted the right to vote,
Women, hang
only
on, so-
about 4% of them.
Whoa, women 100 years ago
Only
agreed
about
with you.
4%.
Bravo. What about
Four-
2023?
Oh, shut the
What about
fuck up and let me
2023?
talk, you
Leave
dumb
Rachel
bastard.
finish her.
4% of women
boy.
actually wanted the vote. There was far
Wow,
higher membership
well done
in
on winning that election
anti-suffrage groups
100
than
years ago.
pro-suffrage groups.
Bravo.
Are you going to let me talk? Because you're not educated on this. So let me, an educated woman, tell you.
I don't know
all
how
the things
educated
don't
you
know.
are, actually,
So-
to be fair, but go on.
Do you have a best-selling book? You're not winning this
No,
conversation.
cool.
Where's your
Hang on, hang on, I'm
statistics?
sorry.
Where's
Best-selling
your
book, that's
statistics?
She
You have
slammed
any
the
book
book
memorized?
on the
That's the limit
table.
right
Oh, damn it.
Everyone who writes a book always does
Brilliant.
this thing where they like constantly
Okay,
mention conversations that they wrote about.
I
guys,
think I'm going to write a
can
book
I
just to
just
do
bring
that.
a third factor into
We'll
this?
probably do something with it.
Oh,
No
start us,
Snooki's
please.
written
Go
a
ahead.
book,
Sure.
right?
Yeah. So
But
so
women
okay.
didn't want the vote. Women still don't give a shit about politics, and they don't want to vote. They never
Except
did.
they actually,
That
except
was-
they
that's
actually
an
vote. They
idea
actually
that
vote in
politicians
higher
and
numbers than men.
corporations-
So that
in
that
the
actually is
election.
that's not actually entirely true, right? In England, women who didn't work were actually very involved, oftentimes in politics. Especially women were super involved in the church, and so with their free time, if they were not working as much as their male counterparts, they would be very involved in politics.
Yeah.
However, that's not
Yes, well,
my
in
point.
the church,
My
in
point
the
is
community.
my point is that we can talk about women initiating 70% of divorces, and maybe some of that fault does lie with the women. Maybe some of that fault lies with the men. But we also have to acknowledge that of existing marriages, the divorce rate has fallen, right?
I don't know if it's of existing marriages. I thought it was just
It's
down because marriage is
No,
down
it's not.
overall.
It's not down because of marriages are down. It's of existing marriages.
Right,
of
but
I
existing
don't
feel like that's
marriages,
close to the
think
same
that-
thing.
of existing
Don't you
marriages,
think that would
divorce
be
rates
due
have
to the
gone
fact
down.
That a lot of people.
Come
Yeah, but
on,
don't
It's
you
not
think that's
due.
due
So
to the fact that a lot
we
of
can
people
wait a
just
minute.
don't
Wait a minute.
bother
Wait a minute.
anymore?
Wait. We can talk about
The
these are
people
two
who
different
are
things.
bothering to get
These
married
are
are
two
gonna
different
stick with
things. Okay, so these are two different
I
things.
know
Yes,
that.
it is
Yes.
true. It
We
is true
understand.
that yes, there are less people getting married, but it is also true that of the people getting married, there's less divorce.
Yes, but that's because the people who are bothering to get married are usually religious or have like really good reasons for committing to that. And the people who are kind of wishy-washy just don't do it. They're like, oh, it's just a piece of paper. I don't need that.
I think it's a
Right?
good
So I know
sign
that
that
I know
I think it's a
that-
good sign that
I know what I'm saying goes against your intuition, but these are solid facts, and I have like a huge number of women who follow me and write me letters telling me about how they felt pressured into career and they felt
these
pressured
are
to go to
anecdotal,
college, and they never fucking wanted to. But none of you leftists ever care about those people. You don't care about all the women that are like.
I'm not even disagreeing with all of what you're saying, Rachel, but again, these are anecdotal pieces of evidence, right? When we're talking about, like, we can still look at. I'm not even disagreeing that, like, again, two parent households are better, right? Not disagreeing that maybe there's a problem if people aren't getting married, but I think it's hopeful that the people who are getting married are doing so are more solid in their choice. They have a better reason for getting married, and the divorce rate is falling. I think that is very hopeful.
Can I just go back briefly to a point that Rachel was making? In the United States, women have outvoted men on every election since 1996.
Yes, and that's due to propaganda.
Well, it doesn't matter. You said they weren't interested. You literally said they weren't interested. Women don't.
Why can't we write off your?
They outright men. They outvote
why can't we?
men in every election.
Rachel, why can't we write off your straw poll with the same thing the women were propagandized to? Why can't we just throw the same thing back at you?
You could, but I mean, there's this idea that's just been accepted that just women really wanted this, and that's why it happened. My whole entire book is about the fact that women did not want it to happen, and that there were people, elite people with tons of money.
Can I, if I can interject, because we want to get to the audience portion to be able to ask some questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everyone some final thoughts on this, about 2 minutes for their final thoughts. Then I'm going to ask a few questions to some of the people. Then we'll get to super chats and audience call in. So we will go. Let's start in the same order we went. Simp, you have 2 minutes. You can talk about anything you want specifically about what was being said here, or the general topic, which was that basically should we prioritize as a culture women having families over choosing careers. But go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we want to, as a culture, pick which one to prioritize, it's probably the case that the economic productivity is going to outweigh whatever gains you think you could on an individual level from you, an untrained person, taking care of your kids versus a person who is trained taking care of your kids. If you think that, like, them being a low-wage worker is going to make them worse at taking care of their kids, well, most people who have kids are low-wage workers. The average person with kids ends up being pretty poor on average. So most people with kids ought not stay at home because they're low-wage workers who you think are bad at taking care of kids, right? If what we really care about is making sure that people's lives are better off on average, making sure that once you have parents who are in a marriage, making sure they stick together is going to be really important. The number of people who are in marriages getting divorced who have children, though, is only about 25%. Most people who get divorced don't have kids, so this ends up being a total side point. I think every single line that we went down ends up just being a tangent in the actual discussion. The actual important lines, the total undercutting defeaters for the arguments, just ended up never getting addressed. The automation point, like, even if you have a high level of automation, if it's the case that your high level of automation comes with at the cost of, like, having incredibly low, like 1.2 birth rates, then your population just withers off and you have nobody to even maintain these machines until you can get full automation, at which point your birth rates will continue to decline and you'll have no people around and a bunch of self-automated, self-repairing robots. That doesn't seem like a world worth living in to me. It seems like a world is kind of bad, or worse than the one we currently live in. That's, I guess, the entirety of what I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go over to Stardust. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to disagree that two-parent households are better for children. I'm not going to disagree that there's probably an issue with the women who are initiating those 70% of divorces, but there's also an issue with the men in those relationships. Takes two to tango, right? But I do think it's a very hopeful statistic that of existing marriages, people who are choosing to get into marriages are choosing so, and much more good reasons for doing so, are doing so because they're much more stable and they have chosen the right person for them. I think that that is incredibly hopeful, and I think that there are solutions to this. And I think that people taking their time with who they choose to have a partnership with, and who they choose to marry and commit that long-term relationship with, I think that's super, super good. And finally, I think that you know, it shouldn't be an either or about women working or women staying with their families, right? Why can't we have a combination of both? Why can't we have even, you know, I'm not opposed to women staying at home and taking care of their children in early years and then going back to work, or I'm not even opposed to women going to work and us creating the possibility for her to have enough time to go and spend time with her children. I think we need to have a society in which men and women have the ability to work, make a living, and also spend enough time with their families and take care of their families. And we should do our best to create a society where you know, both people can have the ability, have the agency to do so, and also take care of their children. So.
Okay, thanks so much, Stardust. Phil, we'll go over to you. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. This has been a spirited debate, let's call it that. Some tempers got flared and heated, and it caused us to kind of dance around what was the core of this question of this panel was, how is it that the children of our species are to be raised? How do we get the best results from all of that? And we all kind of at the end agreed there was at least some sort of synthesis at the end where everyone agreed that a two-parent household is best. Children just need that yin and yang of those opposing ideas that come together, and they need to see that in a constructive and healthy way growing up. And so that is something that, yes, divorce rates have been exceptionally high in the Western world. It's just barely gone below 50% recently. And then I remember a few years ago, I saw a statistic where second-time marriages, the divorce rate's somewhere around 65%, and then third-time marriages, the divorce rate's somewhere around 77%. So that's the learning curve, folks. So apparently we do also, this is something for younger people within the sound of my voice, folks who are thinking about getting into relationships, thinking about getting into a marriage, anyone within the sound of my voice, I will just implore you, take your vows to the Lord far more seriously than your parents' and grandparents' generations did. And that will give your children the best results, because you can't fix the whole world. All you can do is what's best for you and yours. And you have to start from there. And if you can't start from there, you aren't going to make a better world. So, folks, like I said, grin and bear it. But if you do find yourself in that unfortunate reality of getting the tragedy of divorce in our modern era, just remember that Albert Einstein got a divorce, and none of us are probably smarter than Einstein. So, hey, don't beat yourself up too much about it. So, folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
All right, thanks so much, Phil. Kevin, let's go to you. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on a thing that Phil said. The idea that you give your vows to the Lord, I think, is part of the problem. If people centered other human beings ahead of God or some other larger thing, whatever you believe in or don't believe in, I think actually would probably be better in the long run, and you wouldn't feel so fucking guilty about everything. Anyway, regardless. This conversation was honestly one of the least productive things I've ever engaged in online. I enjoyed it enormously, but nothing of use was said by basically anybody. It was lovely. In terms of women and their roles in society, ultimately there isn't one type of woman, so there shouldn't be one type of role for women. They can do a myriad of different things, and there doesn't have to be a dichotomy between raising children and working. We can create systems that allow for both.
All right, thanks so much. Counterpoints, let's go to you. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, so sorry if I checked out a little bit. Synth, I appreciate you not screaming at everybody for the remainder of the panel. It is genuinely appreciated. So if I was to just be prescriptive for a minute, since I didn't talk that much, basically, I want the human population to stabilize around 2 births per couple that chooses to have children, and the reason why I want that to be done is because I think we can have a demographic replacement rate where we stabilize the population. That being said, I think that as quality of life increases, carbon consumption increases, and we're going to have to deal with this technologically. So we're going to need carbon capture, reforestation, environmental practices, sustainable industrial and agricultural practices that actually make us stewards of the planet. So from a conservative perspective, we're not called to be tyrants and kings of the planet. We're called to be stewards. And stewardship means taking care of a kingdom for somebody else. So that's where I think conservatives need to be more environmental in their leanings. Then, when it comes to whether or not like having children in general is good, I love the human experience. I think it's fucking awesome. But I do think that existing in a vacuum or oblivion, whatever where souls come from, I think that that is probably a neutral thing. Existence itself is good once made, but you know, if you never exist, you probably don't know that you exist. So I don't think that we should push up the human population to 15 or 20 billion just for shits and giggles. That being said, I think technology probably will save us in the end, or at least I'm hopeful that it does. I do want people to have kids. I do want people to have fun. I do think that in general, a two-parent household is good. I do think that in general, heterosexual monogamous stuff is statistically going to bear out the most fruit, but I also want gays and folks to have good lives too. So if there's exceptions to the rules, then I want the blacks and the Jews and the gays to also enjoy in life's bounty when possible. So, yep, appreciate you having on. Sorry if I was just focusing on my Warhammer terrain for the second half of the panel, but I appreciate you guys. So, love you.
All right. Thanks so much. Rachel, final thoughts on this. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Kevin can sit there and snicker all he wants. Just because he hasn't heard any of this, know any of this, does not mean that it's not true. The reason I had to write a book is because women's studies departments took over the history and rewrote it from the position of an oppressed feminist. They call it standpoint feminism. They've actually totally misrepresented all of women's history, and I had to set some of that straight. Yes, some women have worked at certain times throughout all of history, and there have been outliers throughout all of history who did not want to get pregnant and did not want to get married. They would become nuns, or in a lot of places they could own businesses or do other things. That's fine, that's great. But it is a fact that the women's movement did not come from women. It was never a grassroots organic thing that just rose because women looked around and said, oh my God, I'm oppressed. I want to go to work. I want to work a 40-hour week. You know, I want to be in a cubicle working. No, that's not what happened. In fact, I cite 3 pages of women who were feminists through the 17, 18, 1900s who were constantly frustrated. They could never get anything except a very small amount of women on board with their cause. The reason is these women were preoccupied with having babies, doing community stuff, church life, family life. Women used to be the ones that took care of the elderly, the sick, the young, orphans, people who were injured in wars. Women were the caretakers. Now we have turned that into a wage job, and we have sent women into the workforce. And we have 100 years of statistics to show whether or not that worked out for everyone. And it just so happens that it is not. So we have right now in America 25% of all adult women on some kind of psychiatric drug. The alcohol rates, the babies born with alcoholism rates have gone way up. Women are very unhappy. There was a big 2009 paper called The Paradox of Female Happiness that kind of blew this women's lib stuff out of the water and said, no, women don't like having to juggle a career and a family and feeling torn between both and feeling like they're never good enough at either one. That's a really horrible thing to do to anyone. So yes, they become very unhappy. They get depressed. They get divorced. They chase the neighbor guy who makes them feel young and sexy. They're constantly looking for something. In addition to that, all of the statistics I cited about child abuse, about divorce rates, about the birth rate, these are facts, right? And I get tons of feedback from women all the time saying, I feel pressured. The bad news is women are propagandized into feminism. The good news is that they can be propagandized out of it. If you simply make it socially acceptable and you make it cool for women to be moms and homemakers again, that's what they will choose. Ask Simone de Beauvoir. She said it herself.
I love that you're not even pretending you're not going to try and brainwash people. It's amazing.
All right. Wait, listen, we'll have plenty of time to go back and forth.
It's an information war. We're in an information war. Everything is
You're like Alex Jones. That is true. You are an info warrior. Definitely. Yes.
Correct. By the way, Alex, if you're listening, you're welcome on the panel next week. So, okay, we're going to get to audience.
Alex Jones is going to be here next week.
We're going to get to audience call-ins. We'll do that first. Then we're going to get to the super chat. So if you hear anything in the audience call portion of this that you would like to super chat in and ask any of the panelists about, please feel free. Remember, there's that dono.chat link, and there's also YouTube super chats that you can use. We'll get both of those going. You can also, we still have room for a few more callers, so follow that link. But without further ado, we're going to go to our first call in. And I want to say real quick, if you see this plaque behind me, my great wife, who had kids with me and decides to not have a career and stay home, just an aside, she made this plaque actually for everyone who successfully makes it through the arena. So all of our guests here, unless they quit or get banned here by the end, their name will be on that, and that'll be something we could keep for everyone.
Yeah.
So I bring it up because Casimir actually is on the list. He was one of the guests of the debut episode of the arena. So thanks so much, as always, for calling in, Casimir. Go ahead with your question or comment.
I have a question for Kevin Logan.
Let's go.
You said that there's propaganda from the right about that promotes birth rates from women. I think one of our strongest media institutions right now, that's most influential across the entire spectrum of the population, is HBO. Can you remind me of a recent HBO show that promoted positive birth rates? That promoted anything positive about having births?
Casimir, no offense, my friend, but you seem to have misheard something I've said, because at no point did I make that
it's
point.
fine.
I don't think.
Have you watched? Are you aware of like the most recent installment of Game of Thrones?
I'm not a degenerate. I'm not a degenerate. I don't watch such things.
So you didn't see that they portrayed. They had 3 portrayals of births. Out of those, one woman was in such pain she chose suicide, and another one was cut open with the cut being graphically displayed on air.
Don't they also have dragons? I'm not sure this is like necessarily meant to be an accurate depiction of reality.
Right. Of course they have dragons, but these are. Do you understand how advertising works? When you show somebody,
even fiction has,
they create associations, right? If I display a bottle or a cigarette, and the main hero of the show is constantly smoking, even though it's James Bond, I will likely purchase that drink. I'll be more likely to purchase it in the store, more likely to engage in the activity, right?
Okay, yeah, but to be fair, like
this whiskey was on Yellowstone.
At no point did I ever say HBO do a great job of promoting positive birth rates. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
No, they're not. They're doing the exact opposite. In fact, every time one of those shows shows a birth, it shows like it shows an outlier of the most negative kind. And you might say, oh, it's showing medieval times, but it's not even true in medieval times that birth rates were so dangerous. Just like
to be fair, the Targaryens were really inbred, and so they always had a lot of problems, and so the gods always flipped a coin whenever a Targaryen.
Okay, I have a question for Coin now.
Dying in child.
Sorry, I'm a little bit of a nerd.
The entire debate.
Kevin, respond real quick.
I was just going to say, I mean, I don't really know about the world of the program in question, but if it is medieval, dying in childbirth was a pretty common practice, actually, or pretty common occurrence. That wouldn't be an inaccurate depiction.
Not to the rate depicted in the show.
Because of propaganda, people think it was way more common than it was.
Well, like I say, I don't know enough about the TV program to give you an accurate indication of that.
I have a question for Coy, since he likes to pipe in.
It's because of Malthus and people like Paul Ehrlich who push this depopulationist agenda and want to scare out of China. They want to scare thinking they're alive if they have a baby, and that's just so obviously, because we all wouldn't be here, right? So there has been propaganda brainwashment against motherhood. Just growing up in the 80s and 90s with the Go Girls, it's like, you ain't shit, don't have a career. You ain't shit if you're not a boss bitch. You need to have your own money, girl. You can't let no man support you. This is propaganda.
Well, okay, yeah, but you've already admitted you want to do propaganda, so you're like, forgive me if your pearl clutching doesn't really fucking touch me. When you've admitted you want to do the same, but from the other side, like, why should I take you seriously?
One of those propagandas is positive towards a shared moral value.
I'm not sure that having someone arguing in favor of taking away women's right to vote is necessarily a positive thing. Actually,
facts about how that.
No, focus on the birth rates.
No, but it's a package of nonsense inspired by religious doctrine. Is what it is.
Showing healthy births on TV is related to
women. I was talking to Rachel.
Are you paying attention to the conversation?
Sorry, Kashmir, I wasn't talking to you. I was referring to what Rachel was saying.
Right,
I don't care about Game of Thrones. I couldn't give a fuck about Game of Thrones.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck about propaganda of anti-natalism on TV, right?
Pinche propaganda.
Like, there are also like gangland
No, just
where you can watch
own
people
the
getting shot in the
point.
fucking
Can
head.
you own
I
the
don't
point
care.
and not slide off? It's a
I
yes or
don't make-
no.
I'm not making
Are you
TV
in
programs.
favor
It's not
of
up to me.
anti-natalist propaganda? Yes or no?
They're perfectly entitled to put anti-natalist propaganda in if they want to. I don't.
You
give a
don't
fuck.
think
Are
that's
you in favor of it
wrong?
though? Like I know Kashmir's
Well,
getting a
I
little, but
wouldn't-
no,
I
I'm
wouldn't do
not.
it.
I'm not looking for gotcha. I'm just actually curious, Kevin.
I
Are
wouldn't-
you in
I wouldn't
favor of
do it
anti-natalist propaganda yourself? Just you?
No,
I
wouldn't-
I don't care
no,
about the world.
wouldn't
I
do
just
it.
want to know about you.
I wouldn't do it myself, but the fact
Okay.
that someone else makes a very popular TV show that has it in there, I mean, I don't really give a fuck.
Okay, maybe Synth can get in on this one, but it's also for Kevin as well. I don't know, one of you. I have this entire chart in front of me. That's it's a Pew study from 2014. It's the only one I can find where they actually break up every religion and every general group of faith based, and they show the fertility between the age of 40 and 59, which is how many children each woman has, and it has to be above 2.05, as you probably know. And agnostic is 1.3, atheist is 1.6, and these are in similar population groups. The people that are reproducing, like outside of, let's say, Jewish faith, it is the Orthodox who are reproducing above 2.5, and everybody else and the Reform are like collapsing. All of those populations are collapsing, even though they live in the same city. Do you see a problem with that?
Are they living in the same city, or are they controlled by...
Can I respond to the Game of Thrones thing? Because Game of Thrones it was a show that kind of like had a lot of violence, a lot of blood in it, right? So it's not, I don't know that I would call it anti-natalist propaganda, when really the show itself was like kind of centered around violence and centered around,
Stardust. But then the question, so this would be the question, because I'm actually with Casimir on this one. So when's the last time you just saw a normal, boring, heterosexual couple that wasn't the butt of the joke?
Normal, like, what do you mean, a butt of a joke? What do you
Like,
mean?
so for instance, like Family Guy, the joke is that they're like dysfunctional. Peter's an alcoholic. Lois, does like weird sexy things.
Well, all families are
and all that kind of
dysfunctional.
shit.
That's okay, right?
Sure. Okay, sure. But then also, what would be the most?
What was the
recent
show
one?
with Archie Bunker? I think that was the
Bunker.
last time.
Yeah, and then the other one would be what the fuck is it? It's
Al Bundy, Married with Children.
Modern Family,
yeah.
or something like that.
I think
So
I think most
Simpsons,
families.
Modern Family.
I
there
think
was
most families
several
have
sitcoms.
flaws. Most families have flaws. Most families have have dysfunction, and that's okay. And people, and I think the point of those shows is that you work through those dysfunctions. You work
Actually,
through
yeah,
those flaws.
King of the Hill. King of the Hill
Rachel's
was
and
a pretty...
Casimir's point, which I agree with, is that when it comes to like modern media, you can find young people fucking, doing heroin, doing drugs, getting into shootouts,
Biased.
getting into
Yeah,
fights,
biased.
banging
Very
each other,
biased.
becoming polycules, et cetera, et cetera. You can find
Let's
all that
go.
shit. You just flip through the channel, you're going to find all that shit. But then actually just finding like normal people going through like normal travails and normal
Yeah,
challenges
because
and all that
that's
kind of bullshit.
boring
But
as
isn't-
fuck.
Who's
No
fuck?
one
Isn't
wants
that
to
That's
modern-
entertainment.
Okay,
Isn't
no.
that what-
You guys
isn't that
say
what-
that, but like House on the Prairie and like all this like old school fucking
You
cowboy
Yeah,
called it
shit.
boring.
Dog-
You
Wait,
described it as boring.
Isn't
Well,
modern
Kevin's
family
not
like
boring.
a normal family or whatever? I don't
Not
know.
good
I
ratings.
thought it was.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I mean,
so-
if
so-
you
Mr.
want a
Rogers'
gender,
Neighborhood
it's
got some
boring.
pretty good ratings.
Can I really
mean, like,
quickly get in? Can I really quickly get in?
good old values.
Super quick,
Sometimes
yeah.
those sell.
So I want counterpoints. You described them. Your words were a boring, straight, normal family initially. You
But
think
he's a
it's boring,
patsy here.
right? Yeah. So
I'm listening.
counterpoint. The point being, right? Like before Casimir jumps in, right? It's clearly the case that even you think it's boring. Like it's pretty fucking boring. House of the Prairie is your example of entertaining media. It's pretty boring. But Casimir,
That
you
slip is because he's an unprepared patsy on this debate.
Can I
He's
can
a
I just
patsy?
can I
Yes.
wait?
You're
Can I
like a
can I
flan.
can
It's
I
a
get in here,
5-on-1
please?
against Rachel. Yes.
Can I
True,
get in here,
yeah.
please? I think
That's-
it's actually
After
a
Stardust, I want to say something.
I actually think it's a positive thing to have families that are not that are not perfect, that are not like the normal boring thing, because most families have their issues, most families have dysfunction, most families have stuff going on. And I think that the moral of these shows is that yes, you have dysfunction in your family, yes, these are things that are normal, and you're not alone in your dysfunction, you're not alone in your struggles, right? But we all work through it. That's what family is about. Family is about working through that dysfunction.
Listen, I'm just saying, it seems like every single TV show that has any level of relationship, there's going to be like a LGBTQ progressive.
Oh, look, Counterpoints, shut up, you fucking patsy. Shut up.
Yeah, you're a patsy.
Well, no, like Counterpoints, there's a whole there's a whole meme joking about this, about like any given Netflix show. It's like, all right, you'll have the member of the LGBT community that will be the voice of reason. There will be the doting old man dad. There will be the and like there will always be these things that kind of check off, and like there's actually like I remember reading an essay about this. Is fascinating that like the Simpsons to Rick and Morty
scientist is going to save the world.
Well, no, like
this is the point.
Yeah, well, no. Like let me finish here. It's kind of like the transition from The Simpsons to Rick and Morty. In The Simpsons in the 90s and the early 2000s, Grandpa was the doting kind of burden on the family that everybody had to kind of deal with, and he's there now. Rick and Morty. Jerry is not the patriarch of his house. Jerry doesn't run his house. He's a elder millennial fuckhead, and
who's the main character of Rick and Morty?
That's actually it's the grandpa that's actually running the house. It's the real patriarch of the family. And unfortunately, in our modern era, there's a lot of families that reflect that. The grandpa is the one that actually runs the family. The dad's just the replaceable sperm donor at this point.
It depends on what culture you're from, right? Because in some cultures,
that's creeping all over.
It depends on some cultures you're from, right? In some cultures, right? I've seen families like in South Asian families where like the grandmother is like the matriarch and like calls all the shots in the family and all of that, right? I think it's nice that there's a little diversity in.
Can I just say, it's not look, it's people watch the market dynamics play out here. People watch Game of Thrones. People watch Rick and Morty. No one's going to sit in and watch straight white family do nothing of interest for half an hour. No one's going to watch it.
You don't have to.
It's not going to happen.
You don't have to make straight white family doing nothing of interest. You could do
reality TV's a thing.
Anyways, hold on. So I just
Roseanne and Last Man Standing did well.
Yeah, real quick. I know we're burning time. The point being that like propaganda can be used for positive and negative means. And on top of that, like propaganda doesn't always have to be profitable. So we do like PBS and all that kind of shit in order to like give kids like some level of like early childhood education. Mm-hmm. It's not the sexiest thing on TV, but I would still let my kid like watch fucking Sesame Street or some shit.
Well, but it's not propaganda, is it? We're misunderstanding the concept of propaganda. Well, having something with a moral or a lesson to it is fine. Propaganda is like willfully lying to try and brainwash.
No. You're bringing a negative connotation. Oftentimes when people say propaganda, hold on. Often when people say propaganda, they do mean a negative connotation, but propaganda is just like politically oriented media in order to convey a message. So there's not.
But let's just appeal to the dictionary.
When you're saying that like family-friendly content doesn't sell, I mean, isn't The Lion King one of the?
Can I really quickly before we move there, Phil? Can I just I want to say something really quick before we move there, Phil? Just a second. Is there a way to get it for like 30 seconds here? Holy shit!
It's the last word, and then I want to give Casimir a chance to ask his second question, but we got to move on. I apologize. Last word before Casimir gets to speak. Go ahead.
Sure. So Kevin's not the one injecting that negative connotation into it. This is just if you just go to the like Google and type in define propaganda, you're going to see that biased or misleading nature is part of the definition. It's like intrinsic to what we understand propaganda to be. If you just think that any message is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view.
Okay, American media during World War II was propagandistic in order to gin us up into the war effort against Nazi Germany.
Okay, but you think it was biased or misleading?
And it is now for World War III.
Perfect. There we go. If you think it was biased, that's why it's propaganda, then you agree. Then you agree as a biased.
I can't say that Sesame Street is propaganda.
Okay, just a second. I get the last word, right?
Please, I know there's never a good time to end these. Please, Casimir, you had one more question, but we have to get to all the super chats and the rest of the callers. So, Casimir, if you had one more question, please go ahead.
Yeah, I already already asked it, I believe. So the best data that I have, right? We love empirics, right? We love empirical data. It shows that the problem is specifically as you go away from orthodox conceptions, from traditionalist religions, right? I don't know if it's directly the religion or it's just a correlation, but the more agnostic, the more non-traditional is the religion, the lower your fertility rate in the same society. And from I know lived experience doesn't matter, but in my experience working in New York City, there's two big populations of Jewish people in the city. The Orthodox don't have a fertility rate problem, they have a housing problem. It's the Reform group that are more atheists, that are less religious, that are more progressive, that have the fertility issue under the same economic conditions. Now, I'm curious, this is not a fact you can argue against. I'm curious if you can even consider that as a problem. I know from speaking to Stardust before, she admits that it's a problem. I wonder about the rest of the panel. Is it even a problem?
So one is, if it was true, it would be a problem, right? But you're wrong on the fact that they have not, in your study that you linked, controlled for the economic position of the people. What they did instead was control for the location. And in the locations where you have a lot of economic inequality, you have very rich and very poor people, and you have these localized usually in cities. So in the case of people who are less religious, there are also people who are more intelligent and more educated on average, and those are the kind of things that have strong correlations with your atheism and your agnosticism, and also have strong correlations with not breeding very much globally. Even if you take people who are both the same religion, who are both very religious even, and you put one in a condition where they're much richer than somebody else in another one, usually the rich people are the ones who don't breed. It's not even about the religion. The religion is just a correlate. Or corollary,
Can I
sorry.
add something on the last question that Casimir had? I just wanted to add something really quickly. I don't think it's bad that we have like dysfunctional families being the center of a lot of these shows, because as we were talking earlier, I know you're rolling your eyes. I know you're rolling your eyes. But as we were talking earlier, we were talking about how divorce, less divorce is better. Less divorce is better, right? And I think that. Okay, people are just being so rude. Less divorce is better.
Normalizing dysfunction isn't going to help people stay married.
It's not idolizing dysfunction. It's saying that there is dysfunction in any family, and you have to work through it. And working through that could lead to less divorce.
All right. Thank you so much, Casimir. Thank you for calling in.
Can I get like 20 seconds, Rob?
I'm just going to say, I'm glad you didn't ask me about Squid Game, because I also haven't seen that show.
Right. I just wanted to make this point. I pulled up IMDb Top TV, which is 250 TV shows. What I want everybody that's listening to do is to go pull up that article, IMDb TV Top 250, and try to go through all of these shows. If you watch that show, try to remember if it presented a family in a positive, non-boring light. And then if you start doing that with shows that are outside of the West, that are shows, for example, in Japan, or shows that come out of Russia, or shows that come out of Eastern Europe, you will see quite a different dynamic in the positive presentation of families. You will see not like everything great, but you would at least be able to name a single show that is popular that does depict a positive family dynamic. It will be rare, but it will exist. In the United States, it almost doesn't exist.
Okay,
but when you do have them, they're popular.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. We got to get to the next caller, but it's always appreciated. So we'll jump right into the next caller, who's been waiting patiently. Second-time caller to the arena, and I know a big supporter of the Crucible. Hilarious last week, calling out people lying about their height so much. Thank you so much again for calling in, Richie. What was the question or comment that you had?
Rob, I forgot you last time. I had comments for everyone, but I know you guys are pressed for time, so I guess I'll slip into Kevin explicitly.
Let's go. Come on now.
Let's go.
Beautiful.
You can say fucking on YouTube, right?
We can do that.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Fuck yeah.
Would you agree with me in your perspective that you would prefer children not be abused or molested?
I mean, the fact that you would ask that question is a little ridiculous. Obviously, child abuse is one of the most disgusting things that exists on Earth.
Okay, good. then we'd agree.
Okay.
You were talking earlier about the possibility or the likelihood that a child would be molested in a particular scenario, and you were going back and forth between schools and the Catholic Church, right? You're saying, "Oh, we'll shut down all the..." Right? Okay. Would it surprise you? Would you argue with me if I told you that the actual reality is that a child is far more likely to be molested or sexually assaulted in a home of a single mother?
Well, that's very possibly true. I don't know the statistics on that, but even if it were, you've missed the point slightly. My point was rather just because abuse happens in a certain setting doesn't mean that the setting is the problem. So, for instance, yes, some school teachers are evil pederasts who deserve to be terms of service. I can't complete that sentence. Let's just say put in prison for a long time. That's not the point, though. The claim was that school itself is abuse, which is fucking stupid.
Fine. That's fine. But you would say that, of course, like your initial answer is that we should have less abuse of children. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the highest amount of abuse is coming from single mother households, right? Like the predators go where the prey is.
I don't
well,
know.
the predator would go where the prey is, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So that makes sense, right? It's just logically consistent.
Yeah.
So instilling a culture where people stayed together more would logically follow that less children would be sexually molested.
Okay, but if we had no children ever, there'd be even fewer children molested. Like it's not practical.
Argument?
No, it's not. I'm saying it's not practical to just say because this thing happens, we need to do X, Y, or Z.
Well, but that's your whole worldview, the actual situation. But that's your whole worldview, as far as I understand.
What's my whole worldview?
You're a consequentialist. You're a utilitarian. What is the good outcome?
Well, no, I don't think I am strictly speaking a utilitarian. I think there are other facters that come into it.
Okay, so what other factors do we need to consider that are more important than children being sexually molested?
Well, practicality. I think the rights of individuals outside of just children. We need to tackle things like, rather than tackling the situation, which is in some cases unavoidable, what you do is you make sure that rapists are dealt with effectively, rather than just saying, well, predators are going to do X, Y, and Z. Okay, but when do we take into account the actions of the intent of the criminal and say, oh well, we have to adapt our entire society because criminals are going to do crime? Like,
so it's a freedom-based thing. You really like freedom.
Well, I do like freedom, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but, and like everything,
you're like
it's
super
a mixture,
anti-tax or something.
It's a mix. No, it's a mixture of where does freedom and a responsibility. What's the payoff there?
I bet
lockdowns. If we just said, let's chop off every penis in the world, there'd be a lot less rape. But the freedom application of chopping every cock off in the world would be pretty fucking
let's
harsh.
make a more practical analogy.
Well, I'm being
like universal health
for the whole point? It's that because child rape happens doesn't mean we adapt our entire society to say, well, this is the only thing that matters, because that would impact upon the rest of society in such a massive way that it would become impractical to live.
Right, but so let's say let's narrow the analogy to universal health care. Do you believe that government should be providing health care?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so it's okay for the government to implement universal health care, but it's not okay for the government to implement marriage standards that would necessarily lead to less child sexual abuse.
When you say marriage standards, what do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean forcing people to have to stay together?
It's a contract. It's not forcing. If you sign the contract, it's a willing contract.
But people get out of contracts all the time in a number of different ways. Like contracts aren't forever, are they?
Yeah, but you could make it harder. You could
make it till the last one graduates high school. The last kid, when they graduate high school, you're both gone.
Like, yeah, but Rachel, you're being disingenuous for a start, because you've literally said that you wanted to get rid of no false divorce, not make it harder. You're happy with women being like trapped in shithouse relationships. So like, don't talk nonsense about, oh, well, it would just be a small thing. I'm not really trying to take away people's fundamental rights.
You're lying I said there's always been exceptions.
Okay.
Do you think I don't want an exception for women who are being abused?
Kevin, I don't.
Do you
think
think I
actually
don't
have
want
a-
exceptions for cases of abuse?
Kevin, I don't think you actually have a concrete.
I trigger
position
this
to
guy.
come
Like, I've never seen a man get so offended at me
You
before. Well,
spent
I
your
have.
entire outro bitching because I laughed.
You
at
don't
your
have any,
stupid
do you,
book.
Kevin?
Like, what the fuck? You can't talk about being triggered. You've literally
I
been
did
triggered
not.
about the entire
I
thing.
didn't complain at all. I was on a glorious rant filled with statistics and information for you.
Speaking
Do you have
of
any
trig-
children, or are you married? I'm
Speaking
gonna
of
say
triggered,
no.
though, like I don't think Rachel has any place to be talking about triggered, because I have been several times in this conversation been trying to cede on certain points that we agree on, and she's too triggered to let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm not triggered, Stardust. It's just that you women prattle a lot. You're very nice, but you just prattle on about
prattle
stuff that's kind of
too.
beside the point.
On and on and on
Wow.
on. Whatever comment,
No,
whatever
I
criticism you have for me,
Ladies,
you can have
don't
it right
fight.
for yourself
To be fair,
Ladies,
you've both prattled and should have your voting rights taken away. Clearly, it's the only answer that makes any sense.
I hate to move it
prattle
along.
worse.
I enjoy a cat fight as much as anyone. But Richie, you got some final thoughts before we get to our next
Very
caller?
quickly, Stardust. I love your background, Lord Phil. You said you have a bottle of whiskey that is from the show Yellowstone.
Yeah, this was featured on the show Yellowstone briefly.
Did you?
And a bottle of Blanton's too. I got that over there.
Did you buy it because it was on Yellowstone?
No, I bought this because I wanted to review it on KOE Nation because I do whiskey reviews, and a lot of people want to see this. But no, I've only seen a handful of episodes of Yellowstone. I work on a farm, so it's kind of boring for me to watch it.
Sure. So no, I get it. Next question is, why haven't you burned it?
What?
Your bottle of whiskey.
They let gays and liberals on the fucking show.
Exactly.
Okay, whatever. It's a damn good bottle of whiskey. I'm sorry. I'm going to enjoy this over a good long while because it's beautiful.
Rachel,
oaky and caramel.
I have sincere admiration for your honesty and your bravery in this. Synth, you're a fucking monkey. And I think I hit about everybody. Counterpoints. Oh, I had something for you. Oh, don't watch PBS. Why are you letting your kids watch PBS? Don't do that.
Sheesh.
True. Well, it is progressive propaganda. You caught me.
PBS is full of Skittles stuff.
Richie,
All right,
you're a
Richie,
monkey
thank
too.
you so much. Second week in a row bringing the fire. We really appreciate it.
Love you, Richie.
All right. We have
Rock
one
and roll.
more caller to get to, but I thank everyone. Then we'll get to everyone's super chat, so you still have time to get those super chats in. However, to our last caller who's been waiting patiently, go ahead, Peacecraft.
What's up?
All right. So, unfortunately, I have to hit Kevin, but it's unfair. So, before I do, I want to state publicly that Rob's take on Pearl Harbor yesterday, the only thing that saved me from ripping his ass open like Captain America splitting wood was the fact that Connor wouldn't let me. All right.
We'll get
Kevin.
back.
Now, are we talking? Hang on. Before we even start, are we talking about the movie?
Yeah, when he
Pearl
rips
Harbor,
the
or
log
actual
open.
event?
No, the
That
event.
was
The event.
very
The event.
vivid imagery.
All right, so Kevin, unfortunately, I have to hit you too, and
Let's go.
this is a two-parter. And please allow me to finish before you respond. Unless you believe in natural rights, which I don't believe you do, and if you do, my question loses a lot of punch. And while I do not agree with Rachel's voting policy, unless you believe in natural rights, and given leftist theory priors or social construction priors, her policy of women not being able to vote being amended in a constitution is no more or less likely than, say, your claim of forgiving student debt or even providing government-paid-for healthcare, both being implemented through democratic will. Similar to, say, the banning of alcohol and then the repealing of that amendment in the United States, how can you say that we cannot progress to a position saying, oh, we tried that out and it didn't work well? If voted for democratically and free of any propagandizing you have both bandied about, how do you call this morally or ethically bad?
Well, for a start off, I never contended that it wasn't possible to remove rights in that way. Like, yeah, of course you could. Like you say, prohibition happened and then they got rid of it. Like, yeah, slavery was legal, now it's illegal. There are lots of things that have come and gone in terms of constitutional rights and amendments and stuff. So that's perfectly fine. Although, again, I will argue with Rachel's contention that women don't want to get involved in politics and would happily vote away their own rights in that way. That would be frankly silly. In terms of it being morally incorrect, it's the fact of I believe that humans are, to quote your own constitution, that are created equal, so to speak. Not that I believe in creation, but you get the idea. Equality is the basic point here.
I'm kissing my flag for that.
If you want, well, indeed, it's okay. Look, American independence is a temporary state. We're going to come back over. You can come back to the bosom of Mother England. Very soon.
Prince Harry's gonna have his wife run for president, and he's gonna call Daddy. I took over. Like, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
your plan.
It's stealth colonization. That's what's happening.
You've answered. If you're leaning on more of a natural rights framework, you've.
Well, no, it's not. No, it's not so much natural rights because democracy itself is a human construct. The point being that if we're going to have democracy, which I think we should, I think it's generally speaking a good thing. It has to be available to everybody, regardless of immutable characteristics. Now, you can argue about the taking away of rights for like criminals or something like that, but that's based upon the actions of an individual person, whereas being born a man or a woman shouldn't preclude you from engagement in civic life.
Okay. Second, to Synth. You have quoted the Pew Research studies and some other authors. I believe it is Haidt. The conservatives tend to be less intelligent. This might be true. Yes, you did, when everybody was yelling at you and Connor called you vicious and stupid.
Do you want me to tell you what you mistaked? You made a mistake.
Sure. Go ahead, bud.
I cited Casimir's Pew Research study that shows the reproductive rates of different religious groups. My study for conservatives being less intelligent does not come from Pew Research.
Okay.
Listen closer next time, Dumbcraft.
Thank you.
Stupid fuck.
This might be true, although Ganache and Schul 2021 disagree. However, that same research shows that liberal individuals have a very heavy overrepresentation of mental illness. As a mentally ill liberal yourself, what would you rather select? A few less IQ points or whatever you deal with on a daily basis? Congratulations on your recent transition, by the way.
Sure. So, thanks, Peacecraft. In regards to the mental illness studies, what it shows is it goes over 5 different mental illnesses, not a huge gamut of all possible mental illnesses. What you see is that left-wingers have higher rates of depression, which is true. All of these are going to end up being like mental illnesses that correlate with people who are more likely to be more intelligent on average. I don't think like higher rates of depression and autism are all too damning for the left when the right has high rates of being literally fucking retarded. So who cares?
How do you deal with your autism, and what coping mechanisms can I learn from you?
How do you deal with your Down syndrome?
I mean, I'm not talking like this, so I'm pretty sure that Down syndrome doesn't fucking apply.
I'm not so sure about that one,
Peacecraft. I don't care about all that because the right's a bunch of dumb, stupid heads isn't exactly the most...
I wanted better, Sim.
Phil, you are emblematic of the right being stupid.
You know,
your own side called you stupid. Rachel called you stupid and told you to stop speaking.
Yeah, you're fucking Pee Wee Herman over here.
Mrs.
Put on the gray suit, get on the little bow tie.
You've done nothing but say no you the entire discussion, Phil. You put in no arguments.
I have changed
leftists always project.
I've changed my position fundamentally. I'm now positively an anti-natalist. Humanity needs to fucking see.
Rachel, you wanted to say something? Go
ahead. Humanity belongs to the people that don't agree with that.
Yeah, I just wanted... I don't know why there's a used car salesman on this panel, but just let me one thing since I was invoked in the beginning of this call.
Because I'm a damn good salesman. You should try it.
You've
been a shit salesman.
Bill, stop speaking, Phil.
Everyone, leave Rachel. We can
Okay. I don't just think women shouldn't vote. I think democracy is fake and gay and stupid, and the idea that every single person gets a say is the dumbest thing we've ever done.
It is very gay, and that's the base element.
A shadow oligarchy. It's created a shadow oligarchy that actually runs things, so people are under the illusion they have freedom when they fucking don't.
Yeah, it's me and the Jews.
It's not that I'm against women. I just think
Rob, hey,
let women vote.
Woman, let me say my outro so I can leave. All right, Rob, thank you for having me on. You are absolutely the first best moderator, followed by Andrew, followed by Counterpoints, who has a show for like children in like developing countries who can't read good and shit. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bar and try to fucking hit on a fat bitch, and I want the rest of you to have a good
And I'm just
night.
saying Counterpoints.
Nice to see you,
My
Probably have kids. I like your
Counterpoints, my
aesthetic.
invitation to your show
Hey,
must have got
Katie.
lost in the post, mate. What happened?
I was actually about to say, I think
Amazing.
like Synth has screamed at me so aggressively and given me so much heartburn. By comparison, I have completely forgotten our ugly previous engagement. So I think you're forgiven, and I think you're invited at this point.
Nice.
We need some progressives to come fucking throw elbows. And Synth, like you would also be potentially invited if we like tune down the streaming a little bit. So
whatever you say, American history.
Counterpoints. I will turn into a banana. It calms Synth down. Okay.
Let's go.
Literally, Stardust will be prohibited from fucking speaking for the entire panel show. She just has to stay as a fucking banana in the corner the entire time.
So you would have been a great guest
Perfect.
last night, Kevin, where it was me versus 4, as is usually the case. But let's get to some super chats. There's some spicy ones. You still got time to get super chats in. We will ask all the guests your questions. It's been lively. We've enjoyed it. Let's see what the audience had to say. First, Benderman, for 2 Canadian rupees or whatever the fuck they have, says, I like drunk Chris Farley, who I'm assuming
Again,
is a reference-
flattery will get you nowhere, sir.
I
Okay.
don't know which one that is.
He lives in a van down by the river.
Live in a van down by the river. Now, Jack, how do we get life back on track? Yes, I'm very, very well associated with the amazing work of Chris Farley.
Is this guy an alcoholic? Because he sure is like, man, he's got the alcohol.
Well, what I will say though is
Yeah,
Chris
I've
Farley
just been
died.
sipping on this one dram all night.
Chris
So.
Farley
Jesus
lived
Christ.
very unhealthily and died young, like chill.
But you know, he also lived the way he wanted to every minute. Well, maybe that last minute when he was going, but yeah, up until then, he lived exactly how he wanted to the whole time.
Please, Phil.
I think this panel has been great because as much shit as I always get for being loud, there's at least a couple people on here that give me a run for my money. So it makes me look good by proxy. But all right, next we got from Risky Dave for $5. We really appreciate it. Says to support working women at Rachel.
I'm sorry you had a single working mom who told you her happiness was more important than your childhood.
We got
fuck
for
Real,
FB
real.
for $1.99 says Stardust owned synth. Any comments, synth?
That's
No,
illegal
like-
under the 13th
It's
Amendment.
bananas
It's
even.
banned in America.
That's true.
and
It's
stuff.
illegal. It's illegal. Justifying owning me by calling me a monkey is not going to help you here, Stardust. I think it's a bad
It's
look.
too late. It's too late.
The banana bit was funny.
All right. Moving on, we got early life check. Very generous for $20. Thank you so much. Says, LOL, such lowbrow economics, Reaganomics, socialist. None of that matters when you're under a fiat debt currency, which is literally created out of thin air.
True.
Bring back real money, and you'll have a real economy.
Oh my
Anyone
God.
Hell
You
yeah.
can't
Gold
control for
bug.
frictional
Preach it.
employment.
Preach it.
We've got a gold
Stupid as
bug.
fucking
Let him finish. Preach. Preach.
Now we're looking at digital currency. So
Rob, you
Let's
finish it
go.
out. This brilliant philosopher king must be finished out. Preach it.
So, all right, let's move on. We have Fedor Mephitis. I can never pronounce your name, Fedor. I've seen you around before, but thank you so much for the $5 donation. Says, in places
Christ.
where suicide is illegal, it is the crime with the lowest recidivism rate. I would say that's probably true.
Said the true. Yeah.
All right. Next, I don't know what that A299 means, but thank you, Friendly Ghost. Also, a special shout out to Friendly
Australian.
Ghost. Also became a member or resubscribed today. I don't know if I missed any of those, but anyone that subscribed, seriously, thank you so much. There's going to be exclusive content that's already being put out by the Crucible and far more of that to come. So consider subscribing now if you haven't already. Also, everybody knows that you're a bitch if you're not a member of the Crucible.
True.
I know I am. So, not a bitch. I meant a member. Shit, cell phone. Anyways, Friendly Ghost says, $2.99. When you take designer drugs with no studies, I believe that came in as a reference to you, Synth, though I could be wrong.
No way. My crack addiction is not designer.
Your street level. All right.
Yeah.
You know. All right.
He likes the crack of the people.
All right. Tickle this Elmo for $5. Thank you so much. Says, I can tell Synth learned from Ben Shapiro and Destiny on how to argue with someone. Talk faster, louder, and overreact to everything they said.
You have a pedophile-
Listen, gang. Listen.
Thank you, Phil. Right.
I'll just
Tickle
go to
this
humor.
Elmo. You have a pedophile username. You're dismissed.
Damn.
I'm just going to say your Reagan was a lot better. That was a poor.
Oh yes,
Shapiro.
my Reagan. Well, no, the thing
Everybody
is,
be
when
careful
it
with
comes
the YouTube words.
the Ben Shapiro impression and the Ted Cruz impression are basically the same impression, but at two different speeds. Like that's basically the difference there. But yeah, my Reagan impression. I mean, we've had many decades to really hone that one. So that's going to be.
Shut the fuck up.
Nancy, is it time for Betty Buys Bows time? Like, yeah.
Rob,
So
will you put me on the other side of the panel?
Whoa!
It's true.
I don't want her intellect rubbing off on me. So
Can I just say,
I don't want it bringing down my IQ.
There have been points in this panel where you very much reminded me of Reagan after he got Alzheimer's as well.
So which where do we go now? Oh, like I'm sorry, but I've been compared to Chris Farley, Rush Limbaugh, and Ronald Reagan. Like guys, gals, you know flattery will get you nowhere with me. Okay, that's a lie. Flattery will get you everywhere.
What is he
me.
talking about? What is he talking? Does anybody know what he's talking? I'm so confused right now.
I've been compared to all these amazing people, and I'm just so happy. So, like, this has been a very productive,
Kevin,
been very
I have
fun
to say,
panel.
I find your politics takes to be utter shit, but you've made me laugh several times with you.
That's almost a compliment.
I gotta say.
Given this crowd, that's as good as I'm gonna get, folks. So I'm gonna take it. So,
all right, let's keep going. The Honkler for $1 says nothing. One of the most brilliant things I've heard all night. So thank you, Honkler. And then follows up with a $2 donation. Says, Synth, can you look at the camera and go, ooh, monkey face? I believe
the Honkler, weren't you the guy in the comment section who was defending Hitler's relationship with his 14-year-old niece? Honkler, the Honkler. A lot of people with that name. It could have been somebody else.
Well, anyways, moving on. We'll
guess
go
we could
to
take those as a
FP for $4.99. A Crucible member, thank you so much. Says abuse rates are higher in public schools. He just wouldn't know because he's a sheep for CNN. I believe that's directed towards you, Kevin, in the conversation.
Yes, I'm a regular viewer of CNN in Britain. Yeah, fantastic. What's the point?
Not watching Don Lemon every morning before you
Talk
get
about
kicked out?
propaganda. Oh my goodness.
The BBC.
No, I watch the BBC communist broadcast every morning. If you don't mind.
It shows. So next we got Gourdzilla37 for 5 Canadian rupees. Says Stardust. Do you think you'll ever say anything that anybody might ever want to hear?
Gourdzilla, your mom loved listening to me last night. So check the last time your mother called you. She likes to talk to me more than she likes to talk to you.
Oh, damn! She brought mamas into it, and mamas love into it. Even that's
mothers love Stardust. What can I say?
All right. Early life check for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, can have a discussion on working women and divorce without mentioning roughly 57% of women in the workforce, yet 98%, according to BLS, receive divorce alimony from men, and 70% divorces end with women receiving custody and child support. Rachel, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, the family courts are skewed very heavily in favor of women. And actually,
True.
I've argued in the past, and I will argue again right now, that this idea that giving women voting rights and equal political rights, letting them be president, senator, governor, all these sort of things, we actually threw off the balance of power because women historically have had twice as many ancestors as men. Every one of us alive right now has twice as many female ancestors as we do male ancestors. 80% of women historically have been able to reproduce while only 40% of men have. That's an enormous advantage. Women are the deciders of sex and reproduction. And when we gave them all this political and financial power, they control most of the spending now in the world. It actually threw the balance of power off. It did not do anything to equalize things.
Women have been allowed to breathe and exist for far too long now. You're quite
stop simping. Stop simping. No
Yeah.
one's gonna sleep with you because you're simping. Just cool it. Just relax.
No, I think they sleep with them because of the accent. Like, let's be realistic.
I mean, okay. I'm just gonna say, I didn't want to be rude about it, but that story earlier that you wanted the person, the woman that definitely isn't you, wanting to fuck their young neighbor because they're bored in their marriage. That's clearly not self-report. That's not a self-report at all. I know what you're talking
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying I want to bang my neighbor? Ooh, good one. Burn. Ah, yikes. Try again. Try another one.
Okay.
All right.
Now, how handsome is this neighbor? Like that.
We're moving on. American Nacho for $2. Also a Crucible member. Thank you so much. Says, I can still smell Casimir. Those two are the best of friends, American Nacho and Casimir. So, for another $5, thank you so much, American Nacho. Says, it's always nice to hear childless single people give me advice on relationship. What saves you people without children on the panel? It does seem to be that if I I will say this, I'm not interjecting into the debate my opinion, but I will ask this. It seems disproportionately, and this is anecdotal just from what I've seen on panels and stuff like that it seems that people without children tend to adapt we don't need to focus on the family with the workforce is good mentality. But people that do have
just do whatever you want.
That's correlation, causation, or do you have anything to say about that?
I actually am one of the people who does not have children on the panel, and I think I was one of the people who was saying that children are important, and family stability for children is important. So.
Yeah, I'm also somebody on the panel who doesn't have children, and I said the same exact fucking thing. Like, it's clearly the case that we should prioritize the children over the interests of, like, one of the older people in the relationship because the kids have more life ahead of them. But childless single people, I'm not sure about single people giving you relationship advice, but childless people you should probably listen to because kids are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. Nacho.
Trad identity politics, by the way. Traditional identity politics. Who has kids and who doesn't?
Exactly.
All right. Next up, we have Early Life Check again. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous for $5. He says, after listening to Rachel bloviate, I unironically agree with her position on repealing women's voting rights. It's been fingernails across a chalkboard. Rachel?
Look, I'm not even going to hate on him because my voice is horrible. So I will fully admit that. I don't like listening to myself. And when I'm in a panel, I get very screechy. So I totally agree with you. Not even going to throw any shade.
What?
You're completely right about that.
It's fun.
Yeah. I will. Early Life Check. I'll throw shade on Rachel's behalf. Like, all of the shit you've posted in your super chats, you spent so much money on this channel, but every single thing you posted so far has been incredibly fucking stupid. You talked more in your super chats than Rachel talked the entire fucking debate.
Listen. If I can,
this show.
Early Life Check. Show that fucker. Send more money and you'll show sin.
I was about to say.
Yeah, show me. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, send at least another $5 and you'll show him. That's right.
We do appreciate it. Moving on, Gordzilla for another 5 Canadian rupees says, Sith, we'd all like to thank you for remaining quiet through most of this debate. Thanks from all of us. What do you think, Sith?
I feel like in terms of total volume time, like I made up for it though, right? Like, it was quiet in most of the debate, but like I got my loudness out. Gordzilla.
You got some early hits in for sure.
Yeah.
Fedor Methodist again for $5. Thanks again. Says, respect to Kevin for his balanced approach. What he lacks in intelligence, he makes up with intellectual dishonesty.
That was not that funny, Phil.
That was pretty good. That's a brilliant one.
Funny.
All right.
Fedor, you are a philosopher king or queen. That's fucking beautiful.
Finally, the last one we have, unless someone else gets in, from Remy LeBeau for $2.99 says, Pedro, better than Zen. Stop muting everyone, coward. Zen's not here to defend himself, but I know he's listening in the chat. So moderation decisions, I think that the Crucible has some of the best moderators out there. Let me defend Zen just in the abstract here for a minute. You are brutal. This chat is brutal. I love you guys. I think you're hilarious. But holy shit, like, I think we could just do a whole show of 9 people come on here and the chat just tears them to pieces.
Yeah, I had a little laugh with my chat. Someone in your chat said Kevin looks like he falls asleep on the toilet. What the fuck does that even mean?
What the fuck?
What does that even mean?
No, if they say that, that's the power of suggestion. Now that's I think that might be true, Kevin. I'm sorry.
It's kind of beautiful though. It's like a haiku.
It sticks. Fuck.
Like,
you should get a shirt that says "I fall asleep in the toilet." I think it'd be great.
We
got another one to come in. Zonia says, "Unlike Kevin, before this panel, I was already an anti-natalist. After the panel, I am now also actively homicidal towards humanity." Thanks for that. So, I'm glad the arena is doing great work.
We did it.
Dissuading.
Anti-natalists should start with themselves. If you're anti-natalist, start with yourself.
Yeah, if human life is that If human life is that miserable, show us you act on your principles.
If you hate
I was
people
about to
so
say,
much-
like, the people who
Yeah,
think that
if you
life has
hate
no
people
meaning
so
is
much-
awful.
Prove
I mean,
it.
obviously you don't think so because you're still hanging out. See what happens.
All right, so
Yeah.
we've made it through.
Well, no,
we
because
got...
it's a crime. As discussed, suicide is a crime.
Life
Some
is always
people-
beautiful.
Some people aren't fucking criminals at heart. Okay.
Can I say Zin's in the chat saying, "Where you at, Remy? Speak up." He can't. You muted him, Zin.
Let's win.
Oh.
Based. Get him, Zen. Mute him, and then he ain't saying shit. Great. Got it. But, all right. So what we're going to do is we'll give a chance for everyone to shout themselves out. I'll say a few words. Everyone made it through. We'll get on the official arena plaque. I know that's why you all came here. But, no, I really appreciated the conversation. Spirited, annoying at times, funny at others, informative at times. And I only got like 3 comments about my awesome misogyny t-shirt that my wife made me. But let's start at the top left. Synth, let us know
what
what people...
I didn't see it.
It's misogyny.
What does it say? Oh, perfect.
So,
And
Apparently I need
ironically, it says misogyny, but it forces me to have to look at his tits.
Right.
So, like, what's going on there?
Hey, I'll have you know that I've worked damn hard for this bosom. So, let's go to Synth to start with. Go ahead. Let people know where they can find you.
I'm on YouTube. With the name is the same way spelled on screen, SINTHE.
All right,
That's the only place I'm at.
Okay. Stardust, where can people find you?
YouTube.com/Stardust Streams or Twitch.tv/Stardust.
All right. Lord Phil KOE, shout yourself out and tell us where we can find you.
Well, thank you, sir. You can find me, Phil KOE, of course, KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is, of course, KOE Nation, folks. And Rob, thanks for having me, and I hope all of you make it back here to the Crucible. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless all y'all.
All right. Thanks so much. Kevin Logan, shout yourself out and tell us where we can find you.
I'm Kevin Logan. You can find me in a gutter flecked in my own vomit, usually. Other than that, you can find me on Twitch at KFLogan1875, Twitter, YouTube, all the usual fucking places. Peace.
All right.
Or sleep on his toilet.
In the gutter, on the toilet, watching BBC. Good stuff. So, Counterpoints, shout yourself out and tell us where we can find you.
Fucking hell. This is why I come, by the way, because fucking Crucible is a bunch of goddamn savages. So, anyways, Counterpoints, just type in Counterpoints, common spelling onto YouTube. You'll see a Warhammer channel. I break down the new animations. I also do some lore episodes every now and then. So if you're into science fiction, science fantasy, hyper violence, all that kind of stuff, that's my most popular content. Alternatively, if you want to check out debate content, I do have the Counterpoints Coliseum. That is a second channel I started in order to post my streams and my VODs and my political-oriented content, and then we are starting up some essays soon. So you can find me on those places. Or if you just want to see a bunch of like Warhammer 40k and Boomer memes on Twitter, _Counterpoints _ you can find me there as well. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me.
All right. And lastly, Rachel, tell us where we can find you.
Yes, if you would like my research articles with all my citations so that you know I'm not full of shit, go to rwilson.substack.com. If you want homeschooling tips and advice, more based discussions like the one you saw here about things like gender, men and women, marriage, all that sort of thing, go to my new YouTube channel, Rachel Wilson, and I am Rach for Patriarchy on Twitter.
All right, thanks so much. So just a couple final thoughts here. The debate topic, should women focus on raising children as opposed to careers? Yes! End of the fucking argument, of course. I appreciated everyone being here. It was a lot of fun. Don't forget, Monday, there will be a super show going on in the Crucible. Andrew Wilson will be having, I believe it's going to be another 8-hour show. Last week's was epic. Also, don't forget, subscribe, become a member to the Crucible. You get access to exclusive content. More and more will be put out every day. You can find these episodes. They will be off of the Crucible YouTube channel, but you could go to my Rumble channel where we don't have to worry about getting mass reported. And those links are actually in the chat right now to that Rumble channel. So you can find that. You can search me at Normal America on Rumble, and any old episodes of the Arena you want, you'll be able to find them there. I think the discussion will be continuing on the Discord chat and voice chat afterwards, so you can head over there if you want. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. It was a fun time. I appreciate all my guests here, and you'll be welcome back again if you'd like. So thanks so much, everyone.
Appreciate you kindly. Have a great night, guys.
All right.
Peace. Thanks. What a concept.
What's up, baby? You're not on camera, but they can hear you. Okay. Well, give me a kiss then. Yeah, but I'm gonna talk to chat for a minute. Hang on for another 10 minutes answering questions and shit, and then we shut it down. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 50 or so people, we got 30 on Twitch, 30 on YouTube, or 26 on Twitch, and 29 on YouTube. I do appreciate you sincerely. If you have any questions or concerns or comments, please go ahead with them. I am finishing up some terrain as we're speaking. Basically, what you guys are seeing right now, I'm doing foam core sheets, and I'm just cutting them with a little knife. They're not the best things in the world, but they are there. And the reason why I'm doing this stuff right now is because I will be doing 40K content, obviously. I'll be doing, I'll be doing 40K content. I will also be doing lore videos every now and then. I'll be doing the media breakdowns every now and then. And then we will also start doing live streams. I'm waiting for my battle mat to come from the United Kingdom. It is in the mail right now, but I'm waiting for the battle mat to show up. And then I'm going to start playing local people. So people who are in the Central Florida scene. If you're in Central Florida yourself, go ahead and join the Discord. You can come murder me at my house, or you can play a game of Warhammer with me. And then we'll be doing Battle Report live streams, which I know might be a little bit daunting because after a while, like it's just like a bunch of nerds like reading off dice rolls and shit. So that's kind of boring. But at the same time, what I will try to do, I'm a huge fan of the YouTube channel Winter's SEO. I think he does the best battle reports. Not because he's a perfect player or he gets all the rules right or because of X, Y, Z, ABC. It's mainly because what he does, which I think is great, is he lets the dice and the models and the terrain tell a story where basically you start out with two epic armies. They're there for some reason, and then as a result of those reasons, they come into clashes, and then awesome things happen that are cinematic because of the dice rolls. That's what got me into Warhammer 40K, is not just the lore, but also the the models and the the narrative scene on the tabletop. I've wanted to do it for a really long time, so the fact that I'm actually only a few months away from that in a paraprofessional manner where I'm kind of making money doing it. Obviously, we're not rich or anything. Your donos and support and memberships and super chats are all sincerely appreciated, and so are your Patreon memberships. But the fact that I'm making any level of money doing stuff that I love already is pretty fucking awesome. So I think it's a good time to yell at Spurgs about internet politics. I also think it's a great time to do Warhammer. So as a result, the fact that I get to make any amount of money doing it is pretty fucking awesome. And even if you don't have any dollary dues in your pocket, but you do watch and you end up watching commercials that gives me money as well, that's fucking base too. So thank you kindly for coming here. At Counterpoints, you never got to me on my female Space Marines argument. Yeah, DM me again, and then we'll update it. So I appreciate you. So yeah, just DM me again, and I'll do it. Where do we find this channel? Which channel? So if you're talking about 40K, you're on it already. You're watching the Warhammer stuff. If you're talking about Counterpoints Coliseum, it's actually down in the description below. And not only is it down in the description below, but you can also just type in Counterpoints Coliseum. So Counterpoints, the way you see it spelled on your screen right now, Counterpoints. And then Coliseum, I believe, is spelled Colo. It's only one L, SSEUM. So yeah. A child has invaded again. No, it was my wife this time. At Counterpoints, tell Lauren to hurry up with the Baltimore doc. We Americans care about productivity, even if Canadian sleuths don't. Indeed. So, basically, with the thing, check out Tim Pool's main channel, and he has a channel that has like 3 million subs or 1.3 million subs or something like that. And it's different than the Timcast IRL channel. And he did an announcement there saying that they were retiring the channel, but that's where he's going to be posting documentaries and where he's going to be posting stuff that doesn't quite fit anywhere else. So unfortunately, it's going to be posted someplace that's maybe not as popular as his main channel. But it's still cool that we're, going to be getting some a shout out on a pretty major production pretty soon. So yeah, it's cool. But as far as I know, it's done. Oh, Winters SEO. Yeah, so Winters, 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 common spelling, and then SEO. Winters SEO is the gaming channel that I love a lot. If you see a loving, beautiful, kind, sweet, funny Englishman who is in his, I believe in his 40s, playing Warhammer and narrativizing, and it looks like he's just holding the camera in his hands, you're in the right spot. And he's, not every game is going to be perfect, but his most fun games are like hyper narrative, where he's just talking about like what's going on in the dice rolls and, you know, what's going on in the game and all that kind of shit. And it's great. It's fucking great. When you can talk about bolters exploding walls, or talking about orc heads getting pulped by, you know, bolters or las rifles, or if you can talk about, you know, Gauss cannons, you know, ripping apart at the molecular level, you know, guardsman tissue or some shit like that. When somebody can combine their love of the lore with their love of the universe, with their love of the tabletop, and then kind of, you know, bring it all together in a narrative and fun format, I love that shit. And I'm hoping to do the same thing, to be honest. So I don't know how popular it'll be compared to, you know, the rest of the content, but to be honest, I don't really give a shit. I want to make money. Obviously, I want to make money. But I am going to do things that are passion projects, because I'm assuming that's part of the reason why you guys came here in the first place, is because you saw me being weirdly passionate about something that you're weirdly passionate about. So, yeah. Which was a tabletop? Yeah, Winters SEO. Were you doing security for that documentary? Yes, I was. So basically, I followed, you know, showed up into Baltimore, got off the plane, hooked up with, not hooked up with, but hooked up with John Dutoit and John, a British gentleman. Then we met up with Lauren, and then we ran around Baltimore with cameras, and then we almost only got carjacked or shot once, which I'm happy to report. But I did keep my head on a swivel for those couple of days. We secured a bunch of interviews with members of the community, and it was a pretty fucking base time, held by all. I keep getting notifications. Thank you for internet friends or whatever is a text-to-speech location, but I think it's, is it turned on just for subscriptions to the channels? What is it turned on for? Is that what's going on? I see we got like $55 from Super Chats tonight, and then we just got 2 new subscriptions. So I'm not sure what's going on, but anyways, your dollary dues and your time and attention is appreciated. So anyways, I don't really have much else left for the night. So if you guys have questions or concerns, I'll do it. I'll scroll up again a little bit. Most sitcoms kill the mom. They do. Show me a fucking normie family doing normie shit, or show me you know, a normie family going through some hard shit, like House on the Prairie was brought up. Fucking Star Trek Black-ish. Yeah, I mean, like, that's... So when have you just seen, like, a white normie fucking family doing shit? And, like, Modern Family, by the way, is pretty good, so, you know, like I'm not... The only reason why I'm digging on Modern Family is because the conservatives wouldn't like that there's a gay couple in there, even though they're, like, the most normie fucking gay couple on the planet, but whatever. So, tell that to Elon. I will not... Fed, I'm a Fed. So, like, everybody keeps calling other people Feds in my chat. It's like, dude, I used to be a cop, and if you plan a terrorist attack, I'll probably report you if you do it around me. I mean, like, of course, like, you know, if you go do some interesting things that are based and constitutional, I'm not going to fuck you over, but if you're just planning random bullshit, of course I'm going to fuck you over. Call me a bitch. I guess I'm a bitch. Damn, y'all were fighting like a motherfucker. I guess like since fucking autism and everybody's fucking autism brought out the worst in us today. How much are these women getting alimony and child support? Fuck, imagine wasting $20. Fucking savages. Yo, like I love debates and I love panels, but this fucking place brings out the most savage motherfuckers out here. What's your opinion on prostitution? Decriminalized and disincentivized socially. So, yeah. All right. Which was at Counterpoints, how would you rank conservative media S to F tier like Shapiro Crowder? So the only person who's an S to me, and I still think this motherfucker like needs to eat a vegetable, is Jordan Peterson. And I get like he's a classic liberal and he's a Jungian mystic and he only recently converted to Christianity and he has a benzo problem and blah, blah, fucking blah. But I just think that if you look at like 2016 to 2018 Jordan Peterson for like pick yourself up by your bootstraps, but also like Jungian mystic shit and also like analyzing the Bible from like a modern context in order to derive moral messages that are like applicable and good for young people in the modern day. I just think 2016 to 2018 JBP was probably pretty based. And then Crowder, I dislike Crowder. Tim, I have my frustrations with his fucking Civil War memes. I do like quote tweet him and subtweet him sometimes. Lauren, she and I have our bouts because I think that she's, excuse me, unrealistic. But I also think that she's having a very sober moment right now where she's reconciling her personal values with her personal life, but she's also reconciling her personal values with the people in the conservative movement. So I think she's actually in a really interesting crossroads right now. So that'll come back out. So The Sopranos is based. Patriotism is based. Patriotism is supporting your country always and supporting your government when it deserves it. I went to a Seattle show last week. He's a good dude at heart. Angry Wayne Gretzky. You'd have to tell me which one. Whose Seattle show did you go see? Well, the thing with normal healthy families is that they lack conflicts. That's why hetero representation happens at the time of romance and after happily ever after. Michael Chiazon, I do understand what you're saying, and I do think that's that could be part of the excuse making made for why normie family sitcoms aren't a thing anymore. But if you think about that 70s show, for instance, obviously it followed the teenagers or whatever, but they had Red and Kitty Foreman, dealing with their delinquent pothead son and dealing with his delinquent pothead kids and dealing with some of the historical events. Obviously they stayed pretty far away from history, but they still dealt with age and puberty and sex and death and drugs and all that kind of stuff. So basically the normie family wouldn't be the vehicle. It would be the vehicle, not the conflict itself. So you would have the vehicle as something that's tested and torn apart and pulled in different directions and all that kind of stuff. But what you're really telling is the story of conflicts with the world, and I think that's totally fine. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, Jordan Peterson, his wife is the opener. They're pretty wholesome. Yeah, no, I love JBP. So I talk a little bit of shit about him because a lot of leftoids or whatever, they don't like him because he's all he hasn't eaten a fucking vegetable in 2 decades or whatever, and they don't like that he's fucking anti-trans and shit, which I get from a lefty perspective, and I also get that he's bolstering religion, which a lot of people on the left don't like, but at the same time, that's not for me. I like some level of this shit. Yo, I wish I could show this shit, but literally it's a booby streamer on my left. I just went to Twitch so I could raid. Booby streamer, Stardust, booby streamer, and then it's a guy with his face painted green, but he's half naked with his boobs out too, and he's fat, so he has boobs. God damn it. We can't, seriously? We can't be on Twitch without seeing titties? And by the way, I love titties. Titties are great, but don't, come on. There's people out here grinding for the content, and you're just promoting tits. What the fuck? Some people out here are fucking trying. They're trying. So anyways, but in that case, wouldn't it be perceived as dysfunctional on account of all the peripherals? Peripecia? Maybe. But I mean, that's what makes shit entertaining. So, let us go to Twitch. Let us do a raid. We'll raid Star. We love Star. And then I love and appreciate you guys. It was a beautiful evening. I had a lot of fun entertaining you. I wish you and yours the very best. I hope you have a beautiful night. And let's go raid Star and call it a night. Appreciate y'all. One sec. Then, all right. Do you think that pro-patriarchy chicken would hate Mr. Rogers if it came out today? Yeah, maybe. Probably because he stuck his feet in a black man's bathtub. Jonah boy, you can rewind it. The conversation with Rumin8te, I very, very, very fuck Star and her monkey bigotry. Oh yeah, she was going a little ham. Jonah boy, if you want to see a very huge spurg out fucking panel, literally just rewind the last 3 hours. And if you want to see a pretty, I like the conversation a lot. A conversation for a half hour between me and Rumin8te about pop culture and the morality of pop culture, followed by a half hour on the Twitter files. I actually like that conversation a lot. So yeah. Anyways, love you guys parasocially. Have a beautiful night. Catch you in the next one. Bye for now.